Chapter 126. The audience of the entire Marvel world stared at the screen intently. They thought they were hallucinating. An immortal, and an old man with a natural disaster aura? Are you kidding me? S.H.I.E.L.D. Could it be a reality distortion ability? Natasha Romanoff stared at the screen and guessed, is it the kind of reality distortion that he can't control himself? Nick Fury pondered for a while and shook his head. If it is, there is no reason why the Foundation cannot tell the difference. He glanced over the previous files. When scanning, the subject's appearance is that of a man between 80 and 90 years old, but he has shown no signs of aging in the 50 years since he first came to the Foundation's attention. When he heard this sentence, he was shocked. Yes, since he already looks like he's in his 80s or 90s, it means that before this, he probably didn't have the ability to remain ageless. Nick Fury felt that he had discovered a blind spot and said excitedly, that is to say, he must have done something to gain this ability. This speculation made everyone excited. But in addition to the excitement, everyone also became curious. What kind of experience gave this old man such a terrifying ability? Looking down again, more content appeared on the screen. SCP-1440 appears to be aware of its effect on humans, and will attempt to avoid contact with humans when possible. Despite his intentions, SCP-1440 is forced to wander in a seemingly extremely complex pattern that inevitably leads him to contact with humans. The exact nature of this pattern has not been successfully analyzed by 250, and SCP-1440 has never been able to provide any information regarding it. The subject is not actively hostile and will not resist attempts to contain it, but due to the aforementioned anomalous properties, all containment attempts have failed and resulted in heavy losses of personnel and material. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room looked at each other in surprise. After a while, heated discussions appeared in the live broadcast room. What? He doesn't want to hurt humans, so he avoids contact with humans. Damn it, he is actually a kind-hearted old man. God, why do bad things always happen to good people? Alas, to be honest, this kind of humanoid self-propelled natural disaster is destined to wander alone. S.H.I.E.L.D. As expected. Seeing this, Nick Fury was basically able to confirm that his guess was true. It is obvious that the old man himself rejects his own power. In order not to affect society, he even chose to wander. Nick Fury's eyes swept over the words inevitably guided to contact with humans. A deep and solemn look flashed across his face. What kind of existence is it? What gave him this power? Or, is this the curse? At this time, in the light curtain, more information emerged. SCP-1440 first came to the Foundation's attention when it approached Drive Data Expunged, a researcher at SCI.E.L.D., on her work commute. SCP-1440 somehow knew that Drive Data Expunged worked for the Foundation and requested her assistance. When the doctor asked the subject what kind of help he was requesting, he responded that he hoped the Foundation would be able to destroy him. SCP-1440 was taken to SCI.E.L.D. for questioning, resulting in the destruction of the SCI.E.L.D., the death of data expunged personnel, and the destruction of 6 safe and Euclid-class SCP objects. All other attempts to contain SCP-1440 have met with similar results. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. See this string of information. All S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were stunned. Actively seeking self-destruction. Just bringing them to the site for questioning resulted in such a serious accident. Even 6 safe and Euclid-class SCP objects were destroyed? Holy crap! The agents exclaimed one after another. Even Nick Fury had a serious expression. Only then did he realize that he had underestimated the ability of this old man's natural disaster aura. When I think of it, if SCP-1440 were to appear at Site-17, which houses anomalous low-risk humanoid entities, or it appears in Site-19, one of the sites with the largest number of objects in storage at the Foundation. And then there comes a natural disaster. Nick Fury couldn't help but shiver. Camartage. This ability is incredible. Ancient One looked at the light curtain. My heart suddenly became filled with anxiety. Could it be that some higher being gave him this ability? Thinking of this, Ancient One's heart suddenly tightened. It can give people the ability to bring about natural disasters. Then how powerful would he be if he were given the ability? Recalling the previous appearances of the Crimson King, the Devourer of Worlds, and the Cosmic Starfish, her expression suddenly became serious. At this moment, more content appeared on the screen. To be precise, it was a videotape. It is marked on it. The following is an interview conducted during Area 142's fourth attempt to contain SCP-1440. Fortunately, the log is stored on a remote server. Interview log 1440-7 Interviewer, drive data expunged. Interviewed, SCP-1440. Just when Lin Lang was about to put it into the computer, I found another piece of paper with the first two words written on it. Forward. Following SCP-1440's arrival at Area 142, personnel began complaining of severe headaches and nausea. In the next 2 days, 3 of the 4 water purification filters on site were damaged, and Area 142's hangar collapsed, killing several pilots. Drive data expunged, who was in perfect physical condition before, died of complete failure of both kidneys and lungs. Seeing this, Lin Lang was stunned. The audience in the live broadcast room were even more shocked. The previous natural disaster halo was mostly a joke, however, when this happens, they just realized how terrifying SCP-1440 really is. Not just the disaster halo, there are also weakness aura and doom aura. There is even a series of abilities that no one has seen. Horrible and outrageous. Soon, the screen flashes, the image gradually became clear. The scene seems to be in a meeting room. A doctor in a white coat sat opposite an old man. The moment I saw the old man, everyone was immediately certain that he was SCP-1440. Because he is almost exactly like the description in the file. He was wrapped in a thick black robe. He wore a square black hat on his head and a cloth bag made of unknown material on his shoulder. Looks very old. Camartage. The moment I saw this old man, my tongue was shocked. Because of this old man, it actually contains 3 very strange energies. She uses these 3 powers. I saw the breath of law. This dark energy is so dense that it almost becomes tangible. It made her subconsciously think of a word. Die. At this moment, she no longer doubted that SCP-1440 had gained the power of a certain god. No. This strength of power. Not only gods, it is very likely that Supreme Divinity. Thinking of this, the color on Ancient One's face suddenly disappeared. Supreme Divinity. The Supreme Godhead. I subconsciously recalled the 2 terrifying beings, the Crimson King and the Cosmic Starfish. She just felt that her sanity seemed to be on the verge of collapse again. The deepest part of the universe. Observer Dimension. Ueda stared at the screen intently. From what he could see, SCP-1440 wasn't the only problem. In this room, there is also a shadow. Even though he couldn't see his figure clearly, he could still sense the sameness of this figure. Could it be some kind of spiritual being? Thinking of this, the observer looked at the light curtain with a serious look. What is it exactly? In the picture, the interview finally began. The doctor was the first to say hello, good afternoon, SCP-1440. The old man was obviously not opposed to communicating with him. You too, doctor. The doctor got straight to the point. Do you know why we brought you here? I definitely know, and I admire you for still trying to contain me, but because of your 3 previous attempts I realize you can't help me. After a pause, a trace of pain flashed across SCP-1440's face, and then he said seriously, it's better for your own good to let me go. The first brother is behind you, doctor. You'd better hurry. Once these words came out, not to mention the doctor, even the audience in the live broadcast room were a little surprised. First brother? What the hell? It's obviously just the 2 of you on the screen? See here, the observer Ueda's face froze slightly. How could SCP-1440, as a human being, be able to see these 3 beings? You know, even as an observer, I can only barely see these 3 figures. Or are these 3 the ones who gave SCP-1440 that strange ability? In the screen, the doctor was obviously a little nervous about SCP-1440's reminder, but continued to ask, you mentioned these brothers before, 3 of them if I remember correctly. 3, yes. Different, yet the same. All cruel, all vindictive, all holding grudges for a long time. At this point, a trace of pain appeared on SCP-1440's pale face. They are the cause of my misfortune, and therefore of yours as well. As he spoke, he looked behind the doctor, his expression suddenly becoming more painful. A second brother has joined us, and time is running out. Release me, or I cannot guarantee your safety. It may be too late now. However, in the doctoral program, even in the eyes of Marvel audiences, there is no third person on the screen. The deepest part of the universe. Observer Dimension. Ueda widened his eyes and stared at the screen. Just now, even he didn't notice how the second phantom appeared. However, the suffocating aura of disaster that the other person carries, but it made him, as an observer, nervous. The moment I saw that illusory figure, he seemed to see a disaster with mountains collapsing, the ground cracking, and smoke-filled air sweeping in. Fire, symbolizing disaster, burns all existence in the universe. He subconsciously used his ability and looked at the first phantom that appeared. Just one glance, he was completely frozen in place. A strong fear came over me, it almost overwhelmed his sanity. He saw it. Saw death. When I think of a third existence like this, Ueda suddenly hesitated. Should I continue watching? 3.4, Camartage. The Ancient One is unable to see the two entities SCP-1440 mentions. But she clearly sensed the strange energy that suddenly became stronger on the screen. There is black, which symbolizes death. There is also red, which symbolizes disaster. Those two completely different yet rich energies, it made her feel increasingly uneasy. Suppressing her inner fear, she looked at the screen again. The conversation continues. The doctor looked around, then shrugged and said, I'm afraid I can't do that. Besides, you mentioned 3 brothers, if the third hasn't come yet, we've certainly got some time. SCP-1440 shook his head with a complicated expression, the third one never showed up. He was more cruel than his brothers, because he knew that only his presence could set me free. I have spent countless hours searching for him, trying to return what he had won and what I had won from his brothers, but without success. As it spoke, SCP-1440 looked behind the doctor again. The complex emotions turned into a long sigh. The second one has already put his hand on your shoulder. Now it is too late. Destruction is always not far behind the second one. He looked at the doctor with sympathy. Before you die, my poor child, let me give you a word of advice. Please go ahead. If you choose to challenge death with a card game for the sake of your life, then don't do one thing. What's up? Win. After saying that, SCP-1440 closed its eyes in pain. Chapter 127. When the old man painfully said the word win, the audience in the live broadcast room looked at each other in bewilderment. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury does not have the ability like Ancient One and Ueda to see through the two brothers. But since SCP-1440 said that a being appeared, there was a constant rising feeling of uneasiness in his heart. This emotion almost reached its peak after he mentioned the appearance of the second being. Until this moment, he couldn't help but look at the screen, frowning. The more you look, the S.H.I.E.L.D. director's face became paler. Until one moment, he was suddenly grateful that his soul was frozen. The moment SCP-1440 said the word win, boom. There was a violent explosion, and the flames shot up into the sky. Area 142's on-site core facility explodes violently, ignoring multiple layers of failsafes. The flames completely flooded the entire screen. Postscript: at that moment, the on-site core facility stored at Area 142 exploded despite multiple layers of failsafes. Area 142 destroyed, all on-site personnel killed. 1 week after Area 142 was destroyed, SCP-1440 was sighted 3,000 kilometers away from Area 142, without any apparent damage. After 3 additional containment breaches, attempts to contain SCP-1440 have been postponed indefinitely. As the screen fades, as the postscript disappears bit by bit, the entire Marvel world fell into deathly silence. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. In an instant. Boom. The audience of the entire Marvel world exploded instantly. FK. Did you see that? Did you see those 2 figures that flashed by? I saw it. Damn, what SC-14P-1440 said is actually true. Oh my god, who are they? It's so scary. I felt like my sanity was about to disappear at that moment. So this is what makes SCP-1440 a mobile disaster. Yes, it wasn't just the destruction of Area 142 that shocked the audience. It was the 2 fleeting phantoms on the screen before the destruction. They saw with their own eyes, one of the phantoms caused a natural disaster in the blink of an eye. I saw another phantom with my own eyes, holding up the death god's scythe. Harvesting the lives of an entire site. S.H.I.E.L.D. All the agents were completely stunned. They looked at each other in astonishment, and both noticed the disbelief on each other's faces. Nick Fury's face was full of shock. As if struck by lightning, his eyes were fixed on the screen, his hands trembling slightly, as if he couldn't believe what had just happened. He finally knew the source of his uneasiness. However, the moment I saw those two phantoms, the anxiety disappeared, instead there was utter fear. He saw, disaster. Camartage. The Ancient One's trembling gaze fixed on the face. She finally saw the source of those two powers. She saw the truest power of law in the universe. She saw the contemptuous glance of the Supreme God, who symbolized death and disaster. The whole world seems to be on the verge of collapse. Supreme Divinity. 2. Her mind was shaken by this astonishing fact. The whole body seems to be frozen in place. Even my eyes have lost focus, as if being pulled by an invisible force. At this moment, the fear in her heart even exceeded the cosmic starfish she had seen before. The only thing she was thankful for was that I did not try to open the eye of Agamotto at that time. Otherwise, thinking of the scene of facing death and disaster, the Ancient One trembled again. The deepest part of the universe. Observer Dimension. The moment he saw the two brothers Shangmi and Jimmy clearly, Yueto was dumbfounded. This FG. Two supreme gods actually appeared at the same time? What's happening? This observer who has been observing the universe for billions of years, I rubbed my eyes in disbelief. It seemed hard to believe what was happening before my eyes. Because he saw the phantoms of the two supreme gods at the beginning, the shock in Yueta's heart soon calmed down a little. What really shocked him now was SCP-1440. The SCP-1440 that just appeared on the screen is obviously an ordinary-looking old man. Even if there is some energy aura on his body, it all comes from the two supreme gods Shangmi and Jimmy. But the problem is, why? Why are these two supreme gods who are almost at the top of the universe, would you share your power with an ordinary human being? What exactly did SCP-1440 do? Endless doubts filled Yueta's mind. He stared at Lin Lang on the screen. He has never been so eager to figure out the whole thing as he is now. If conditions did not allow it, he would have wanted to get into the screen and beg Lin Lang to come into contact with SCP-1440. Now, not only Yuetu, almost the entire Marvel Universe wants to know what happened to SCP-1440. Addendum SCP-1440-B, due to the continued growth of the human population and its rapid spread into previously uninhabited areas, SCP-1440 confirmed during his fifth containment that it was becoming increasingly difficult for him to avoid human contact while the coercion was still in place. Analysis of the subject's wandering route and efforts to find a permanent containment procedure are ongoing. This is the end of the file. On the screen, Lin Lang slowly put down the file. At the moment, even he who was always calm and composed was obviously shocked. SCP-1440 apparently started out as an ordinary old man. But the problem is, how did he acquire these terrifying powers? Thinking of this, he made a phone call. This is Site 19 high-level researcher Lin. I apply to join the final containment project of SCP-1440. As soon as these words came out, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly became excited. Then everyone looked at the screen expectantly. On the other end of the phone, the supervisor paused. After 2 seconds, he said in a deep voice, "The application has been approved. We are currently investigating SCP-1440 appearing in Area 187. Learn." After hanging up the phone, the picture suddenly disappeared. But this time, Marvel's audience was not disappointed. On the contrary, everyone is looking forward to it. Woo damn, Lin Lang is a hero. He knows what we want to see. Yet, the impact those two figures had on me just now was so great that my heart is still beating faster. Although I only saw them once, those two beings are definitely not simple. Didn't you read the forum? The vast majority of people think that they are at least divine beings, and some even think they are the supreme god. So strong and handsome. Not only in the live broadcast room, but also in the extraordinary chat group, people were talking about it at the moment. Tony, damn it, they always mention divinity and supreme divinity, can't they have a supreme god of mechanical technology or something? Deadpool, a wise man seeks strength from within. Absolute self-strength is the way to go. What bullshit technology is heresy? Steve, by the way, isn't anyone worried about Lin Lang? SCP-1440 is so scary, this project must be very dangerous, right? Hulk, my emotions make me worry about Lin Lang, but my ideals tell me that this guy is too strong and nothing will necessarily happen to him. Natasha Romanoff, damn, now that you mention it, I suddenly feel like Lin Lang is also a darling favored by God. As the entire Marvel world waits with anticipation, the scene changed and Lang appeared on the screen again. At the moment, he was wearing a cool black windbreaker and seemed to be walking on a Western-style street. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen and asked curiously, "What's going on? Is he out on a field trip?" Nick Fury thought for a moment. He seemed to have thought of something, and his expression was shocked. Could it be SCP-1440? As soon as these words were spoken, there was silence in S.H.I.E.L.D. at first, and then it suddenly became excited. Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen with excitement, but then she changed her mind and said worriedly, "Isn't that dangerous?" The rainy streets were deserted. There was only one figure, Lin Lang, strolling by. But if you look carefully, you can still see the Foundation agents hiding in the first corner. The target is detected in the tavern to the right. A voice came from Lin Lang's headphones. "Doctor, do you really want you to go in person?" Lin Lang did not answer the question, but said calmly, "Get ready to record." After saying that, he pushed open the wooden door of the tavern in front of him. The pub has a strong Nordic atmosphere. Oak tables, chairs, and benches are neatly arranged in the hall. At the moment, in such a large pub, there was only one figure sitting lonely at the bar. Da-da, the rhythmic sound of leather shoes stepping on the wooden floor. As Lin Lang approaches, audiences from the entire Marvel universe held their breath, not even daring to breathe. SCP-1440 did not even turn around, but simply said, "You shouldn't be here, kid." Fortunately, the expected danger did not occur. Lin Lang made his way to the bar, and sat down a few seats away from SCP-1440. He slowly took out a coin and placed it on the bar, then leaned forward and picked up a bottle of whiskey. After pouring himself half a cup, he waved it towards SCP-1440. The other person narrowed his eyes and handed over his empty cup. Dolyalo, while pouring the wine, SCP-1440183 looked at Lin Lang and said calmly, "I admire you for still trying to take me in, but it's clear you can't." Lin Lang did not answer directly, but said calmly, "It sounds like your story very exciting." As he spoke, he took a sip of wine, obviously waiting for what was to come. Perhaps SCP-1440 has been wandering alone for too long. So that, after a moment's hesitation, he smiled bitterly, "It seems you are lucky today, they didn't come." Linbo raised his lips, "Why not take this opportunity to talk to me on Monday?" SCP-1440 took a deep breath, and its weathered and cloudy eyes became extremely complicated for a moment. Time left traces on him, but suddenly disappeared at a certain moment. He took a sip of wine, then took a long breath and said with a dejected look, "Sometimes I wonder what keeps me afloat on this vast ocean, and what keeps me from sinking deeper into despair and madness, which makes it impossible for me not to care about the life and death of a species that he can easily exterminate." Pause. Maybe this is just pure rebelliousness, a remnant of the memory of fighting against those who defeated me. But it doesn't matter anymore. At this point, the old man, who had lived for who knows how many years, took out a crumpled deck of cards from his pocket. "A game of cards, it led to everything now, caused me to place 3 big compliments, and sounded the death knell for my own destiny." As soon as these words were spoken, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. Poker game? What game? Whose poker game? Who was the guy who tortured him? S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury stared at the screen, SCP-1440's words echoing in his mind. Thinking about it, a guess that even he found unbelievable gradually emerged in his mind. Could it be, do those two exist? Torture? Lin Lang asked appropriately. The old man looked at him deeply. "In the past, I have jumped into bottomless valleys, rivers, and even oceans, hoping that these natural barriers would prevent me from hurting more people, but the power of those 3 brothers was even stronger than mine. Beyond nature. I once hid deep underground, thinking I could finally sleep in the darkness, but in the blink of an eye I found myself back on the surface, walking towards the human world. The place where people live together is like a carrier of plague." As he said this, he let out a long sigh. "Those 3 brothers will never let me go." Chapter 128. After hearing this, even the slowest reacting audience members realized the problem. Obviously, the 3 beings that SCP-1440 mentioned that would not let him go, it is the phantom that constantly causes death and disaster around him. Only, they are curious about what is the card game that SCP-1440 is referring to? How did he attract such a terrifying existence? As the entire Marvel Universe watched, SCP-1440 took another sip of wine. The strong liquor made his weathered face flush red. By the way, where were we talking about? The card game. Lin Lang reminded him where they were talking. Oh, yes. The old man took another sip of wine and sighed. First, it was the gambling. As he spoke, he seemed to recall some painful memories, and he said regretfully, I shouldn't have challenged them. I should have known that. But I was young, arrogant, and worried. His eyes became blurred, as if he could see through the layers of mountains and see the line that started it all. I was born in the prime of my life, lost in a senseless war, and then I came to the dark halls of three brothers. Hearing this, Lin Lang raised his eyebrows. The audience in the live broadcast room were also stunned. S.H.I.E.L.D. So, SCP-1440 has died before. Natasha Romanoff's eyes widened in disbelief. Nick Fury also found it a little unbelievable. Especially three brothers in a dark hall. Where is this again? Beside me, my comrades walked towards the distant light without saying a word, not even glancing at the three skinny guides. But I was different. Then he looked at Lin Lang and said, I don't want to accept this fate. The old man's eyes showed a look of reminiscence. I have a beautiful young wife and a rich farm. I don't want to lose all of this. I can't lose all of this. I feel that those who quietly accept their own death are fools and cowards. Out of arrogance, I challenged the three Pathfinders, saying that if they did not give me a chance to fight, I would stay here. At this point, the old man closed his eyes in pain. They gave me this opportunity, and I won. After a long pause, he added, I won too much. So, Lin Lang stared at him and said, you defeated those three brothers, so you got a chance to be reborn. Faced with Lin Lang's words, the old man agreed. He held up a second finger. Second, I was too greedy. Lin Lang raised his eyebrows. Maybe the second point, this is the root cause of the elderly's pain. The three brothers had no idea how powerful I was. At this point, there was no trace of pride in the old man's eyes. I got all the good cards, saw through all their tricks, and used cunning and strategy to win my life back from the three death gods. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. Then, countless barrages of comments surged in the live broadcast room like a tsunami. WTF? Did the old man win the immortality ability? What the hell, what are those three brothers? Are they messengers from hell? Messengers? I feel like they are more like the rulers of hell. Oh my god, this is crazy. This old man actually beat the ruler of hell. It's crazy, it's absolutely crazy. No one expected that the old man's immortal ability, it was actually one. S.H.I.E.L.D. The agents looked at each other in bewilderment. Only Nick Fury frowned. Logically speaking, getting a chance to be reborn is truly a blessing for the old man. Why does he look so miserable? Could it be that there is some hidden secret? So he continued reading. His cloudy eyes looked at Lin Lang. The death gods were very unhappy, but they accepted the outcome of failure. They led me to the gate back to the world of the living. Lin Lang's eyes flickered. He seemed to have understood what the old man meant by greed. As expected. When I stood at the door, I suddenly thought, why leave now? I am the best card player in the world, I can win everything. He looked at Lin Lang suddenly, his eyes filled with fanaticism. How can I be content with just resurrection when I can gain glory, power, and even immortality? But this enthusiasm soon disappeared, replaced by visible pain and regret, so he turned back to the table, and doubled his bet. He nodded, yes, he won again. And then again. Once again. The audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. No one expected that this old man not only won his life back from the death god, even beat them 3 times in a row. It's unbelievable. S.H.I.E.L.D. Oh my god. Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen and said excitedly, this old man is so powerful, isn't he? He was able to defeat Death God 3 times? His power must have come from here. Win. Unexpectedly, Nick Fury sneered, at the poker table, when both parties are of equal status, you get what you win. But what about him? SCP-1440 is just a dead human being. His opponent, the 3 supreme gods. Even if he wins, he will definitely be the loser in the end. As expected, the old man's words confirmed Nick Fury's guess. The three brothers looked uglier and uglier, but they finally admitted defeat. I won 3 treasures from them, a cup, playing cards, and a cloth bag. Lin Lang's eyes swept over the cloth bag and cards on the old man. Look of surprise. He didn't expect that these seemingly ordinary things, it's the Death God's treasure? The audience in the live broadcast room also widened their eyes. At this time, most people realized that something was wrong. Death God is willing to abide by the rules, but they are really so generous, would they allow a human to take their treasure? Obviously unlikely. These 3 things are the most precious possessions of the Death Gods. They promised him wealth, luck, longevity, and glory, just to exchange these treasures from him, but... The old man said bitterly, but I wanted to humiliate my opponent and make the Death God surrender to me. So I took away the 3 treasures, and the brother was furious. I paid huge amounts of price for my goal. Stark Industries building. What? Seeing this, even Tony was speechless. You win, so what? Why are you still trying to get ahead of yourself? Who does Death God have to do with you? Colonel Rhodes shrugged his shoulders, at least he won 3 treasures, and Death God let him go. Tony looked at Colonel Rhodes with amusement. If this was the end of it, SCP-1440 wouldn't be in so much pain. Believe me, it's not that simple. Facing Lin Lang's silence, the gardener extended a 3rd finger. Third, I wasted treasures. These 3 treasures are extremely powerful artifacts, because they have the power to restrain the Death God. The old man placed the water cup, playing cards, and cloth bag on the bar in order. He picked up the water cup, looking a little dazed for a moment. The first brother's cup was filled with the water of life, 1 drop of which could drive away death, and even a dying patient could escape from the first brother's hand. As soon as these words came out, the audience in the entire Marvel world suddenly fell silent. It was a madness immediately. WTF? Water of life that can drive away death. Damn, this is no worse than SCP-500, right? The key is just 1 drop. Oh my god, this thing is too powerful, isn't it? If this thing appeared in our world, I'm afraid the price of just 1 drop would be sky high. This is absolutely not a treasure that humans can handle. The audience in the live broadcast room went crazy. S.H.I.E.L.D. Compared with the efficacy of water of life that people pay attention to, Nick Fury was more concerned about what the old man said, contain the power of the Death God. Could it be that this treasure can restrain the Death God? Thinking of this, he looked at the screen again. As a qualified listener, Lin Lang did not rush to interrupt the old man. The old man was also completely immersed in memories. At that time, whenever I saw the first brother, Fate, lurking on someone's shoulder, I would sprinkle a drop of water from the cup on that person. As he spoke, the old man gave a complicated smile. Then the first brother will run away, spitting. A drop of water seems very little, but the cup is full of water, so I squander it as I please. He sighed. I drove the first brother away from those who were too old or too weak to live, from those whose lives the first brother should have rightfully taken. Finally, the cup was empty. At this point, a flash of pain flashed in his eyes. When the disease began to consume my wife, I had no water to save her life. So the first brother snatched her from me with a sneer. The pain in his eyes was heartbreaking. Those who had previously mocked the old man for his greed remained silent. Because the old man not only did not waste the precious water of life, quite the contrary, he was even generous enough to use it on those who were on the verge of death. But it is precisely because of his generosity that he lost his wife. Then, in addition to sympathy, everyone became more curious about the abilities of the other 2 treasures. On the screen, the second brother's treasure is more powerful, just like the second brother himself. The old man picked up the cards. With this deck of cards, I can challenge the authority of the second brother, Violent Death, and make him obey my orders. When war begins to brew, when people begin to kill each other, I will call on the second brother to turn the tide. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. Camartage. Ancient One looked at the screen in shock. Directly eliminate war. As a sorcerer supreme who is detached from the mundane world, she is powerful enough to allow her to travel the universe and face the gods directly. There is only one thing that is difficult for Sorcerer Supreme. Reverse human intentions. Change the direction of civilization. Human civilization has gone through tens of thousands of years, and human history is almost a history of battles. Ideological factions, differences over the ownership of natural resources, and the sacred independence of religious beliefs. Humans have countless reasons to wage war. Unless she takes action by force and destroys one of the parties, either that or the fight will always come up. However, now she was told, with such an assignment, can the Supreme God be ordered to rewrite the occurrence of war? How could she not be shocked? Pity, in shock, she also knew that a turning point was coming. As expected. However, like the water of life, the cards of fate have been overspending. The old man picked up the wrinkled, almost damaged cards and said, every border conflict, every civil unrest, every budding riot, I will use the cards to stop it, and every time I use it, the cards will become more worn out. Lin Lang looked at the cards quietly without saying anything. Although the cards held out a little longer than the water, eventually the second brother stopped obeying them. The old man sighed, I watched the world descend into a war beyond my imagination, watched millions die for no reason, watched innocent people suffer and bleed. The second brother took their lives with a wild laugh. Having said this, the old man also fell silent. The looks from the audience in the live broadcast room towards him became increasingly complicated. The old man self-deprecatingly called it abuse, but he successfully prevented many wars that should have occurred. Countless people were saved from war because of his righteousness. S.H.I.E.L.D. The agent stared blankly at SCP-1440, who was blaming himself on the screen. Stand in awe. Nick Fury looked at the old man and shook his head and sighed. Then, the old man on the screen looked towards the last 10 treasures. Cloth bag. The treasure of the third brother, extinction, is the most powerful. Chapter 129. The old man's words immediately attracted the attention of the entire Marvel World audience. Everyone held their breath and stared at the screen intently. The water cup and the cards both have such a terrifying ability. The result is that the bag is even more awesome. Lin Lang stared at the bag calmly. It looked like the saddlebag that shepherds in the Middle East wore over their shoulders. However, but the old man called it the most powerful treasure. The old man sat in deep thought. After a long time, he said, the bag of extinction can hold everything, including the worst natural disasters, and it has the ability to prevent all the most terrible disasters that may befall the earth. He stared at the bag, but it seemed like he was staring at nothingness. With this bag, I have tamed unruly hurricanes, put out fires that invaded cities, and even defeated monsters from otherworld. As soon as these words came out, the entire Marvel world was suddenly in complete shock. In the live broadcast room, countless barrages of comments emerged like a tsunami. WTF? Bag of extinction, this is too awesome, right? Damn, a bag that can hold everything, even natural disasters? This is a goddamn artifact. As expected of the Supreme God's artifact, this ability is simply outrageous. Oh my god, I want it too, one Camartage. At the moment, the look in Ancient One's eyes changed wildly like a revolving lantern. From surprise, to shock, to shock. In the end it was replaced by complete desire. It can hold everything, even natural disasters. Ancient One stared at the bag on the screen, his eyes starting to turn red, with the bag of extinction, not to mention protecting Camartage, protecting the entire blue planet. Even if the gods come, I'm afraid they won't get any good results. Thinking of this, her inner desire for the bag of extinction reached its peak. S.H.I.E.L.D. WTF? Nick Fury was stunned. After the shock, he had the same idea as Ancient One. If this thing appeared in the Marvel world, it would definitely be under the control of S.H.I.E.L.D. Internally, this thing is a righteous artifact that can make all criminal activities disappear. Foreign, this thing 897 is a powerful artifact that can resist any powerful invaders from the stars. But, in addition to being shocked, he felt helpless again. Obviously, according to SCP-1440's previous procedures, it should be said that this thing has become ineffective. However, this time, he miscalculated. The bag is the most durable of the 3 treasures, but it is also gradually wearing out, it seems cannot always remain a barrier against disaster. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. Then his eyes suddenly widened. That is to say, is this artifact still functional? The old man stared at the cloth bag, as if he saw himself who once could call the wind and rain. Just like I did with the other 2 less powerful treasures, I foolishly wasted the power of this bag. The old man said regretfully, the hurricane I tamed may only pass by briefly, and the fire I extinguished may be tamed by human power. But my sin is much more serious than simple waste. He raised his head and looked at Lin Lang. This bag can only be used once more, to grab the last item. In my quest to find my third brother, I have seen the growing forces of darkness, and the brave men and women like you at the Foundation, risking their lives to try to bring them down. As he said this, he sighed. Despite this, I still can't give up the last chance to use the bag to help you. Because this is the only thing I have left, my last hope. Last hope. Lin Lang looked at the old man. This word gave him an incredible feeling. Could it be that? Yes. The old man nodded. The only way to escape this eternal damnation is to capture the third brother himself with this bag, so that I can blackmail him and his brothers into agreeing to end my life. It was not until then that the audience in the live broadcast room realized that this so-called eternal life, for SCP-1440, its eternal damnation. For this, he was willing to give up what he won from the Death God and choose death. The old man sighed and said with regret, but the three Death Gods never appeared in front of me again, and they didn't even come to laugh at me anymore. When an unknown force takes a person's life, all I feel is emptiness and silence. At this point, pain welled up in the old man's eyes, and he said regretfully, after I had used up the three treasures, the true horror of my fate began to gradually become apparent. The three brothers no longer have to fear me, and they will never forgive my arrogance, my extravagance, and my ambition to conquer the Death God. After hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly realized. It was not until then that they understood why eternal life was eternal torture for the old man. Because, he lost the power to control the Death Gods. And now, he needs to use his eternal life to bear the wrath from the Death God. They want me to suffer the most painful torture. I don't deserve the peace of death at all. Instead, I will bring death to everyone around me. I would have to search forever for the whereabouts of my third brother, while watching innocent people die because of my presence. The curses I have received, like the mistakes I have made, are 3 in number: immortality, wandering forever, always creating destruction and despair. Having said that, he looked towards Lin Tiu. An indescribable fear suddenly enveloped everyone's heart. Could it be? Death God is about to appear? Unexpectedly, his gaze passed through Lin Lang and went outside the tavern. His expression became numb, his eyes became lifeless, and even his tone became calm. Ji-mi appears. Just as he finished speaking, there was a deafening explosion outside the tavern. Next, the explosion of flames shot up into the sky. The blast instantly shattered the glass doors and windows of the pub. Some fragments even scratched Lin Lang's face, leaving bloody marks. But he just sat there, staring at the old man. Who are they? SCP-1440 narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he met someone who could face the threat of death so calmly. After a long silence, he said, Shang-Mi, ranked 3rd, controls the birth, aging, illness and death of mankind, harvests souls with a sickle, and leads an army of undead. He is the Death God in the popular sense. Ji-mi, ranked 2nd, is the embodiment of disaster, bringing disaster and war to the world. The 4 horsemen of apocalypse are just his subordinates. Wherever he goes, the mountains collapse and the ground cracks, and the air is filled with smoke. Having said this, he paused and took a deep breath. Total annihilation, number 1, a metaphysical concept, the end of everything, which can even make non-existence originally non-existent. After he finished speaking, he couldn't help but urge, let's go. Don't die here in vain. Lin Lang looked at him deeply. Then he stood up and walked out of the pub quickly. Then I saw the place where the field agents were hiding. It looked like it had been hit by a meteorite. A bandit disappeared from the entire quaint street. At this moment, the fear in the hearts of the audience in the live broadcast room reached its peak. Lin Lang looked back in astonishment. Looked towards the tavern again. The figure of S.H.I.E.L.D. CO-1440 had already disappeared from the spot. The picture freezes here. However, the live broadcast room was filled with noise. The audience went wild. WTF? You came right after I finished talking. Damn it, such a large-scale disaster, just because the second of the 3 Death God brothers showed up. Destruction, destruction, total destruction. Oh my god, how powerful are they? It's unbelievable. If these 3 things happen at the same time, I'm afraid it will cause a K-level doomsday scenario. Camartage. Ancient One stared at the screen blankly with a complicated look on his face. The 3 artifacts of the Death God made her yearn for them. But the power of the three supreme gods frightened her. Whether it is the Shangmi that controls death, or the Jimmy that controls disasters, there is nothing she can resist. In particular, there is a person who has never appeared before. Let non-existence originally not exist, the end of everything. Thinking of this, Ancient One immediately gave up all thoughts. The deepest part of the universe. Observer dimension. Seeing the screen go dark, Yueta breathed a sigh of relief for no apparent reason. It was really that the three Death God brothers put too much pressure on him. Whether it was the destroyed Area 142 site, or the disaster that just happened and destroyed half a street in an instant, for the Supreme God, it is just the most basic and insignificant manifestation. As for their true strength, Yueta couldn't even imagine it. That is definitely an existence that is not weaker than the Crimson King and the Cosmic Starfish. S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents are like most ordinary people. They cannot see the real Death God brothers. But even if we only saw the horrific disaster brought by the catastrophe, I also have a very vague concept of these three beings. The powerful Supreme God. They were both thankful that Lin Lang had avoided disaster, but also worried about the Foundation world. Who could have imagined that the Supreme God would wander around in reality at any time, constantly bringing disaster to the world? Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen and smiled bitterly. Nick Fury also looked solemn. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., I thought that the Blue Planet, which was invaded by mutants, Inhumans, and some super criminals, was dangerous enough. Until he saw the daily life of the Foundation world. Now I understand what a hell-like world is. He looked at the screen, curious about how Lin Lang's next memory would develop. Damn it, you actually went to see that guy. Dr. Kondriki looked very excited holding the report in his hand. You even managed to get so much information. He quickly scanned Lin Lang's report, muttering, total destruction, catastrophe, destruction, and annihilation. I said that wherever this guy goes, disaster will happen. It's like this. Does the Foundation have any records of the three Death God brothers? Lin Lang asked. Definitely. Dr. Kondriki's answer surprised Lin Lang and the audience in the live broadcast room. Especially the audience in the live broadcast room, although they have seen the disasters brought by the three Death God brothers, I also heard SCP-1440 briefly mention it. But the understanding is only on the surface. Then, Dr. Kondriki changed his tone to a serious one. These contents are recorded in the Theological Society. Jimmy, and Shangmi are also known as the three Yamas. They are the supreme gods who control death. The darkness after the void and at the time of creation, the end and death of all things, controlling the yin and yang that encompasses all beginnings and ends, created the concept of creating originally. You can return nothing originally to nothing. As Dr. Kondriki finished speaking, the entire Marvel world suddenly fell silent. Countless people stared at the screen with eyes wide open in disbelief. No one expected that the three Death God brothers actually have such a great background. Even though they have repeatedly raised their expectations for the three Death God brothers, now I still find that I was thinking too simply. Screen. Dr. Kondriki looked at Lin Lang's calm eyes and smiled. I can only say that you are lucky. The one who appeared beside SCP-1440 is definitely not the real body of the three Death God brothers. Otherwise he crossed his legs and lit a cigarette. He blew out smoke rings and said nonchalantly, otherwise, reality has been shattered. Lin Lang didn't say anything, but he breathed a sigh of relief. So, what will the Foundation do with SCP-1440? Dr. Kondriki grinned, definitely. Neutralized. Invalidation? Lin Lang's eyes trembled slightly, but then he thought, this is indeed the most effective way to contain. Thinking of this, he was about to leave. Unexpectedly, Dr. Kondriki called him suddenly. Then he looked at Lin Lang with a strange look in his eyes and said, it's almost over. The O5 Council has given you a new job. Then, in Lin Lang's puzzled eyes, he threw a file over and said with a smile, now you have become the chief researcher. Congratulations. Lin Lang ignored his ridicule and turned his attention to the new file, SCP-999. Chapter 130. Not for a moment did I worry about SCP-1440, the next thing that appeared before people's eyes was SCP-999. Project name, Ich Monster Item Number, SCP-999 Object Class, safe. Seeing this, Lang raised his eyebrows. Dr. Kondriki said unhappily, this is one of the easiest and most enviable tasks in the entire Foundation. Damn it, I even suspect that you are the object of some O5, otherwise how could such a good thing happen to you? Lin Lang was definitely not someone's type, but this appointment made him subconsciously think of someone. But the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. Why is this the easiest, most enviable mission? What is the tickle monster? S.H.I.E.L.D. After seeing that the object level was safe, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. There are too many Keter-level objects that can destroy the world that I have encountered recently. So many that they thought Lin Lang had also become a researcher specializing in Keter-level projects. Fortunately, it is not. Only Nick Fury frowned. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and a battle-hardened top agent, when he thinks about a problem, he always thinks about the other side. For example, why would the O5 arrange for Lin Lang to participate in a safe-level project? Is there any significance to this arrangement? Hearing his doubts, Tasha rolled her eyes. Boss, are you thinking too much? Nick Fury sneered, then we'll see. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-999 is allowed to walk freely in the containment facility. But in order to ensure its own safety, it must sleep or stay in the containment facility between 8 to 9 p.m. Subject is not to leave containment facility at night or leave site at any time. The containment facility must be kept clean and staff must feed the subject twice a day. When there are no other tasks or when taking a break, staff can enter SCP-999's container. When the target is bored, they should play with it and talk to it in a calm, non-threatening tone. As soon as this content appeared, the expressions of the audience in the entire live broadcast room suddenly became richer. The containment can move freely on the site. When it gets bored, there are employees who play with it in a gentle voice. WTF? Are you sure this treatment is abnormal? I want to be detained after hearing this. Shit, SCP-999 isn't a kid, is it? Forget it, just lock up the child. Or it could be a cat or a dog or something like that. Damn, this is the first time I'm so curious about a safe-level containment. Bring it up quickly, annoying. S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff gave Nick Fury a look. As if to say, you just think too much. Nick Fury ignored her and focused on the screen. Description: SCP-999 is a huge, ruleless, viscous orange-yellow translucent viscous object. Its mass is 54 kilograms. Its density is roughly the same as peanut butter. The target's file size will vary, but in most cases it is similar to a large beanbag chair, about 2 meters wide and high. SCP-999 is composed of an oil-like substance currently unknown to the scientific community. SCP-999's surface is composed of a thin, transparent membrane, like an animal cell, approximately 0.5 centimeters thick, and is also highly elastic, allowing SCP-999 to flatten parts of its body to a thickness of 2 centimeters. While SCP-999 can actively drink liquids, its skin is hydrophobic. The rest of SCP-999 is a slimy orange substance of unknown composition, though it is able to digest organic matter with ease. As this long paragraph appears, the audience, who were originally speculating on what SCP-999 was, were suddenly stunned. S.H.I.E.L.D's agents also widened their eyes. XX Natasha Romanoff stared at the screen intently, and said in amazement, "Isn't this just a slime?" "Well, a large slime at that." Looking at the screen, Nick Fury subconsciously had a similar picture in his mind. Then his black face grew darker. "Did you remember?" Dr. Kondriki looked at Lin Lang and said exaggeratedly, "That's the guy, damn, who wouldn't like it? If Site-17 didn't have 999 I'm going crazy over those idiots." Lin Lang looked at him, indifferent. "Damn it, you're definitely not normal." Ignoring Dr. Kondriki's complaints, Lin Lang continued reading. Subject possesses a playful temperament similar to that of a dog. When approached, SCP-999 will display unusual levels of excitement, crawling towards the nearest human and leaping upon them. Then it hugs them with 2 tentacles, nuzzles their faces with the third, and makes high-pitched giggles and coos. Depending on the subject it touches, SCP-999's body will emit a pleasant smell. Recorded smells include chocolate, laundry detergent, bacon, roses, and Play-Doh. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room seemed to have seen a picture. The orange slime clattered towards Lin Lang's legs. While holding his legs and shaking, while giggling. For a moment, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. Nick Fury was also a little confused. Could it be that the O5 Council wants to make fun of Lin Lang? Although he admitted that the picture might be interesting. Touching the surface of SCP-999 will immediately produce a sense of mental euphoria, and this feeling will intensify while in contact with SCP-999, and will last long after separation from the target. The subject's favorite behavior is tickle fighting, usually by wrapping the person up from the neck down and tickling them until they beg for mercy, although it often ignores this request. Although injuries may occur, it has never been found to actively harm others. If it hurts someone, it will immediately retreat and shrink into a small pile, making a squeaky sound, like a whimpering puppy apologizing for accidentally hurting someone. See here, even though no one has seen SCP-999 yet, but I was also completely moved by the cuteness of the tickle monster described in the file. What is this super cute thing? No one expected that in addition to the mysterious and bizarre Foundation, in addition to the inmates who would kill at any time, there is actually such a healing thing as the itch monster. Just a second ago, I was still shocked by the power of the 3 Death God brothers. The next second I saw the cute slime. Even the style of painting has changed. The target will contact anyone, but is more interested in those who are unhappy or hurt. No matter how much damage people have suffered, they will be healed after contact with SCP-999 and will be full of optimism about the future of life. For example, people suffering from severe depression or post-traumatic stress disorder report that they have a much more positive outlook on life after a day of contact with SCP-99. The possibility of using SCP-999's mucus to create an antidepressant has been discussed. See here, the eyes of all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents melted. What kind of magical and cute thing is this? It can actually heal people on a physical level. Damn it, I really want to raise some knowledge. This guy is so interesting. The agents didn't notice at all. The more they talked about it, Nick Fury's face became darker. He even began to doubt himself. Damn it, am I really overthinking it? Judging from the current situation, no matter how you look at SCP-999, it seems to be harmless to humans and animals. Is it really like what Dr. Kondriki said? Is this the O5 Council's care for Lin Lang? Camartage. Oh my god, so cute. Just like a puppy, Ancient One. Listening to the discussions of the magic apprentices, Ancient One's expression looked a little strange. AFE level collection has appeared before, for example, 343, 321, and 105 have appeared before. But these 343 is the omniscient and omnipotent God. 321 is the child of a member of the O5 Council. 105 is a former Pandora's Box member who had previously saved Lin Lang. All of them are complex containment objects. SCP-999. At present, it is just a cute little creature. How did Lin Lang get appointed to lead this project? Isn't this just overkill? The Ancient One had a similar idea to Nick Fury. There is a problem. But she continued reading. Regarding the target's naughty behavior, SCP-999 seems to love all animals, especially humans. It refuses to eat meat and is willing to sacrifice itself to save others. It will even jump up to block a bullet shot at it. There is ongoing discussion about the target's intelligence. Despite its rather childish behavior, it can understand human language and most modern technology, including guns. The target's diet consists mainly of candies and sweets, with MMS registered trademark chocolate beans and NECO registered trademark wafers being its favorites. Its eating pattern is similar to that of an amoeba. 0. After reading this in one breath, Lin Lang paused. This is the end of the file. The result is clear at a glance. SCP-999 is really just an ordinary, even somewhat cute safe-class containment object. He put down the file, his eyes somewhat puzzled. Dr. Kondriki couldn't wait to ask, how is it? Are you excited? Lin Lang looked at him calmly. Nothing was said, yet it seemed as if everything was said. Dr. Kondriki retreated. Okay, you're just like that Gears guy. An old man without emotions is just as boring. Lin Lang ignored Dr. Kondriki's teasing and asked, what else? Besides. Dr. Kondriki scratched his head. Oh, and you have to be careful not to feed it any type of caffeinated soft drinks when feeding it. Lin Lang, why? When this was mentioned, Dr. Kondriki seemed to have thought of something, immediately started to curse. Shit, wasn't it last week that someone gave SCP-999 a can of Coke in addition to its usual breakfast and it bounced on the wall for half an hour? SCP-999 is super sick because of the carbonic acid. Dr. Kondriki said unhappily, so it refused to move or eat for the rest of the day. Fortunately, SCP-999 has since recovered. Those staff members who were not serious about their work were arrested by me. He cursed me to bits. As soon as these words came out, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't hold back. Laughed out loud. I don't like caffeinated drinks. Is this thing really abnormal? Not a puppy? Lin Lang said helplessly, I mean, why let me be in charge of SCP-999? Is it true that some O5 counselor is interested in you? Dr. Kondriki looked suspicious. Facing Lin Li's cold gaze, Dr. Kondriki retreated immediately. Shrug, okay. I guess, it's probably related to an interactive experiment that happened not long ago. Hearing this, Lin Lang raised his eyebrows. Interactive experiments? And S.H.I.E.L.D's Nick Fury immediately stood up. He looked at Natasha Romanoff with a smug look, as if to say, I told you there was a problem. Then, ignoring Natasha Romanoff's gnashing of teeth, he looked at the screen intently, I'm afraid I'll miss the cross. Last week, they came up with the idea of limiting SCP-682's rampage by bringing it into contact with SCP-999. After a pause, Dr. Kondriki pulled out a videotape, then, there was the cross-experiment between SCP-999 and SCP-682. Chapter 131. S.H.I.E.L.D. Interaction Experiment with 682. Nick Fury's eyes widened immediately, thinking he was having an illusion. SCP-682 is now considered an old character. But every time it appears, it is definitely the most brutal and violent character. Nick Fury never imagined that the Foundation would use 999 to interact with 682. Are they crazy? Are you planning to use 999 to kill 682? Or go and cure 682? There was a look of deep confusion on his face. Suppressing his inner doubts, he continued to look at the screen. Without further explanation, Dr. Kondriki inserted a videotape into the computer. Soon, the familiar figure of SCP-682 appeared in front of everyone. A body as huge as a mountain, the tangled muscles seemed to contain endless power. As if it were the world's top predator, take a look, I felt cold all over. The moment they saw the number 682, the hearts of the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly tightened. 999 and 682 interact? Isn't this just to make 999 die? Then, everyone then saw SCP-999 being placed into SCP-682's container. For a moment, everyone's heart was in their throat. I was afraid that 999 would be torn to pieces by the angry 682. Surprisingly, 999 is not as fearful as everyone imagines. On the contrary, it even actively crawled towards 682. As it squirmed, it also let out an excited giggle. Coo. And 682, who was originally thought to be able to tear the opponent into pieces, was completely stunned. People even heard it speak human language. It groaned in confusion and growled, what the hell is this horse? Talking room, SCP-999 has moved to directly in front of SCP-682. Jumping up and down like a dog, accompanied by sharp barking. He SCP-682's face showed visible disgust. It groaned, so disgusting. SCP-682 finally couldn't bear it anymore. All I heard was an angry roar. SCP-682 then immediately rushed towards SCP-999 and crushed it. That's right, I beat him up. Physically beaten. 682's sharp claws had no effect on 999's slippery skin. The researcher outside the door saw the accident and wanted to terminate the experiment immediately. Unexpectedly, at this moment, SCP-682 begins to speak. It muttered, looking at its body blankly, what is this? It makes a low-pitched sound, kind of like a slight gurgling sound. Its expression changed completely, I feel my whole body, it's itchy. Talking room, SCP-999 crawls up from SCP-682's toes. Along its side, close to its neck, and begin to grope gently with the pseudopodia. Afterwards, a wide smile slowly spread across SCP-682's face. It gurgled heavily, I feel, so, happy. Happy. Until the end, it even laughed out loud, happy, happy. SCP-682 repeated the word happy for several minutes. It went from occasional laughter to constant laughter. The laughter continued, SCP-682 lay on its back, its tail striking the floor with terrifying force. Bang bang bang. Looking at 682 laughing crazily on the screen, looking at such a weird picture, the entire Marvel world fell into an indescribable silence. In an instant. Boom. The audience of the entire Marvel world was completely blown away. WTF? Did I see a ghost? Oh my god, 682 is actually laughing? This guy is almost dying of laughter. Damn it, not only is 999 not afraid of 682, but it can also affect it, it's incredible. Hell, I even think 682 is kind of funny at this moment. It's crazy, it's absolutely crazy. S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing 682 rolling on the ground with laughter in the picture, all the agents were stunned. Everyone stared at each other in bewilderment. No one expected that 682 is a strong Keter level. He was subdued by a safe level containment object. Nick Fury opened his mouth several times. But no one could speak. Looking at the scene in front of him, he felt something in his heart. Funny? Camartage. Ancient One looked at the screen with an expression of disbelief on his face. She even thought for a moment that she was infected by some meme. Causes hallucinations. She just wanted to say, 682, who couldn't stop laughing on the screen, is he really the offspring of the Supreme Being, the Crimson King? It's crazy. On the screen. Even Lin Lang, who usually keeps his emotions to himself, was a little surprised. Dr. Kondraki crossed his legs and looked at the screen with great amusement. I told you that no one can resist this little guy. Look, this is the first time I've seen 682 react like this. On the computer screen, 682 rolled on the ground, laughing angrily. Stop. Stop tickling, that's all. SCP-682 and SCP-999 continue their tickling war until SCP-682 finally collapses. He looked like he was asleep, with a smile on his face. After 15 minutes of inactivity, 2D class personnel entered the room and retrieved SCP-999. When SCP-999 leaves, SCP-682 immediately awakens and begins emitting an unidentifiable energy wave from its body, laughing maniacally. Then, the audience in the live broadcast room saw a strange scene. All personnel within the energy wave range, they all burst into crazy laughter. This allowed SCP-682 to escape and kill as many as it could. For a moment, the screen was dyed red with blood. What is even more surprising is that during this period, SCP-999 actually put all its efforts into saving people. While fending off 682's attacks, he brought them to a safe place to recover from the laughter wave. At the end of the screen, agents subdued and recontained SCP-682. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room breathed a sigh of relief. Dr. Kondraki found another cigarette from somewhere. After lighting it, he took a deep puff and his expression instantly relaxed a lot despite the huge amounts of damage SCP-682 caused to the facility. SCP-999 showed no fear when faced with the creature. Dr. Kondraki crossed his legs and looked at Lin Lang. After a pause, he continued, it actually made gestures that it wanted to play with SCP-682. However, SCP-682 stated, that disgusting little snot blob should be data expunged dead. Lin Lang didn't say anything, but looked thoughtful. Dr. Kondraki didn't care, looked at the screen and smiled. Although the experiment failed and ended tragically, it was the funniest thing I've ever seen. He paused, with a smile on his face. I never thought I'd ever use the word cute to describe SCP-682. I'll definitely be keeping a copy of this test tape for myself. See here, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. Damn it, I just felt the same way. I have recorded the video and sent it to those 682 fans to show them how stupid 682 is. Oh my god, 999 is so kind and lovely. Not only can he control 682, but he also kindly helps the employees. Damn. I think I can raise one. I can see why they say this is one of the easiest and most coveted jobs in the entire Foundation. S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing that 999 doesn't seem to have anything special to pay attention to, Natasha Romanoff suddenly stood up again. She looked at Nick Fury proudly. Boss, it seems that the reason why Lin Lang was assigned this project is probably because the O5 Council wanted to give him a vacation. Nick Fury's face darkened. He stared at the screen, lost in thought. Shouldn't it? If he were Lin Lang's leader, for this elite among the elite, shouldn't it be used just on the cutting edge? How could he be assigned the task of taking care of a child? Camartage. Ancient One stared at the screen blankly. The absurd feeling in my heart disappeared, and was replaced by a kind of hesitation. Because when 682 released the energy wave, she suddenly felt a familiar fluctuation in 999's body. Although this fluctuation is weak, but a name suddenly emerged in her mind. The Crimson King. That's right. Just now, the Ancient One actually sensed a bloodline from SCP-999 that was the same as that of 682. Could it be that? It seems that he thought of something. Ancient One's expression suddenly froze, and his pupils shrank into a dot. She stared at the screen intently. A great fear surged in her heart. The deepest part of the universe. Observer dimension. Ueda saw much more than the Ancient One, therefore, the moment 999 appeared, he realized something was wrong. This smell, damn it! Ueda's eyes widened immediately. Is it him? Screen. Lin Lang took away the files and videotapes. The audience in the live broadcast room thought that the task was over. Unexpectedly, Lin Lang just returned to the dormitory. An emergency notice popped up on the computer. The Foundation terminal is online. Please enter your login information and password. When he quickly entered his information, a message popped up on the screen. Hello, Dr. Linda. You have 1. New message 05 instructions. This message is for the eyes of high-level researcher Lin Lang only. Unauthorized access will result in mandatory amnesia, demotion, and possible termination. Do you want to continue? Seeing this, Lin Lang frowned. The audience in the live broadcast room held their breath. What's happening? Another order from 05? S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff, who was so proud just now, was stunned. Staring at the screen in disbelief. On the contrary, Nick Fury suddenly stood up again. He looked at the screen excitedly. It's finally here. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Unauthorized access will result in mandatory amnesiac administration. Even demotion and possible execution. This means that this information is absolutely confidential. Restraining his inner excitement, he looked at the screen intently. In the screen, Lin Lang hesitated for a moment and clicked yes. A multi-module biometric identity scan is required to access this message. Submit scan. Yes. Then, a red light peeked out from the camera window of the laptop. Start facial recognition scan. Do not smile. Confirm identity starting retina/iris scan. Don't blink. Confirming identity 0.2 start palm print scanning. Please place your right hand on the mat. Confirm your identity. Scan the implanted RFID tag on your hand. Keep still. Confirm your identity. After several tedious scanning and recognition steps, only a beep was heard. Access granted. The time, date, and location of your receipt of this message have been reported to 05 Command. Upon hearing the notice, Lin Lang's expression became serious. What exactly is it? Without hesitation, he opened the file directly. Source: OS Command Subject 5/999 Clearance. Hello, Dr. Lind. Congratulations on being appointed as the chief researcher of SCP-999, which is one of the easiest and most enviable tasks in the entire Foundation. SCP-999 is one of the few anomalies in our custody that not only will not actively harm you, but will actively try to save you if you are in danger. While your initial reaction upon receiving this assignment was undoubtedly one of jubilation, you may find it odd that such a seemingly low-risk position was assigned to an O5 Council. It will be directly assigned. If you had heard rumors about this before you took up your post, you might have thought it was just nepotism, that the O5s were giving them the most secure jobs. To protect their relatives and friends. Seeing this, Lin Lang frowned subconsciously. The audience in the live broadcast room lived in Bungbu. They all burst into laughter. Until the next sentence appears. Unless you are so narcissistic that you think someone on the O5 Council must have a crush on you, you probably already realized that this is not the case. Chapter 132. Once these words came out, the audience, who were originally cheerful, suddenly became silent. What's happening? Is there really a hidden story? S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury was beaming with joy. That's it. How could the O5 Council do something so unprofessional? Obviously there is an ulterior motive. Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes. It turns out that leaders are all pigs. I want to see what the ulterior motive is. On the screen, Lin Lang frowned slightly. Then scrolled down the email. More content appeared on the screen. To understand why this is of concern to us, you need to understand the origins of 999. Origin? Lin Lang's eyes flickered and he continued reading. You may have noticed that the file where it was found does not mention where it was found. This was intentionally omitted. If you are not familiar with the mythology of the Scarlet King, I recommend reading his story. There is a large amount of unclassified information about him in the Foundation database. All relevant information indicates that he is the most powerful malevolent entity in the multi-universe. A large number of SCPs we have are either abominations born from his or of his daughters, or creations of mortals given by him directly or indirectly. As this paragraph appears on the screen, the audience who had just been talking about it were suddenly stunned. Immediately, all kinds of doubts filled the live broadcast room. WTF? What's going on? Is there really another hidden story? The Crimson King? Is he the supreme god who previously invaded the Devourer of Worlds? He is the most powerful malevolent entity in the multi-universe. Damn, this method is too evil, isn't it? Oh my god. Could it be that SCP-999 is related to this supreme god? Ah? No way. Camartage. Ancient One was in a trance. 15 Crimson King. Is it really related to the Crimson King? Her eyes were almost filled with shock. So, what is the connection between SCP-999 and the Scarlet King? Thinking of this, Ancient One couldn't help but look at the screen again with worry. But the next moment, she was stunned. Just see. In the picture on the light curtain, Lin Lang did not have a reporter to underline the file. Instead, he pondered for a while and turned on another computer. Then, in the Foundation's internal database, I entered, the Crimson King. Seeing these 4 words, the entire Marvel Universe audience was stunned. An invisible fear suddenly enveloped the entire Marvel world. All the audience dared not to breathe. Holding his breath, he looked at the screen with trembling eyes. Supreme Divinity, Crimson King. Seeing this file appear on the screen, Lin Lang's hand trembled slightly. Even his eyes couldn't help but become solemn. This is a warning from reason. From the instinct of seeking benefits and avoiding harm. Not only him, the sweat on S.H.I.E.L.D's Nick Fury's forehead immediately fell down. His originally dark face was now pale and blue. The hands holding the table trembled slightly. Tony in the Stark Industrial Building, the smile on his face has completely disappeared. Instead, his face was filled with solemnity. Supreme Divinity. The Crimson King. Just these 8 words, it is enough to irritate the nerves of everyone in the Marvel world. Finally, Lin Lang clicked in. For a moment, the entire Marvel world fell into silence. There is no long speech as people imagine. There is no horrible image as people imagine. Just a short paragraph. The Crimson King is not a god, it is an idea, an abnormally swirling creation, closely related to the number 7. It comes from countless eras and spreads throughout the multi-universe. It is the revenge of previous civilizations, the tension between the ages, and the hatred of barbarism for modernity. Entities that are believed by the public to be the Scarlet King will be branded with its traces, such as 2317. Where there is modernity, there is the Crimson King, who sees modernity as evil, but at the same time it is modernity that shapes it, allowing it to correct modernity into barbarism. The Foundation tries to figure out everything and put the entire universe into a box. The King of Solid Red is the world's resistance to this. It is the sound in the wind. Not containing it is the best way to contain its silence. A deathly silence spread across the Marvel world. The audience in the live broadcast room, who had been chattering away, fell completely silent. Obviously only a few short sentences, but it was like the most terrifying nightmare, sweeping away everyone's psychological defenses. Shock, fear, disbelief. All kinds of emotions overwhelmed everyone's rationality. Finally, emotions suddenly flooded the live broadcast room along with the overwhelming barrage of comments. FK. 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 So this is the Crimson King. Oh my god, is there really such an unsolvable existence in the universe? The Devourer of Worlds, just because people associated it with the Crimson King, was invaded by the concept of the Crimson King. Damn it, just the concept of it can infect another supreme deity. Camartage. This isn't the Ancient One's first foray into the concept of the Scarlet King. She used to be ignorant of the immensity of the world. Even bold enough to use the Eye of Agamotto to look directly at 682, intent on finding the source of its immortal power. Result, but he unexpectedly saw the blood of the Crimson King remaining in 682's body. That is exactly the case. She saw the projection of the Crimson King, saw the world's greatest horror. At that time, all her rationality was overwhelmed by fear, and she was unable to think about what the Crimson King was. Until now. After seeing this content, her mind was shaken by this astonishing fact. The whole body seems to be frozen in place. Even my eyes lost focus, as if being pulled by an invisible force. The deepest part of the universe. Observer dimension. Yuedu has completely lost the ability to think. Lin Lang's heavy breathing on the screen, in his ears, as loud and terrifying as the trumpet of Judgment Day. His eyes were fixed on one of the sentences, "It comes from countless eras," spread across the entire multi-universe. Looking at this passage, it was as if a cold current rushed up my spine. He couldn't control his trembling. Even if his mind told him not to think about it, but he couldn't help thinking, does the Crimson King exist in our universe? S.H.I.E.L.D. The agent stared at the screen intently. The expression on his face was anxious. Nick Fury, who was standing by, rested his hands on the table. The feeling of astonishment surged in my body like a silent gale. Even though he had already realized that the Crimson King was definitely the supreme god. However, after seeing his information, Nick Fury discovered that I still think it's too simple. There is a difference between the Supreme Godhead and the Supreme Godhead. Human thinking limits his imagination of power. But it also made him regain his sanity quickly. At the moment, there was only one question in his mind: what is the relationship between SCP-999 and Crimson? Screen. Lin Lang closed the search thoughtfully. Turn your attention back to the email. Even if the audience noticed, with the appearance of the words Crimson King, even Lin Lang's eyes couldn't help but become serious. You have been with us since you became a researcher, Dr. Linier. During this time, I imagine you have heard many rumors about some of the terrible things we have done in the Foundation that you have never witnessed with your own eyes. Perhaps there is a rumor that an innocent young girl was the victim of a satanic ritual and we were forced to do something to her to prevent the end of the world? Perhaps you heard someone mutter the words 110 Montauk. I regret to inform you that these rumors are true. Or at least, they were. Satanic ritual? 110 Montauk? Prevent the end of the world? I don't know why. After seeing these two unfamiliar words, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly had an ominous premonition. Lin Lang's fingers holding the mouse gradually lost color due to the force. A thaumatic cult calling itself the Children of the Scarlet King performs a ritual that causes 7 young girls to become vessels for the Scarlet King's 7 brides, allowing them to bear his horrific offspring. How they acquired the knowledge to perform this ritual is unclear, as all the information we have is in handwritten notebooks. Surface similarities to Sarkic activity have led some to speculate that the Children of the Scarlet King may have some connection to modern Sarkicism. It's an interesting idea, but no concrete evidence has been found linking the two. Investigation into this matter is ongoing. As new content appears on the screen, everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. was completely stunned. The thaumaturgical cult of the Crimson King's son wants to give birth to the Crimson King's offspring through a ritual? Are these people crazy? The Crimson King is the most powerful malevolent entity in the multi-universe. Once his child is born, it is absolutely a catastrophe for the entire human race. No wonder they say to prevent the end of the world. Natasha Romanoff stared at the screen, her whole body in a trance. No one expected that behind the ordinary SCP-999, there is actually such a terrifying secret. Nick Fury was also extremely shocked, but his eyes remained on the thaumaturgical cult of the Scarlet King's sons, and modern Sarkicism. The anomaly is enough to make people despair, but there are still so many crazy people who believe in evil gods. When I think of the 770 fund being used to contain anomalies, we have to spend our energy to deal with the evil cult. We even have to be on guard against the offspring of evil gods created by those lunatics. Nick Fury suddenly felt a headache. He suppressed feeling restless inside. He looked at the screen again. As for the ritual originally, each birth will cause greater destruction than the last. If the 7th bride gives birth to a child, the prophecies written by the cult priests will be no less than apocalyptic. Record. Only by carrying out the 110 Montauk procedure every day can this incident be prevented. Fortunately, there is information about 110 Montauk in the notebook. Detailed instructions on how to execute are required. Why would they come up with a countermeasure to stop the disaster they are trying to evoke? We need more information about these entities. Fortunately, our archaeologists have unearthed countless tablets, scrolls, and ancient Devite artifacts. They are a brutal and warlike people, who have been granted evil power and knowledge by the Scarlet King as a reward for the death and suffering they have caused. Among the Devite tablets we have, there is one covered in dust and blood, which records the epic story of the Scarlet King and his brides. The content is very detailed. See here, the fear and shock in everyone's hearts gradually subsided. Instead, there was an emotion that was hard to describe. Every peck and every sip has its own destiny. The fanatical followers of the Crimson King left behind records in order to remember their god. And the Foundation. However, according to the records, a way was found to prevent the birth of the heir of the Crimson Prince. See here, some viewers with a keen sense of smell have almost guessed the relationship between SCP-999 and the Lord of Deep Lines. As expected, as the next paragraph appears, their suspicions were confirmed. The information we find most significant for our situation is that the seventh bride is not like her sisters. She never completely succumbed to the king's conquests. Instead of monsters, she gave birth to heroes, hoping that they would destroy her sister's children and overthrow their father. So far, everything has failed, but by a vote of 7 in favor and 6 against, the O5 Council decided to believe that the seventh bride still did not surrender, and her child would become our wealth. At the risk of causing an XK-class end-of-the-world scenario, SCP-231-7 was removed from 110 Montauk following the deaths of SCP-231-1 through -6. The procedure was terminated and she was allowed to have children. Lin Lang glanced at the email. Until he saw a sentence, his eyes suddenly turned all the way. SCP-999 is the result. Chapter 133. The moment I saw this sentence, a strong shock suddenly filled Lin Lang's heart. He completely forgot to breathe. The pupils couldn't help but dilate. As if to confirm his thoughts, another sentence appeared immediately after the email. Read it again. Make sure you understand the absurdity of it. The itch monster is the child of the Crimson King. See here, the audience in the live broadcast room were originally shocked. The scene was immediately outraged. WTF? Tickle monster is the Scarlet King's child? Are you crazy? Damn it, SCP-999 is so cute and healing, how could it be the child of the Scarlet King? No, this is wrong, right? Tickle monster's ability is healing, and the Crimson King is an evil god. Oh my god, the offspring of the evil god is a kind and cute tickle monster. I must be crazy. The audience in the live broadcast room just found it unbelievable. Camartage. Ancient One stared at the screen blankly. The complex emotions finally turned into a sigh. As expected, SCP-999 is indeed the offspring of the Scarlet King. She was not shocked, just absurd. An indescribable emotion came over me. It even made her laugh unconsciously. The tickle monster is the offspring of the Crimson King, ha 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 ha. The deepest part of the universe. Uetu had already reached this conclusion a long time ago. But when this idea was confirmed, there was still a wave of turmoil in my heart. Not to the Scarlet King, but to the Foundation. He didn't expect that the Foundation could actually find a way to prevent the birth of the Supreme God's offspring. It's unbelievable. He suppressed his inner shock and continued reading. We've been running counterintelligence operations ever since, which is why everyone and their mother thinks we still have 10 teenage girls tied up in a bunker somewhere. We made them think so. Even better, the children of the Crimson King believed they were fooling us into thinking their king was a threat. Convince the Crimson King's son that the Crimson King is a threat? See here, even Lin Lang couldn't help but be shocked. What a genius idea. The only one who can stop the Supreme God is another Supreme God. The only thing that can prevent the Crimson Prince's heir from coming is his heir's fear of him. Keep reading. By the way, this girl is very nice. She was cured of her torment by SCP-999, and at the moment it was decided that she could return to her family, provided they were all given Class F amnestics, implanted with new identities, and relocated to 10 towns at least 1,000 kilometers away from the last known activity of the Scarlet Children. At the insistence of the Ethics Committee, the family was also awarded a 7-figure compensation as compensation for our repeated crimes against their daughter, as were the families of other SCP-231s. I think this is technically our fault. In case there are spies of the Scarlet Children lurking in the Foundation, as far as anyone knows, 231-7's family was killed in front of her as part of 110 Montauk. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room looked at each other in surprise. No one expected that the girl who gave birth to the heir of the Crimson Prince did not survive. But the spy from the son of the Scarlet King, it also caused concern among many people. Lin Lang sliding roller, more content appeared on the screen. I'm sure you must be skeptical. Are we crazy? How can our cute little tickle monster hope to destroy an extremely powerful rock terror? Okay, SCP-999 isn't even 10 yet. It's still just a child, and hasn't mastered its full powers yet. Even so, its powers are incredible. Even brief interaction with SCP-999 can permanently cure severe depression and PTSD, and recent experiments have resulted in the complete transformation of D-class personnel who were previously unrepentant sociopaths. This effect is not chemical, but spiritual, and one day it will become powerful enough that even the Crimson King himself will not be immune. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience in the live broadcast room were shocked. Even though I have already seen SCP-999's healing ability, even SCP-682 cannot resist its ability. However, the audience never expected that the Foundation actually thought that the tickle monster would grow large enough to affect the Scarlet King. Camartage. How is it possible? Ancient One looked at the screen. Open your eyes wide, his face was full of disbelief. Although he has never faced the real body of the Crimson King, even his projection can easily wipe out the Ancient One's sanity. How could such a supreme god be affected by a safe-level containment object? This is even more incredible than knowing that SCP-999 is the offspring of the Scarlet King. The deepest part of the universe. Observer Uatu fell into deep thought when he saw this scene. Although SCP-999 looks harmless now, it is not very strong. But as the email said, who knows how strong it will be when it grows? You know, the Crimson King is the supreme god, then his offspring are at least divine beings. Perhaps SCP-999 can really grow to the point where it can influence the Crimson King. Thinking of this, the observer couldn't help but look at the light curtain again. Experiments with SCP-682 have been very interesting. Based on multiple device texts, including the description from SCP-140 originally, we are fairly certain that 682 is a descendant of the fourth Crimson Bride. If this is true, then SCP-999 is powerful enough to temporarily quell the ill will of its own brothers and sisters. Perhaps one day, 999 will be powerful enough to permanently transform its family members, to permanently reform its family members, just as it transforms humans. It will not overthrow the Red King by force, but illuminate the darkest hearts with light, love, and laughter. See here, the audience, who were originally shocked that SCP-999 was the heir of the Crimson Prince, were stunned. Countless eyes were fixed on the screen. This item number is SCP-682. Then, the live broadcast room exploded. WTF? Not only is SCP-999 the heir of the Crimson Prince, but SCP-682 is also. Oh my god! That's crazy! Oh my god, how many offspring does the Crimson King have? No wonder 682 is immortal and even considered by the doctors to be in existence outside the law. It turns out that it also has crimson blood. But, is this idea likely to succeed? S.H.I.E.L.D. The agents were also shocked by this explosive news. They are just ordinary people, without the observation power of the observer Uatu, nor is there the eye of Agamotto of the Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One. They had seen how powerful 682 was, but no one had ever associated it with the Supreme God, the Crimson King. No wonder SCP-999 and SCP-682 can interact, so this is the case. Nick Fury looked at the screen and murmured, unfortunately, although SCP-999's ability can affect 682, the effect is not as good as expected. Thinking of this, his eyes were fixed on. 682 is the descendant of the fourth Crimson Bride. 682 is the fourth child, 999 is the seventh child, so. His eyes flickered. So. Did the other 5 brides give birth to the Scarlet King's children? If yes, who else could it be? Thinking of this, the shock in his eyes had been completely replaced by curiosity. Lin Lang quietly looked at the email, his face was calm, it's hard to tell what he's thinking. After pondering for a while, he slid the wheel. 999 is not actually a safe class SCP. It is actually Thaumiel. It is the best and only weapon we have against some of the most powerful hostile entities known to exist. Seeing this, Lin Lang raised his eyebrows. Not safe, but Thaumiel? The audience in the live broadcast room were also stunned. WTF? Thaumiel-class SCPs are anomalies used by the Foundation to contain or counter other SCPs or anomalous phenomena. Every Thaumiel-level SCP is the most confidential. For example, SCP-2000 is a last resort that can restart the world. No one expected that SCP-999, which looks cute, is actually a Thaumiel-level SCP. Even considered by the O5 to be the only weapon against other hostile entities? It's unbelievable. But on second thought, if SCP-999 does grow to the point where it can affect even to the extent of changing the Supreme God Crimson King, then it seems that there will be no problem dealing with other hostile entities. Definitely, Doctor, enjoy your new, relatively safe position, but remember that SCP-999 is not just a pet as we think. It is one of our most valuable assets and must be protected at all costs. Its safety and well-being are of paramount importance, and you are not authorized to freely share this information without a Level 5/999 security clearance. According to the agreement, unauthorized disclosure of Level 5 classified information will result in your termination. The email will be automatically deleted once you leave the terminal, so you can reread it as many times as needed to remember all the relevant information. Take good care of our little tickle monster. The fate of the multi-universe may depend on it. After seeing the last sentence, the audience in the live broadcast room would no longer question it. Because SCP-999, as the seventh son of the Supreme God Crimson King, it really has the potential. The audience in the live broadcast room finally understood. Why is Lin Lang, an elite among the elite, assigned such a job? As the computer appeared. The message has been deleted. You have 0 unread messages. Logout completed. Goodbye. The content of the email disappeared instantly. As the screen fell into darkness, the audience in the live broadcast room were talking about it, and the extraordinary chat group was also it's very lively. Tony, I never expected that such a cute tickle monster could be the offspring of the Supreme God. Deadpool, damn, this kid doesn't look anything like his father. Steve, wouldn't it be fine if it looked like it? That being said, I really hope it can grow to the level that the Foundation expects. Hulk, if Lin Lang continues to take care of it, there will definitely be a day when Zhao Zhao will succeed. Future technology building. Peter Parker looked at the darkened screen in the sky. I couldn't calm down for a long time. He subconsciously looked at Lin Lang, who was writing something at his desk. I wanted to ask questions several times, but I always stopped myself from speaking. Ha ha ha, it's so itchy, damn it, I'm going to be angry. Jia's laughter suddenly came from the next room. As well as a faint, puppy-like laugh. Peter Parker's expression became serious, and he froze in place. No. No way. That's definitely not some tickle monster. Not even the seventh son of the Crimson King. The one making the noise was definitely just a puppy. Right. Just a puppy. Force yourself to calm down. Peter Parker trembled and turned his attention to the screen in the sky again. Little did he know that cold sweat had already soaked his back. Lin Lang looked up at the room where Jia was, then shook his head helplessly. Housekeeper. Qin's voice responded, Master. How is our containment item 52? His response is fairly stable. And his brother? He injured our security personnel. Hearing this, Lin Lang nodded and said calmly, since he is so energetic, let our little lizard go and play with him. It's a hindrance. Oh, by the way, Lin Lang raised his lips slightly. The pace of containment can be accelerated appropriately. There are still many anomalies waiting for us in the universe. Clear. Chapter 134. Unknown Space. Maximus woke up from the pain. He opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was this mysterious space that seemed like empty space. What the hell? What happened? He tried to recall what had happened before, and suddenly he felt a splitting headache. His hateful. Could it be that my brother discovered my plan? As a member of the Inhuman royal family and the younger brother of Black Bolt, he is also the second most important person in Adalan. He is a man of high position and authority. Without enjoying his superior position, on the contrary, after Turigen mutated and became a human, he always held a grudge against his brother Black Bolt. He even planned a coup to assassinate Black Bolt and take his place. Who knows, before the plan was realized, Adalan suffered a catastrophe. At this moment, he finally remembered what had happened. Feather. Angel. The gigantic angel with 10,000 wings appeared in Adalan and easily destroyed the Inhuman kingdom. Not only did Black Bolt's invincible ultrasonic attack fail to kill the guy, instead, it caused the opponent's size to soar wildly. This eventually led to the destruction of S.H.I.E.L.D. Recalling the terrifying ability of the 10,000 winged angel, the color on Maximus' face suddenly disappeared. Looking around again, his eyes had become filled with fear. By the way, I just woke up once, and it seems I injured a human? Future technology company? Damn it! It must have been done by those lowly humans. Thinking of this, Maximus, who already despised humans, suddenly became angry. Come here. Do you know who I am? I am a noble inhuman. I am the king of S.H.I.E.L.D. Clang. Maximus was interrupted by a collision before he could finish his words. Maximus frowned as he looked at a huge amount of column cabins that appeared out of nowhere not far away. He frowned and approached cautiously, then looked at the huge amounts of the cylinder. What the hell? A cryo chamber. He leaned over to listen to what was going on inside. Then I heard a click. Maximus was startled and subconsciously distanced himself. Unfortunately, he was busy launching a coup before that and had no time to look at the past life exposure system on the sky. Otherwise, he would definitely recognize that the thing 657 in front of him was the containment chamber that contained the stag and the gatekeeper that appeared in SCP-1730. Under Maximus's vigilant gaze, puff, there was a sound of pressure release from the airlock door. The light on the hatch turned bright red and then green. Snap! A huge amount of black shadow stepped out of the room filled with cold white fog. The moment I saw this guy, an extreme fear almost froze Maximus' soul. Boom! Boom! Every time it took a step, it made a dull sound. Every step seemed to step on Maximus' heart. Finally, the white mist dissipated, and Maximus saw clearly what was in front of him. It was like a combination of a crocodile and a lizard, with a huge body over 6 meters tall and full of explosive muscles. The brown-black skin is full of grooves, and the stratum corneum is like a thick suit of armor. There are several scratches on the neck that look like fish gills. There are densely packed sharp long teeth in the mouth. Especially those huge amounts of eyes, full of madness, violence, hatred, and anger. If any audience sees this guy, they will definitely recognize him at the first sight. SCP-682, No Fire Lizard. The fourth son of the Crimson King. Immortality, infinite growth. However, now, it's just a small toy in Lin Lang's hand. Definitely, even small toys, it is more than enough to deal with a small inhuman race. Those scarlet eyes locked onto Maximus, and he was so grateful that his soul froze. Phew, this smell is simply disgusting. 682's voice is like the roar of a lion. In the deep darkness, his fear became even more intense. It was as if a cold tentacle was reaching out to his soul, gradually strangling his breath. In the face of fear, he had nowhere to escape and could only helplessly bear the tremendous pressure on his mind. It was an indescribable moment of horror, when everything became so unbearably lonely and silent. No. I am the king of the Inhumans. I am the king of S.H.I.E.L.D. Maximus retreated and consoled himself. I was strengthened by the Turigen mist when I was a baby. I have a powerful telepathy ability. As he spoke, his eyes were filled with bloodshot, and he looked fiercely at the approaching 682, You are nothing but a stupid mutant monster. How dare you challenge? The words haven't finished yet. A strong wind blows. Maximus just felt like a supersonic train was crashing towards him. His pupils suddenly shrank into a point. Phew, crash! The gushing blood turned into a cloud of mist before it even hit the ground. Soon, a teeth-grinding chewing sound was heard. In less than 3 seconds, only a pool of blood remained in the void, as if Maximus had never existed. Mission accomplished, 682 returned to the containment chamber in silence. The void returned to peace again. The audience of Marvel World is still immersed in the shock brought by the email. No one knows what happened in that void. When the screen comes on again, Lin Lang appeared in the picture. He was seen wearing a white coat, walking through the site. Everyone around him nodded and said hello, Dr. Linear. Tutor. Lin, can I apply to take care of SCP-999 next Wednesday? Lin Lang nodded and ignored the last person's words. Finally, after passing through several areas, he found his target. SCP-999. Cluck, cluck, cluck. At the moment, the tickle monster was approaching the 2 female researchers. It rubbed against people's legs like a puppy, and giggled from time to time. The 2 female researchers were so amused that their eyes were full of smiles. Until Lin Lang appeared. Ah, haha Lin, Dr. Linear damn it, stop at 999. The female researcher came to Lin Lang with a red face and said, Doctor, 999's feeding is over. Lin Lang nodded, thank you. Seeing Lin Lang appear, SCP-999 seemed to have seen its master. He immediately gave up on the other female researcher and started to crawl over here, howling in fear. Then used 2 tentacles to hug Lin Lang's legs, he whimpered twice more, like a puppy. Until Lin Lang squatted down helplessly, SCP-999 then stretched out another tentacle and rubbed his face. While rubbing, he made happy noises. For a time, even Lin Lang's eyes became much gentler. The 2 female researchers nearby covered their mouths and blushed as they watched the scene. You can still faintly hear their deliberately suppressed conversations. Wow, I didn't expect that the cold male god Lin Bagong would have such a gentle scene. Hey, did you notice that when SCP-999 came into contact with Dr. Lin, it emitted the fragrance of tea leaves? Tea? I think it should be the scent of roses. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. Everyone started talking about it. Damn it, this scene is even more incredible to me than the fact that SCP-999 is the first appearance of Crimson Pressure. SCP-999's ability is really powerful. It can even cure the iceberg man god Dr. Lin. It's true. I'm crying. The cure for the Crimson King is just around the corner. Wow, I really want to have one. Don't even think about it, its father is the supreme god, the Crimson King. The audience in the live broadcast room were discussing. S.H.I.E.L.D's agents were also envious. Damn, I was ordered to pet the cat, oh no, I was ordered to tickle the monster. Who wouldn't want to? Damn it, I finally understand why they say this is the most comfortable job in the Foundation. Natasha Romanoff looked at Lin Lang on the screen, jealousy made her look hideous. Nick Fury sighed. Just about to speak, but to my surprise, an uninvited guest appeared on the screen. Clef was still wearing his yellowed white coat. Although the face is still blurry, but even without looking at the face, everyone can feel his unkempt appearance. As soon as Dr. CLFE appeared, the 2 female researchers turned pale and left cautiously. When SCP-999 saw a stranger appear, it subconsciously wanted to get closer. But when he saw it was Dr. Cleft, he was so scared that he returned behind Lin Lang. Then he leaned out half of his body and looked around. Damn it, Kondriki actually gave you SCP-999? When did he become so generous? Dr. Clef said in astonishment. Lin Lang glanced at him and didn't say that this was arranged by O5. Instead, he asked, what's the matter? Who knows, once these words came out, Dr. Clef, who was usually careless, was unusually shy. He didn't say anything, Lin Lang just watched. After a long silence, he sighed, okay, I need you to, do me a favor. Lin Lang raised his eyebrows. A request from Dr. Clef? This surprised him a little. I don't do anything illegal. Damn it, you don't do anything illegal? You're much crazier than me in the execution of 239. Clef muttered. Facing Lin Lang's calm but oppressive gaze, he retreated. He shrugged and said, okay, I promise I won't break the rules. Lin Lang still didn't respond. The assurance of the father of lies is worthless. Clef knew what he was thinking at a glance and immediately became anxious. Just as I was about to speak, I heard Lin Lang say, tell me. Clef was stunned for a moment, then he fumbled in his pocket and pulled out a cigarette. Snap hiss phew hee hee. Seeing the smoke rings coming out of Clef's mouth, the tickle monster let out an angry protest. Go away, SCP, why are you butting in on a conversation between adults? Cack, clack. FK. Don't mess around. Seeing the tickle monster was about to physically quit smoking for Clef, but Lin Lang stopped it in time. Dr. Clef breathed a sigh of relief when Lin Lang persuaded it to leave. He took another puff of cigarette, he looked around cautiously while exhaling smoke to see if he saw the tickle monster. Then he said to Lin Lang, it's SCP-166. SCP-166. Lin Lang frowned slightly. The audience in the live broadcast room suddenly became excited. Any new projects? Still from Dr. Clef's project. So the starting point is Keter level? Who knows, just when everyone is looking forward to the next conversation, the picture gradually went dark. The delighted audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. It was several seconds before he started swearing. WTF? What a crap system. No, is it okay? You won't show it to me at the critical moment. What the hell is SCP-166? Why did Dr. Clef ask Lin Lang for help? I'm so anxious. Urgent. S.H.I.E.L.D. What? Natasha Romanoff looked at the black screen and was immediately furious. What the hell? Nick Fury also frowned. But he didn't rush to scold like others, but thinking secretly. Was this memory erased by the system? Or, is it Lin Lang? Fortunately, the black screen did not last long. The screen soon returned, but unfortunately, Clef had disappeared. And Lin Lang also showed up in Dr. Kondriki's office. Clef actually asked you for help. Dr. Kondriki's cigarette dropped from his mouth in shock. It's SCP-166. Upon hearing this, he closed his mouth, but his expression became solemn. See here, the audience in the live broadcast room are extremely curious about what SCP-166 is. Alas, Dr. Kondriki pondered for a long time before he sighed. Then he fumbled in the cabinet for a long time and found a file. Everyone looked at it and saw the cover of the file clearly read, SCP-166. Lin Lang took the file without knowing why. Dr. Kondriki nodded and said, look first, and I'll tell you after you've seen it. Hearing this, Lin Lang opened the file directly. Project name, Just a Girl Gia Item No, SCP-166 Subject Class, Euclid Eulict. Seeing this level, the audience in the live broadcast room breathed a sigh of relief. Little did they know, at the moment, Peter Parker, who is located on the top floor of the Future Technology Building, suddenly he froze in place. Chapter 135. Peter Parker held his breath. The whole person froze in place as if he had been electrocuted. I was already shocked by what appeared on the screen. He subconsciously looked towards the next room where clear laughter could be heard from time to time. Gia? Isn't that a coincidence? Lin Lang's girl seems to be, also called Gia. He looked at Lin Lang who was writing down the documents. He opened his mouth, but stopped talking. Finally he took a deep breath, temporarily suppressing the shock in my heart, turned to look at the screen. Special Containment Procedures, SCP-166 is contained in Biocontainment Area C of Site-19, which has been modified to include a sealed antechamber and an industrial-grade air purifier. When in the containment area of SCP-166, containment personnel must wear specially designed 166 biohazard protection suits at all times. Due to SCP-166's needs, a variety of loose-fitting organic cotton clothing has been provided for monthly rotation. All food is to be cooked according to the instructions provided, with the minimum use of inorganic additives. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Loose-fitting organic cotton clothing of all kinds? Cooking food without additives? Could it be that SCP-166 is really just a girl? Reasonable requests for personal items and improvements to the containment suite may be approved with approval from Level 4 or higher personnel. Update: all requests for SCP-166 must be approved by Site Director Light personally. So far, SCP-166 has requested 1. A Bible, approved. 2. A Catholic Rosary, approved. 3. Visit with a Catholic priest for confession, Mass, and other sacraments. Denied. Reverend Davis has been scheduled to meet with SCP-166 every 2 weeks on Sundays, and must be thoroughly decontaminated before meeting. 4. Various books, periodicals, and magazines, most of which are religious in nature, approval, subject to content review. 5. A telephone to contact the Mother Superior of Our Lady of Mercy Convent, County Galway, Ireland, overruled on order of the site director, denied. Seeing this, the audience who were still making various speculations were suddenly confused. S.H.I.E.L.D. What? Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen with a strange expression and said, they are not taking in a nun, are they? A devout nun at that? The Bible, the Catholic Rosary, a visit with a Catholic priest. Looking at this series of requirements, even Nick Fury was confused. Whether she is just a girl or a nun, what really makes Nick Fury curious is, why should we satisfy her demands? Why are there so many restrictions? He continued to read with patience. Description: SCP-166 is a female human of European descent in late adolescence, with ungulate features. It has antlers, hooves, and a short tail, reminiscent of reindeer. But beyond these obvious anomalies, DNA analysis has revealed no unusual genetic traits. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. Reindeer? The next second, those few Yui fans hidden in the live broadcast room are going crazy. What female humans? This is clearly a goddess. Even before SCP-166 appeared, she already had a large group of crazy fans. Within a 15m radius of SCP-166, artifacts gradually return to their unprocessed state. More complex items such as electronics or vehicles are affected more quickly, as degradation of metal components can cause catastrophic structural failure within hours. Items made from base materials, such as stone buildings or products made from organic materials, decay at an almost unnoticeable rate. Within the same radius, plants will begin to sprout, often growing in unlikely places, such as areas without security cameras or ID scanners. Seeing this string of information, all the agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. were stunned. Can all man-made objects gradually return to their unprocessed state? The agents looked at each other. What kind of feature is this? Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen and said in confusion, "This guy is the complete terminator of modernization." Nick Fury stared at the last sentence. Will all plants within the radius take root and sprout? Isn't this the so-called forest goddess in fantasy stories? Wherever you go, flowers bloom everywhere. Future technology building. When he saw this, Peter Parker was completely stunned. Antlers, hooves, and short tail. Although Gia now only has a pair of small antlers, but Peter Parker has already confirmed that Lin Lang's sister is the SCP-166 on the screen. He looked at Lin Lang. For a moment, his heart was like a seasoning bottle overturned. Mixed feelings. Unbelievable, surprised, shocked. By the end, he was somewhat numb. It seems that nothing is impossible for Lin Lang. It was at this time, he suddenly discovered that I still know too little about Lin Lang. Right now, his mind was filled with a lot of doubts. For example, how did Lin Lang bring SCP-166 to the Marvel Universe? How did he make Gia's abnormal characteristics disappear? Besides Gia, are there other anomalies that Lin Lang brought to the Marvel Universe? What exactly does Lin Lang do? Countless doubts filled his mind. Fortunately, patience is definitely one of Peter Parker's few strengths. He decided to look for the answer from the previous life exposure system. SCP-166 may be abnormally sensitive to artificial materials and contaminants, and inhalation or contact may cause symptoms such as acute asthma attacks and pressure sores. In one case, physical contact with a smoker caused SCP-166 to experience a severe asthma attack, despite the doctor not having smoked for 3 weeks at the time. Seeing this, the audience in the entire live broadcast room has a deep understanding of the main SCP-166. A delicate, pious one, and a beautiful beast girl. Those crazy fans constantly speak in the live room, so much so that the entire live broadcast room was filled with all kinds of barrages. Oh my god! It's a beast girl! I envy Lin Lang so much for being able to participate in this project. I am a male with no criminal record, applying to become a D-class personnel for the SCP-166 project. You did that for the Foundation? I don't even want to tell you. You're AST. I think she still has her charm. No, she is still in her prime. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., some agents exchanged glances with each other, but their low voices could not hide their joy at all. Nick Fury's face darkened. Even though his name contains Fury, he is not a Fury fan. Regarding SCP-166, the only thing he wanted to know was the story behind it, and what exactly was Clef's request. Until new content appears on the screen, he was shocked all over. Discovery: SCP-166 was discovered at Our Lady of Mercy Convent in County Galway, where it had lived since infancy. SCP-166 was identified by a rogue Global Occult Coalition agent as Threat Entity 9927 Black, the Goddess, also known as the child of SCP data expunged, and was terminated by a GOC strike team during the so-called Cornwall incident. The moment I saw this content, Nick Fury froze in place. SCP-166. An abnormal child? How is this possible? Abnormalities can actually reproduce? His eyes were fixed on the title of Threat Entity 9927 Black, Goddess. Or, this so-called goddess is actually a human with abnormal characteristics? At this time, in the light curtain, new information soon emerged. This appears to be an annex from the GOC, Global Occult Coalition, Organization Threat Entity Database Entry Threat ID, KTE 9927 Black Child Daughter. Authorized response level 4, severe threat, just a beginning. The bold and red entries aroused everyone's vigilance as soon as they appeared. Apparently, this attachment is the GOC's record of SCP-166. Description: threat entity is the child of the materialized LTE-9927 Black, the goddess, and an unknown father. Although it bears a strong resemblance to its mother and possesses her animal features, the entity does not possess a very beast-like appearance like 9927 Black. It has a slight plant-driven ability, but the reason for classifying it as a threat entity is mainly because of its innate understanding and ability to execute the supernatural program Clock Black Sun Havila, which is a worldwide ritual that can irreversibly return human civilization to the Neolithic stage. Camartage. Looking at the information appearing on the light screen. Havila the Black. Ancient One's brow suddenly frowned. The description and threat level given to SCP-166 by the GOC is completely different from that given to the Foundation. In the Foundation, SCP-166 is only classified as SCP. The daily treatment is not too harsh. However, in the GOC archives, SCP was not only classified as a level 4 threat, it is even believed that its hidden threat can even affect the world. Irreversibly set human civilization back to the Neolithic stage. As he pondered these words, Ancient One's expression became more serious. And the next moment, more content appeared on the screen. 9927 Black was neutralized by the Lancelot Commando team and data expunged in what became known as the infamous Cornwall incident. However, due to the death of Agent Ukulele, the leader of the Commando team, it has not been confirmed whether 9927 Black Child has been cleared. Ukulele was posthumously awarded the Silver Aegis in recognition of his lifelong contributions to humanity. Cleanup: threat entity did not take any defensive measures. Termination completed with overwhelming damage. S.H.I.E.L.D. GOC terminated SCP-166. Nick Fury was stunned. It seems that the GOC mission has failed, otherwise Gia would not have appeared in the Foundation. Ask yourself, if Gia appeared on the blue planet, and threatens to irreversibly return human civilization to the Neolithic stage. He was afraid that he would make the same choice as the GOC. But the problem now is that the GOC itself doesn't seem to know that the execution has actually failed. And Gia was taken into custody by the Foundation. So, the problem should lie with the agent. Think of this. Nick Fury looked at the screen again. Sure enough, his guess was confirmed. The agent refused to terminate SCP-166, and instead spirited it away to a Catholic monastery in County Galway. It lived there until the age of 12, when a visitor to the monastery accidentally witnessed SCP-166 and reported it to the relevant authorities. The agent then contacted the Foundation and agreed to share GOC intelligence in exchange for the safety and containment of SCP-166. Further details are confidential. This is the end of the file content. However, the audience in the live broadcast room was caught in a weird atmosphere. No one would have thought that there were so many stories behind SCP-166. Not only does it involve the Foundation, it even involves the GOC. So here comes the question. The story of SCP-166 is so complicated. What did Dr. Clef ask Lin Lang to do? On the screen, Lin Bo slowly put down the file in his hand and looked at Dr. Kondriki. Then what? Dr. Kondriki did not answer immediately, but smoked in silence. The smoke covered his face, he seemed to be completely immersed in the past. After a long silence, he gave an answer that shocked both worlds. SCP-166 is Clef's daughter with LTE-9927 Black, the goddess. Chapter 136. As soon as these words came out, everyone's breathing suddenly stopped. The audience, who were originally talking a lot, suddenly became quiet. Countless people looked at the screen in disbelief. I wondered if I was hallucinating. Then, the live broadcast room suddenly exploded. Oh my god! Am I seeing that? 166, is the daughter of Dr. Clef and another anomaly. Oh my god, this is incredible. SHH, this is unbelievable. I didn't expect Dr. Clef to have such a past. What the hell is going on? Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. After hearing what Dr. Kondriki said, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. suddenly fell silent. Every S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, they all stared at each other, unable to say a word. And Nick Fury, he looked at the light screen with an expression of disbelief, and stood still. Regarding SCP-166 being the daughter of Dr. Clef and LTE-9927 Black, the goddess, he felt like his worldview was collapsing. It was only then that he discovered, although Dr. Clef often appears, but he seemed born shrouded in mist, I can't see his face clearly, nor can I see his past clearly. Thinking of this, he suppressed his inner shock and looked at the screen again. In the screen, Lin Lang slowly sat down opposite Dr. Kondraki. The deep eyes seemed to absorb all the light that fell on them. So, what happened? Snap! Phew! Dr. Kondraki smoked in silence, his entire body enveloped in smoke. His eyes were vague, as if through the smoke, back to that era. Finally, his deep voice sounded, the story begins with a Foundation report from 20 years ago, which was about a team dealing with a suspected abnormal radio signal. He shook off the ashes and the smoke came out of his nostrils. Site-34 staff received a radio signal from the main receiver at 2000 hours on a certain day, which sounded like churning water. He paused and said, while it was determined that the signal could not have been caused by civilians or non-anomalous military activity, we initially deemed it of little interest. 12 hours later the signal reappeared, again simply the sound of water churning, and this time we decided to locate it, and it led them to the town of Northgate in Cornwall. Cornwall. Lin Lang looked thoughtful. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury was also stunned when he heard the name of this place. Then the 166 file suddenly came to my mind. The Cornwall incident mentioned in the GOC files, could it be that this is the time? Nick Fury didn't expect that the storylines of the Foundation and the GOC intersect so early. We believe it is necessary to investigate this matter as it may have anomalous properties. Commander Alan Hall and his team headed to the location to determine what exactly happened. At this point, Dr. Kondraki paused and deliberately left the question unanswered. Guess what they saw? Lin Lang said nothing. Dr. Kondraki put it another way, or, guess what they smelled? Then, without waiting for Lin Lang to speak, he sneered and gave the answer, it's the smell of death, the stench of rotting corpses. As he spoke, he took a deep puff of cigarette, and the shocked look on his face eased a little. How many dead bodies does it take to make a stench like that? How many dead bodies does it take to spread the smell for miles in a rural area with clean air? Corpse. Lin Lang muttered, his eyes flickering. After discovering the dead horse blocking the road, we called for reinforcements as we were already worried because of the stench. At 2 a.m., 3 more vehicles arrived and we moved the horse's body off the road so we could continue on our way. At this point, Dr. Kondraki seemed to recall some bad scenes. The color on his face gradually disappeared. At 3 a.m., a quarter mile further down the road, we found our first human victim. His voice began to tremble. The unfortunate Commander Hall and his team dutifully removed the severely dehydrated body. At 5 a.m., we called for reinforcements from Site-56 because there were too many bodies. His scattered gaze gradually gathered, and then he looked at Lin Lang, took a deep breath of cigarette and said calmly, the incident later became the most brutal type green mass murder in history, killing approximately 1,200 people in total. Approximately 1,000 of them were local residents and 20 were agency of the SCP project. He paused and continued, this infamous team used the now obsolete Kantian 4-level diagnostic method to eliminate a large number of reality benders throughout the 1980s. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience who were originally concentrating on watching the screen were stunned. Type green mass murders? 1,200 dead? Among them are even 200 agents from GCO? This is FG too exaggerated, isn't it? S.H.I.E.L.D. How much? 200. Natasha Romanoff stared at the screen and exclaimed. 200 agents, even for the Foundation, is a huge amount of loss. That is to say. Nick Fury looked at the screen in amazement and said, SCP-166's mother is a reality bender. GOC is a large organization that can compete with the Foundation. There is no need to explain the personal ability of the agent. Especially since this team is made up of agents who specialize in eliminating reality benders. Result. More than 200 people died at the hands of their prey? So what level of reality bender is this prey? Level 2? Level 3? Or maybe? Is it a level 4 horror like SCP-239? Recalling SCP-239's terrifyingly powerful reality-distorting ability, Nick Fury's expression grew darker and darker. Type green, reality bender. Lin Lang was slightly stunned. Dr. Kondraki put out his cigarette in the ashtray. Then he changed his sitting position, leaned back on the chair, crossed his legs and said, the term type green refers to a reality bender, which is what the GOC calls it. Second, 1,200 is a huge death toll. Dr. Kondriki paused and continued, most of them are civilians, the entire town was destroyed in this incident. There are also 200 agents from the Global Occult Coalition, a rival organization of the Foundation whose main goal is to eliminate all abnormalities. Dr. Kondriki's words stunned the audience in the live broadcast room. GOC is not only a competitor of the Foundation, their goal is to eliminate all abnormalities. The audience in the live broadcast room immediately started talking. WTF? Eliminate all anomalies? What's going on? It's still reliable to eliminate reality benders, but how do you eliminate those Keter-level projects of the Foundation? That's right, 682 originally is immortal, not to mention those divinities and supreme divinities. The goal is ambitious, but the difficulty is too high. Speaking of this, it seems that he thought of something. Dr. Kondriki lit up another cigarette. His view: when we arrived at the scene, almost all the creatures in the area were dead, and there were only 8 humans left, 6 pregnant women and a man with a baby. All of them are in a state of extreme weakness. Lin Lang narrowed his eyes. 6 pregnant women. As if he had thought of something, his expression gradually became solemn. Dr. Kondriki seemed not to hear Lin Lang's muttering, and continued, there are signs of severe flash flooding, but the lake is completely dry. We can confirm that these events occurred no more than 3 days ago. What happened? Dr. Kondriki took another long drag on his cigarette and answered his own question. The water disappeared, not only the water in the lake, but also the water in the human body. Do you remember the mummy I mentioned? Lin Lang sat in deep thought. He stared at Dr. Kondriki. So, what caused it? The truth, as it soon became clear, was hidden in the abnormal love relationship between 2 reality benders, who were given the pseudonyms A and B by the investigators. Dr. Kondriki suddenly smiled bitterly. In short, a couple of reality-bending lovers flooded the town, and then made the water disappear. S.H.I.E.L.D. Hearing this, all the agents were stunned. Could it be Clef and his wife? Natasha Romanoff murmured as she stared at the screen. Then he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly raised his voice, but why 2 reality benders? She looked at Nick Fury in confusion. Could it be that Dr. Clef? Nick Fury let out a long breath. Obviously, Dr. Cleft is most likely also a reality bender. Before this, he was still curious about what kind of person could give birth to a daughter like 166. But now he suddenly understood. Reality bender. But the problem is, how strong do they have to be to make all the water in an entire area disappear? Why would they do this? Dr. Kondriki, you should know that there are 3 stages in the development of a reality bender. Denial, tentative, stable. Lin Lang replied calmly. Unexpectedly, Dr. Kondriki grinned, but there is actually a 4th stage. Lin Lang frowned. The 4th one? Then, Dr. Kondriki said word by word under Lin Lang's gaze, Stage 4, Young God. Lin Lang's eyes suddenly trembled. Childhood, God? The audience in the live broadcast room were also stunned. The 4th and final stage is considered to be when powerful forces inevitably corrupt the reality benders. Dr. Kondriki said coldly, they begin to use their abilities for selfish purposes, or use their abilities to directly harm others. Typical symptoms include decreased empathy and increasing arrogance. Lin Lang frowned. You mean, Dr. Clef and his wife? Yes, she is at level 1. As soon as these words came out, the entire Marvel Universe audience was shocked. Camartage. The moment I heard these words, Ancient Ones 3.1 frowned suddenly. Young God? Does that mean that at this stage, one has godlike powers? Thinking of this, her expression suddenly became solemn. Although I have already witnessed SCP-239's horrific reality-distorting ability, but in terms of structure alone, she still belongs to the category of human beings. However, what Ancient One didn't expect was that reality benders. Can one become a god? Asgard. Loki stared at the screen intently. His face was full of disbelief. There was a hint of anger and lingering fear in his eyes. The identity of a god has always been a symbol of his highest nobility. His status as a god separates him from the lowly humans, the inhumans, and the aliens. God is born God. Only the descendants of gods can become gods. This ensures God's nobility and uniqueness. However, now he actually learned that can lowly humans become gods? How could he accept this? Damn it! Impossible. God is God, and humans can never become God. For a time, Loki's roar echoed throughout the temple. The deepest part of the universe. Observer dimension. Child God. Ueda narrowed his eyes, feeling a little suspicious. He has observed many gods, but he had never heard of a human being becoming a god. Interesting. Chapter 137. The shock that the young god brought to Lin Lang came and went quickly. Dr. Kondriki explains the source of their powers, but I didn't tell him what exactly happened. Especially when Lin Lang asked, "So, what happened?" Dr. Kondriki showed a rare look of embarrassment on his face. He seemed to recall some unspeakable memories, but there was a hint of sympathy on his face. After a long hesitation, he shrugged and muttered, "Clef, this is not my fault. You were the one who asked Lin for help." Having said this, he seemed to have convinced himself. Looking at Lin Lang, he said helplessly, "Actually, this is the most painful memory in Clef's memory." Under Lin Lang's calm gaze, Dr. Kondriki said shyly, "In fact, in Clef's marriage, his wife has always been in a dominant position. FFFLX. So, Dr. Clef has been subjected to years of abuse and torture during their marriage." Hearing this, even the usually calm Lin Lang was stunned. Seeing Lin Lang looking over, Dr. Kondriki said awkwardly, "Yes, just as you would imagine, Clef was abused for years by his wife." Once these words came out, countless audiences were stunned at first. Then the scene exploded instantly. WTF? Did I hear that right? Dr. Clef was abused. No, Dr. Clef is a ruthless man who can execute even Keter-level objects. How could he be abused? Yet, he's also a reality bender, right? Even if I can't defeat him, can't I just run away? Oh my god, this world is so crazy. FK, even though I sympathize with Dr. Clef's experience, I still want to laugh. Damn it, this is too much fun. Are you sure they are husband and wife? In response to Lin Lang's question, Dr. Kondriki shrugged, "It is true that people in abusive relationships can hate and fear the abuser and still love the abuser at the same time." Dr. Kondriki sighed as he spoke. Finally he broke free from her. "So, this is the source of the disaster?" "No." In Lin Lang's surprised eyes, Dr. Kondriki said solemnly, "The source of the disaster is SCP-2317. 2317, the Devourer of Worlds." Lin Lang's eyes widened. Unexpectedly, Kondriki Bashi gave an even more explosive answer, "It's the Crimson King." Once these words came out, not to mention Lin Lang, the entire Marvel universe was shocked. Kamartaj. The Devourer of Worlds. The Crimson King. The Ancient One murmured, when he mentioned the last four words, his voice couldn't help but become sharp. An indescribable fear suddenly surged into my heart. At the moment she was completely confused. It's just a SCP level containment object. Bringing out Dr. Clef and a reality bender wasn't enough. Now even the Crimson King is involved? What is going on? The deepest part of the universe. Observer dimension. Hearing the words on the screen, Ueda's eyes suddenly widened. The Crimson King? Damn it, how could he be related? He stared at the screen intently. There is only one question in my mind, what the FK is going on? S.H.I.E.L.D. 2317. Natasha Romanoff exclaimed, could it be that SCP-2317 has not yet been contained by the Foundation at this time? Nick Fury standing by also had a frown on his face. He recalled madly in his mind, what exactly is the connection with the Crimson King? At this moment, Maria, the assistant at the side, had already projected the previous content onto the big screen of S.H.I.E.L.D. All the agents looked over and saw what Dr. Kondriki had said before, the only survivors were 8 humans, 6 pregnant women and a man with a baby. Nick Fury stared at the screen in a daze. It seems that he thought of something, he straightened up suddenly, and his breathing became rapid. There was a flash of shock in his eyes, as if he had been struck by lightning. He thought of the 7 brides of the Scarlet King. In an instant, endless fear completely overwhelmed him. Screen. Lin Lang also rarely lost his composure. After taking several deep breaths, I finally calmed down a lot. But he still stared at Dr. Kondriki, waiting for a reply. SCP-4231, which is the Foundation's designation for this anomaly. Seeing that Lin Lang had seen it, Dr. Kondriki shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, I'm sorry, I can't give you the file, as Clef asked the O5 to hide it. In summary, SCP-4231 is a three-story building used for both commercial and residential purposes, located on the site of the former town of Northgate, Cornwall. Then, he continued, SCP-4231 is classified ULICT. It is contained in a fenced area, disguised as government-controlled. The front and back doors have been replaced with more secure doors, and the windows are boarded up. It is clearly a house. Houses. Yes, it's what you think. This is the house where Mr. and Mrs. Clef live. Dr. Kondriki recalls, inside the house, we found Clef's wife. Lin Lang's eyes flashed. After talking for so long, I finally get to the key person in the issue. SCP-4231-A is a 28-year-old female, 5 feet 7 inches tall, 150 pounds, light skin, blonde hair, brown eyes. Pregnant and giving birth shortly before death. Died from a single gunshot wound to the head, body found in bedroom upstairs from SCP-4231. All trauma signs indicate abuse of SCP-4231-B. Then, Dr. Kondriki exhaled, this is Lily. She just gave birth and was shot in the head. Hearing this, the entire live broadcast room audience was stunned at first. Then the situation suddenly exploded. WTF? A reality bender in the child god stage, died. So, she is 160 SIX's mother. Who the hell killed her? It's unbelievable. No one expected that the woman who had tortured Dr. Clef for years would die just like that. SCP-4231-B is a 27-year-old male, 5 feet 3 inches, 145 pounds, light skin, blonde hair, 1 blue eye, 1 green eye. Was in a state of extreme mental confusion upon recovery, unable to engage in normal conversation. Dr. Kondriki sighed and said, as you guessed, this is Clef. At the moment, his nose had been broken more than once, and there were scars from blunt force trauma to the back of his head and buttocks. He then kept vomiting water and blood. As he spoke, Dr. Kondriki's face was full of regret. He was brutally abused. It was unknown when Lily's control over him upgraded from mental to physical violence. It is also worth noting that he keeps spitting out water. After all, we all know that the two of them just flooded the entire town. Traumatic experiences caused his reality distortion ability to begin to manifest, in a way that was extremely painful and uncomfortable for him. Lin Lang listened in silence, with a complicated look in his eyes. Who would have thought, now one of the 4 famous apocalypse doctors in the Foundation, Dr. Clef, how could he have such a disastrous past? But despite all the sighs, Lin Lang always remembers what he cares about most. The Crimson King. Dr. Kondriki finally got to the point. SCP-4231's anomalous effects are believed to be a direct result of violent behavior and the high density of type green entities in the building. This is also compounded by the effects of SCP-2317's activity. Then he looked at Lin Lang. SCP-2317 was originally located in SCP-4231-3 beneath the lake bed of Northgate. Lin Lang's eyes suddenly shocked. The audience in the live broadcast room was completely stunned. S.H.I.E.L.D. WTF? Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen and exclaimed, before 2317 was contained by the Foundation, it was actually underneath Dr. Clef's house. Nick Fury was also completely stunned at the moment. From this perspective, isn't Clef the equivalent of living at the gate of hell? Could it be that all this was caused by 2317? Thinking of this, he looked at the screen again. This SCP has ongoing anomalous effects due to its original inhabitants. Lily and Francis live in the house, and SCP-2317 is deep underground. 2 powerful reality benders lived in one house. One of them was in a near-constant state of distress, which left a lasting impact on the house. At this point, Dr. Kondriki sighed, if they didn't live here, maybe it wouldn't have developed to this point. After taking a puff of his cigarette, Dr. Kondriki got back to the point. The upstairs is referred to as SCP-4231-2, and is where Lily and Clef live. It's like a pocket dimension, with lots of type green trauma marks. And other active anomalous phenomena arising therefrom. Lin Lang listened quietly without interrupting. Although Dr. Kondriki was unable to find the file on SCP-4231, he was able to remember some of its contents. The basement contains a secret passage leading to SCP-4231-3, which is located at the bottom of a lake. SCP-4231-3 is a medieval tomb consisting of 11 sections. At this point, he narrowed his eyes and his tone became serious. Areas 1 to 7 consist of 7 stone chambers with iron doors locked with magic locks. It took the thaumaturgical experts nearly a week to open the locks, after which they discovered SCP-231-2 to 7 in the chambers. SCP-231-2 to 7. Lin Lang frowned. Suddenly I had a bad feeling. Then, Dr. Kondriki took a deep breath. Yes, the 7 brides in SCP-231 came from here. Ignoring Lin Lang's shocked reaction, Dr. Kondriki continued to speak in a shocking manner. They are the brides of the Scarlet King. What they are carrying in their bellies is the Red King's offspring. Once these words came out, the entire Marvel world suddenly fell into silence. An inexplicable fear enveloped the whole world. Kamartaj. The muscles on Ancient One's face instantly stiffened. As if struck by electric current, his eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. The 7 wives of the Crimson King? They really exist. Gu Ji thought, the Crimson King is a descendant of the Supreme God. Currently there are only 682 and 999, I didn't expect that all 7 of his wives were pregnant with the evil god's blood. An indescribable fear almost froze her soul. The deepest part of the universe. Observer Dimension. Yueta's heartbeat stopped instantly, as if he couldn't believe his ears. He stared at the screen intently. His face was filled with shock and fear. The 7 wives of the Crimson King are all pregnant. Damn it, this world hasn't been destroyed yet. Yueta has completely lost the ability to think. S.H.I.E.L.D. At the moment, all the agents stared with their eyes wide open. With his mouth wide open, he stared blankly at the screen. Only Nick Fury looked confused. The 7 wives of the Scarlet King almost shattered his worldview. But in the midst of endless shock, he was acutely aware of a problem. All 7 of the Scarlet King's wives came from here, but Dr. Kondriki only mentioned that they found 6. Could it be that? It seems that he thought of something. Suddenly, he was stunned for a moment. He exhaled briefly and convulsively, and stood still as if taking root. A shocking guess emerged in his mind. Endless fear swept over him like a tide. Chapter 138. Lily is SCP-231-1. Dr. Kondriki's calm voice is like thunder in the dry land to the ears of the audience in the Marvel world. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury's pupils suddenly shrank into a point. Lin Lang also felt it was ridiculous. Lily and Dr. Clef are married, and she's also the Scarlet King's wife? So is 166 Dr. Clef's child? Or the Scarlet King's child? Unfortunately, Dr. Kondriki avoided this question intentionally or unintentionally. Area 8 was the location of SCP-2317's portal, which has since been relocated. Then, Dr. Kondriki looked at Lin Lang and said, "This is the origin of SCP-2317. Furthermore, Area 9 contains thousands of occult artifacts including 500 ritually decorated human bones, 7 altars, and 10 statues of SCP-2317. Dr. Kondriki squinted his eyes, recalling and describing, Area 10 is a corridor with reliefs of scenes from the Arakesh book carved on the walls on both sides. This holy book has already been seen in SCP-2317, and is described as a textbook detailing how to restrain and imprison SCP-2317. At this point, Dr. Kondriki looked at Lin Lang and said, hinting, "Oh yes, the place where SCP-2317 is currently imprisoned is also known as the Kappa Arakesh universe." The Kappa Arakesh universe. Lin Lang frowned. Is that the universe where the mystic defeated the Devourer of Worlds? Dr. Kondriki nodded. It is still unknown why this house is connected to the tomb. Dr. Kondriki continued, his voice lowered. One theory is that Lily created the entire tomb based on the Book of Arakesh. This would also explain why the tomb was not flooded like the rest of the town, even though it was located at the bottom of the lake. Hearing this, Lin Lang frowned, but this raises a question, how did Lily obtain this forbidden knowledge in the first place? Dr. Kondriki shook his head. Lin Lang couldn't tell whether he didn't know or didn't want to say. Immediately, the doctor's expression became complicated. The time when Lily was pregnant was the memory Clef least wanted to recall. Dr. Kondriki recalls multiple anomalous phenomena occurring within SCP-4231-2. Most of them reenact Lily's abuse of Francis, constant mental abuse, gaslighting, physical violence. Clef is living in hell. Hearing this, the audience felt a chill just thinking about that scene. Lily is entering another warning sign of Stage 4. Her brutal and random acts of violence are no longer directed only at her husband, but also at random animals. As he spoke, Dr. Kondriki's face turned pale again due to fear. The escalation from torturing animals to torturing random human victims is horrifically sophisticated. Hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room felt horrified. WTF? Isn't this too cruel? Dr. Clef is so miserable. It would be fine if he didn't have to endure any physical and psychological torture. Tisk tisk, a reality bender with mental problems is like a nuclear bomb that could explode at any time. The key is that the power of the Crimson King underground is still affecting them. It's really scary to think about it. S.H.I.E.L.D. When the agents heard Dr. Kondriki's description, they all looked distressed. No one expected Dr. Clef's past to be so tragic. After hearing this, Nick Fury suddenly became curious about Lef's past. Coincidentally, Dr. Kondriki in the picture seemed to not want to talk about Lily anymore and changed the subject. Let's talk about Clef. Lin Lang nodded calmly. Clef was a member of the Global Occult Coalition, a group tasked with hunting down reality benders like himself. Codename Ukulele. When he was discovered, he was a Class 3 type green suffering from PTSD and severe dissociative disorder. When it comes to Clef, Dr. Kondriki, his old enemy, naturally has a bad attitude, and now Clef is a lawless BD and an outstanding liar. As he said this, he curled his lips. Definitely, this BD does have a unique talent in destroying reality benders. Wait, I remember you just said that he is also a reality bender. Lin Lang keenly discovered the blind spot. Clef is a famous reality bender hunter, but he and even his wife are reality benders? This is obviously contradictory. Actually, he wasn't always considered a reality bender, Dr. Kondriki said. Having lived under Lily's tyranny for a long time, he had been hiding his ability while hunting other reality benders for the GOC, and then he was under the surveillance of the Foundation. Naturally, his use of reality bend abilities is completely different from other type greens. Lin Lang raised his eyebrows. For example, his face can never be captured by a camera. That was a measure he took to avoid a relapse, and it was also a way for him to avoid the Foundation's testing of him. Snap! As he spoke, Dr. Kondriki lit another cigarette. He took a long breath. His expression was a little tired, but he still smiled bitterly. Clef joined the Foundation, and through his explanations, it was a long time before we finally figured out the relationship between the Scarlet King and 4231. Hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room all perked up. Clef's mother was commissioned by the Foundation to translate the Book of Arakesh in the late 1960s while she was pregnant with her only son. Lin Lang raised his eyebrows. The origin of the story actually happened decades ago? Dr. Kondriki said solemnly. She disappeared without a word when Clef was about 17, possibly because an old enemy came after her. Then, Lily found a translation she had left behind, became obsessed with the power contained in the texts, and soon began to try to perform the rituals herself. Ceremony. Lin Lang frowned. The fear caused by the ritual is the key. Dr. Kondriki said solemnly, those nightmares, those regrets, the harm I brought to those around me, all became food for the Scarlet King. Dr. Kondriki stared at Lin Lang and his tone became serious. This is what scares me most about this ritual, it is not for those children, and never was. The chains will break when the Red God wants them to break, when enough people are afraid. When these words came out, the audience in the live broadcast room, who had been silent for a long time, was stunned at first. Then the situation suddenly exploded. WTF? So it was Lily who performed the ritual to summon the Crimson King. All fear becomes the food of the Crimson King. Damn, this is too much. It's simply unbelievable. He is worthy of being the supreme god. Dr. Clef is so wronged. S.H.I.E.L.D. The agents looked at the screen in shock. Only Nick Fury remained silent. He realized a problem. The Foundation believes that Lily is 231 to 1, the first bride. Yet something was wrong. According to Dr. Kondriki, the brides were all imprisoned, tortured, and made to suffer by Lily. All the brides were supposed to be imprisoned in their own secret rooms, undergoing repeated ritual torture. But Lily didn't fit that description at all. To be precise, the one who was imprisoned and tortured was not Lily, but Clef. He was imprisoned in a secret room in their home and subjected to repeated ritual torture. He fathered her child. Yes, she was the one who gave birth. But the pregnancy was obviously Lily's decision, and he was the one left to take care of the child. Clef was also the one who was troubled by nightmares. Thinking of this, Nick Fury's guess is about to come out. Is Lily really 231 to 1? Could it be that Clef is also part of 231 to 1 in some way? The moment this thought appeared in his mind, it was like a nightmare that could not be shaken off. Nick Fury's speculation only exists in his mind. On the screen, the conversation between the two people no longer continued. Lily was addicted to the ritual of the Crimson King. During this period, Clef, as an agent of the Ichabod Project, was struggling. The Ichabod Project. Lin Lang frowned. Dr. Kondriki shook off the ash from his cigarette and leaned back in his chair. That's the GOC's plan for targeting reality benders. 99% of type greens who reach Phase 2 will eventually reach Phase 4. He looked at Lin Lang and said calmly, when they enter this stage, they will cause terrible disasters to those around them. Their arrogant personalities allow them to ruthlessly use others for their own amusement and selfish desires. Considering the difficulty of containment and stage regression, for the safety of the majority, no one has ever questioned the decision to use lethal force against them. When these words were spoken, the audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. 99% of type greens who reach Stage 2 will eventually reach Stage 4? Childhood God? Doesn't this mean that theoretically, every reality bender can grow infinitely and eventually reach Level 4, or even Level 5? In an instant, the entire live broadcast room exploded. Camartage. Ancient One stared at the screen intently, and at one point thought he was hallucinating. Child God. A Level 4 reality warper plus 4 stages almost has a god-like distortion ability. Result, every reality bender can theoretically become a god? The thought of thousands of Level 4 reality benders in the world, the color on the Ancient One's face constantly faded. She looked at the light curtain with some horror. At this time, in the screen, Dr. Kondriki was lost in memory. For a long time, the industry standard was that type greens would only be eliminated if they caused a noticeable event that warranted their elimination. Such as a significant person suddenly disappeared, or a series of murders without motive, they would start a hunt for them. The hunt was chaotic and unorganized, often referred to as a witch hunt. Witch hunt. Lin Lang pondered over this word again and again, and felt that it was a bit absurd. But in a sense, reality benders are really similar to the witches described in the Middle Ages who would bring disaster to mankind. That's the normal way of doing things, and it was the only way of doing things. Dr. Kondriki said indignantly. However, as Hume's theory developed, and as the Kant counter was upgraded to detect type green abilities before they manifested, a complex issue gradually emerged. Lin Lang thought for a moment and calmly pointed out the problem: cost. Yes, it's the cost. Dr. Kondriki nodded and said bitterly, what if you could prevent a type green from reaching Phase 4? You could have stopped this type green before it reached Phase 2 and began a series of dangerous experiments. There was an undisguised sarcasm on his face. To outsiders it may feel like a massacre, but from a behind-the-scenes perspective it's different because you know exactly what kind of harm these individuals can cause. On the one hand, from a statistical point of view, if 99 out of 100 type greens will enter Phase 4 and 1 will not, then the deaths of innocent people caused by those 99 are likely to there will be more than one. As he spoke, Dr. Kondriki snorted and sneered. Then an action like Ichabod's would have the ultimate effect of reducing the death and suffering of innocent people. But on the other hand, in this action you would have to deliberately kill innocent people. Slaughter. Chapter 139. The audience in the live broadcast room felt complicated after hearing this. On the one hand, as ordinary people, they obviously don't want to encounter green types that can distort reality at any time in their lives, and don't want to be affected. On the other hand, this behavior of preferring to kill the wrong person rather than let him go seems rather cold-blooded. We disagreed in principle and could not tolerate such a plan. So only the GOC finally chose the Ichabod Project. And Clef was one of them. As he spoke, Dr. Kondriki sighed. Obviously, if Lily is the source of pain, then Clef, as a GOC agent, is the fuse of this tragedy. In the 1980s, during the heyday of the GOC's Ichabod Project, they killed about 75% of type greens, but since then, the elimination has been strictly regulated. Speaking of bloody data, Dr. Kondriki looked reluctant. The average lifespan of a wild-type green, one that is not influenced, monitored, or protected by any organization, is currently around 19 years old. At this age, most individuals have reached Stage 4, and thus brought about their own death. As he spoke, his eyes showed a hint of pain, and in the 1980s, the average lifespan of a type green was 8 years old, because that's when Ichabod would find them and kill them. And we just stood there and watched. After these words were spoken, the audience in the live broadcast room finally couldn't help it. WTF? 75% of the reality benders were killed. The key is to kill him as soon as you find him, regardless of whether he has hurt anyone else. The average life expectancy is 8 years, it feels a bit too cruel. You guys upstairs have had too many peaceful days, right? This world is being invaded by anomalies at any time and anywhere, and you still have the heart to speak up for the reality twisters. In the screen, Dr. Kondriki raised his head, the dim eyes make people feel heavy. He bit the cigarette butt and said in a muffled voice, it was in this era that Clef's daughter was born. The story finally reached its climax. Tide of destruction. Dr. Kondriki's voice became calmer, but what he said became more and more frightening. On the day of Cornwall Incident 680, Coda commanded the team to hunt down a type green. They didn't know that this person was Lily. He said with a serious look, over the past 9 months, his agents have been disappearing in the area. At first, they went to do routine human testing and never returned. The agents investigating the matter tracked them to a small town, but then they also disappeared. After losing several more teams, he finally focused his suspicion on the small house by the lake with a flower shop on the ground floor. SCP-4231. Lin Lang asked. Dr. Kondriki nodded. On July 30th, the hum value there began to drop rapidly. When they found the town, it rained heavily and flooded, and a little girl was born in SCP-4231. After hearing this, even the slowest reacting audience members realized that there is something clearly wrong with the heavy rain and flooding. Everyone had a feeling of uneasiness. Natural disasters and man-made disasters intertwine, death and rebirth coexist. Reality benders, Scarlet Kings, type green hunters. When these completely incompatible elements appear in a scene at the same time, there is only one final result, disaster. Clef later told me. Dr. Kondriki recalls, Clef touched the baby's hand, and she grasped his with her tiny fingers. Clef felt a strong protectiveness he had never felt before. He hadn't felt such love in years, and he almost wanted to cry. He named her Melly. At this point, even Dr. Kondriki, who had always been rude to Clef, had a hint of warmth in his eyes. In his confused thoughts, Clef couldn't help but begin to imagine that maybe everything could be saved. Alas then, Dr. Kondriki sighed, poor Clef. He wanted madly for everything to go back to normal. He imagined a beautiful future. Lily is no longer violent, they no longer use abilities, they form a happy family, and although he may still have to work for the GOC, at least he has a reason to go home between missions. What a pity. Pity. When these two words appeared on the screen, the audience in the live broadcast room felt as if they were pricked by a needle. Pity means the opposite of what you want. Clef was well aware of Lily's condition and was determined to kill her before she got any worse. He had prepared for this moment, but he really didn't want it to come to this. Lin Lang murmured, is he really sure he wants to do this? Kill the mother of his child. Dr. Kondriki looked at him and said calmly, Melee can't save Lily, because Lily is already beyond saving. As he said this, he took a deep breath, it is a fact. Depraved, abusive people do not become better people by having children. Instead, their children, after years of abuse and neglect, often grow up to be just as depraved as they are. At this point, the audience in the live broadcast room could imagine Clef's pain at that time just by imagining it. He had to do it. For himself. For my daughter. And for Lily, to end her suffering. It was not until this point that the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly realized, it turns out that Lily died at the hands of her husband Clef. It turns out that Lily died of love. On the screen, Dr. Kondriki's expression became serious and his tone became urgent. At the moment, the situation outside was getting worse and worse. The floodwaters filled the flower shop downstairs and began to flow into the basement where Lily kept her victims. At the moment, the GOC is gradually approaching their target. At the moment, 48 people are missing and dead at her hands, and CLF knows nothing about it. The corresponding picture subconsciously appeared in everyone's mind. For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire live broadcast room became tense. Clef tells Lily he loves her, and then Lily notices boiling water coming in from under the door. She's about to tell him something, but then the ukulele agent's fighting instincts come to his rescue, and Clef grabs the gun, and she dies. Dr. Kondriki did not say that Clef shot Lily in the head. Nor did they make a big deal about the fact that the person who died was the most powerful and dangerous reality bender who had killed nearly 50 people and was trying to summon the Crimson King back to this world. There is no scene of any shooting in the picture. But for some reason, the audience in the live broadcast room seemed to clearly hear a deafening explosion in their minds at that moment. Clef grabbed his crying newborn daughter and began to escape from the boiling water. Dr. Kondriki narrowed his eyes and said in a complicated tone, he ran wildly for 80 hours in his endlessly expanding home, first to escape the endless boiling tide, and then to escape the heavily armed Foundation workers. He ran from the Crimson King at the bottom of the lake, and from his daughter's dead mother, until the Foundation used tranquilizer grenades on him, and he finally collapsed. As the words fell, both worlds fell into silence. The audience in the live broadcast room stared at the screen in a daze, unable to imagine that the story would end like this. This twisted family, the accident caused by the crazy lover, eventually, he became a secret official, hidden in the long river of history. The audience learned the origins of SCP-166, and also got to know Dr. Clef for the first time. He is no longer vague, his contradiction also has a reasonable explanation. That's exactly the story. Yes, Lily is undoubtedly a villain, a monster. But she is also a cursed one, her power was so great that she was overwhelmed, but not so great that she felt satisfied. The tragedy is that the only person who ever loved her ended her painful life with his own hands. It feels like I had a long dream. Yes, Dr. Clef's experience is so pitiful. He beat his wife to death with his own hands, and even his only daughter was used as a containment worker. Who would have thought that Lily would be invaded by the concept of the Crimson King just by performing a ritual? Oh my god, these supreme beings are everywhere. Camartage. After hearing the story about Clef and Lily, the Ancient One sighed. The Ancient One, who knew the horror of the Crimson King, understood that once a supreme god like the Crimson King appears in a story, then this story is definitely a tragedy. Like the space starfish and the Antimemetics division, just like the countless disasters brought about by SCP-1440 and the three Death God brothers. S.H.I.E.L.D. The agent stared at the screen in silence. Nick Fury also had a complicated expression. The story is over and most of the doubts have been answered. But the story that happened to Clef still made him sigh. While sighing, he remembered the thing he cared about most before listening to the story. What exactly did Dr. Clef ask Lin Lang to do for him? Screen. Lin Lang sat in deep thought for a long time. Dr. Kondriki stared into the void, and without waiting for Lin Lang to speak, he waved his hand in a dull manner, go ahead and help that guy as much as you can if you can. Even though Clef is a jerk, his love isn't. Lin Lang picked up the file and looked at Dr. Kondriki calmly, I understand. Then, the screen went dark. When Lin Lang appeared again, he has arrived at Site 19. When the audience in the live broadcast room saw Lin Lang appear here, they were stunned at first. Then I got excited instantly. Because this is where SCP-166 is contained. As expected, under everyone's gaze, Lin Lang passed through several containment areas and finally arrived at Biological Containment Area C. An elderly priest was also traveling with the son. Jia is a very kind child. Not only that, her years of monastic life have made her a devout Catholic. Only. The pastor introduced Lin Lang, I am responsible for the meeting with her every 2 weeks. Thank you, David. As they responded, the two had arrived at the door of SCP-166's containment room. PSST with the sound of the airtight door opening, Lin Liang and Pastor Wei entered the holding room. SCP-166, which the live broadcast room had been waiting for so long, finally appeared on the screen. As a result, the live broadcast room went crazy at the first sight of her. WTF? Is she really an orc girl? Oh my god, this is so beautiful. It's like an elf. Does this kind of beauty really exist? New WA, are you there? I'm too ugly to sleep. Not only the live broadcast room, but even the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were shocked by SCP-166's appearance. Even the female agent Natasha Romanoff couldn't help but widen her eyes. I saw on the screen, a pretty girl came into view. She was about 1.65 meters tall, with shoulder-length flaxen hair. There are even dots of fluorescence lingering between the hair, and the skin is whiter than snow. The most eye-catching thing is the pair of eyes, which are dotted with starlight, as if reflecting the stars. As for the reindeer's features, they not only did not affect her beauty at all, but instead added a touch of sacredness and ethereality to her. She looks like a forest goddess who walked out of a Nordic oil painting. Huff, the closing of the airlock door seemed to startle her. She looked over timidly like a frightened reindeer. Then, as if recognizing Pastor David, his eyes, which were filled with stars, suddenly lit up. Good morning, Father. Chapter 140. David subconsciously glanced at Lin Lang and saw that he had stopped at the door. So he walked into the room with a kind smile. Good morning, child. David sat in front of Jia, and they sat face to face. Jia's eyes occasionally glanced at Lin Lang standing at the door, and his deer-like ears occasionally fluttered. As usual, I must remind you that due to the circumstances we are in, confessions will not be kept confidential unless specifically requested. Even so, if it is deemed necessary, the details of our conversation will be made public. Do you understand? Jia nodded obediently. Seeing this picture, the audience in the live broadcast room felt their hearts melt. Very good. So, how have you been lately? David asked first in a kind and gentle tone. It's fine. An employee told me about Benedict yesterday. Is that true? Jia blinked, looking a little sad. Ah, yes, that is very unfortunate, but understandable. He was already quite old when he took office. Knowing that he has done his duty for the church, he can now rest. Hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room could more or less guess that what she was asking was about the previous monastery. Jia was a little depressed, but quickly asked, do you know who will replace him? There's a lot of speculation, but it could be anyone. They might want a new face to represent the church, or they might choose someone who has been dedicated for many years. Jia nodded her head in agreement. I feel the same way. Then she glanced at Lin Lang at the door again, looking at David, who seemed to be hesitant to speak. Everyone felt pity for his timid appearance. David glanced at Lin Lang, but before he could say anything, he saw Lin Lang take off his shoes and walk in with a calm expression. Jia's pair of deer ears immediately fluttered a few times, and his eyes stared at him curiously. Hello, my name is Lin Lang, you can call me Linear. Facing Lin Lang's greeting, little Jia subconsciously looked at David. David smiled and nodded at her. Dr. Lin is one of the most powerful doctors in the Foundation. Jia couldn't help but shudder, then raised her head and said weakly, hello, my name is Jia. Lin Lang sat in front of Jia, staring at Jia with his deep eyes for a few seconds, then raised the corners of his mouth and asked in a gentle tone, can we talk about you or your parents? Jia was timid, like a frightened deer, and then shook her head, I don't have any story. As for my parents' work, under Lin Lang's gaze, she said ignorantly, I never really knew them. I was abandoned as a baby. As if she was worried that Lin Lang didn't understand, she immediately explained, I mean, if they put me there, they must have known those nuns, but I don't remember. I just know bits and pieces. They said something about my mother, but then they realized they should be careful about what they said about me. She paused. I thought they said she was a goddess. Obviously that can't be true. She can't be some spirit. It has to be something else if I end up looking like this. At the end, she pointed to her tiny antlers and unique ears. When pointing at the ear, he shook subconsciously. Her tone also weakened. I remember eavesdropping on the Mother Superior, and she was telling another sister that she had done something wrong, something about a ritual that had been stopped by the others. They said she was dead. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't help themselves. Damn it! Such a lovely girl actually had such a tragic past. It seems like she doesn't know anything about Dr. Clef and Lily. It's okay not to know. At least it's a kind of protection for her. The one upstairs, don't forget, she is always an anomaly. Oh, it's so sad. S.H.I.E.L.D. Although Nick Fury usually behaves like a big boss, he is not a heartless person after all. Seeing this scene, he sighed helplessly. Although Lin Lang knew Jia's background, he still bowed slightly and said, I'm sorry to hear about your mother's death. Jia blinked, it's okay. And your father? Hearing this, Jia hesitated. I don't know. He must have been the one who abandoned me in the convent, but why there? Why didn't he take me with him? When she said this, her eyes dimmed and tears welled up in her eyes. At this moment, she was just a poor orphan. Lin Lang looked at her, his eyes twinkling, and said softly, I believe he has his own reasons. Jia raised her head and smiled charmingly when she heard that. Then he pouted, maybe. You know, they never talked about him. Not once. I must have asked the dean 1,000 times, but she never even mentioned a thing about him. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room had complicated expressions. They definitely won't talk about Dr. Clef. Even Jia's existence is a secret. GOC learned of Jia's existence and even sent a large number of agents to destroy it. If Clef hadn't taken Jia away in the chaos, she would have been waiting for dozens of GOC-trained agents. But the thing is, she had no way of knowing these contents. In her perspective, she was abandoned by her parents in a monastery when she was born, and was later taken in by the Foundation, but she just moved to a new place to live alone. In the picture. Having said that, Lin Lang suddenly looked at David. "Father, please leave Jia and I alone for a while." David's face changed. Obviously, this is an illegal operation. However, facing Lin Lang's calm gaze, he hesitated. After a few seconds of silence, he stood up and said goodbye to Jia. "Sorry, kid, I will come to see you next week." Jia smiled at him and said, "Goodbye, father." "Goodbye." Huff, the airlock opened again and closed again. For a moment, Lin Lang and Jia were the only ones left in the containment room. Just when everyone was curious about what Lin Lang would do, they saw him slowly taking out an envelope from his pocket. Then, under Jia's puzzled gaze, he handed it to her. Lin Lang did not explain, but looked at her with encouragement. Maybe it will be a surprise. Hearing this, Jia's eyes lit up slightly, and his cute ears shook in anticipation. She took the envelope and opened it carefully. The audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned after seeing the note. A letter? Who wrote this? S.H.I.E.L.D. Did Dr. Clef ask Lin Lang to do this for him? Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen and said strangely. The look in Dai's eyes just now clearly shows that this operation is against the rules. Nick Fury deduced, I guess only Lin Lang is willing to help him. That being said, Nick Fury still felt that Clef's request couldn't be that simple. Jia gently opened the envelope. When she saw the contents on the letter, her eyes were as big as bells, emitting a light of surprise and admiration, as if she had seen a miracle she had never imagined. Lin Lang definitely didn't know what was in the envelope, but seeing Jia's reaction, he could guess it to some extent. Jia held the letter paper tremblingly, and her big eyes suddenly became watery. The contents on the letter also appeared on the screen. Meili, work when I met your mother, we were both just grown-up children. She had hooves on her feet and stars in her eyes. She was so beautiful and so innocent, but I killed her with my own hands. After seeing these words, the audience in the live broadcast room fell silent. Then the situation suddenly exploded. WTF? Did Dr. Clef really write this? No, is Dr. Clef crazy? He blew himself up right away? He didn't even consider whether the child could handle it. Come on, it's already difficult to get the letter in, so I can only take this opportunity to tell her the truth. Sigh. Dr. Clef is not a good person to judge, but he has nothing to say about Jia. I am old and can't bear to see these things. Seeing this, Jia's eyes turned red. Then she immediately bit her lips, trying hard not to cry. Eden was not a place. It was a state of being. They wanted to take us back to that, and I stopped them. I took paradise away from us once again. I have never regretted what I did that day, except for one thing. When you first saw me that day you saw your father put 10 bullets into your mother's head. I have no excuses, no explanations. You may not even remember it, but I'm telling you this now in the hope that you can understand what I did. I hope you will forgive me. The audience in the live broadcast room seemed to see a picture. Dr. Clef pinched his fingers and trembled as he wrote these words on the paper. It was as if I could see Dr. Clef's pleading eyes. I love you. I wish I could have done more for you. The best thing I can do for you is to leave you with good people and hope they can raise you for me. From what I have seen, they are doing a good job. I'm sorry you can't stay with them. I'm sorry they sent you here. I promise to do everything I can to make your life here happy, I swear to keep you safe. The main body of the letter ends here, and the signature is Happy 16th birthday, love your father. Seeing this, tears welled up in Jia's eyes. Her body trembled involuntarily, and the envelope in her hand slipped unconsciously. His eyes were filled with astonishment and panic. She looked at Lin Lang for help. He's sorry he can't come see you in person. After a pause, Lin Lang added, your father is a hero. Hearing this, Tears immediately fell from Jia's eyes. The fragments of stars in those eyes continued to fade away with the girl's sadness. She sipped cry, then to sobbing, until the end, I burst into tears completely. I don't know how many days and nights that cry has been hidden, so much so that it penetrated the screen and reached another universe. The audience in the live broadcast room looked at the screen and sighed. What can they say? I can only blame this damn world. S.H.I.E.L.D. Natasha Romanoff turned away and wiped her eyes. Looking at the screen, he said depressedly, alas, this world is terrible. In Lin Lang's memories, they have witnessed so many separations and deaths that it almost makes them numb. But whenever this scene appears on the screen again, people can't help but be moved. Nick Fury had a complicated expression. Dr. Clef's love for his daughter is touching. But while he was moved, he still remembered Dr. Clef's request to Lin Lang. Screen. He waited until Jia had vented all her emotions before handing her a tissue. Jia raised her head, tears still welling up in her eyes. After taking the tissue, he looked like a frightened deer. She said pitifully, why can't he come to see me? Lin Lang was silent for a moment, then replied, because he wants to protect you. Jia's eyes widened, and he asked in confusion, but I'm already well protected, right? Lin Lang shook his head, his eyes seemed to see scenery that people had never seen. The voice was vague, it's just because some disasters haven't happened yet. Jia wanted to ask more questions, but Lin Lang stood up. Happy birthday, Jia. After saying that, without waiting for Jia's reaction, he stood up and left. Until he reached the door of the containment room. Jia's voice sounded behind him, thank you. Lin Lang paused. Huff, he walked out the door. Thank you for the gift. On the screen, Jia waving the gift in his hand flashed. Bye. Chapter 141. Looking at the dimming screen, everyone had a complicated expression on their face. This time the mission is not to participate in a certain project, nor to contain a certain anomaly. The vast majority of the content is even just Dr. Kondriki's dictation. But even so, after learning the story behind SCP-166 and Dr. Clef, everyone was no less shocked than before. Just as people were talking about it, the picture slowly appeared again. I don't know how much time has passed, but Lin Lang has obviously returned to Site 17. While I was recording something in the laboratory, there was a knock on the door. Knock knock knock, enter. Da-da-da, the sound of high heels stepping on the ground is crisp and rhythmic. Lin Lang raised his head and looked at the person who came, his eyes flashed slightly. The person who came was an old acquaintance, 05-10, the overseer of the Q5 Council. She slowly sat down opposite Lin Lang, looked at him calmly and said, what did you give to 166 on behalf of Clef? Lin Lang was concentrating on his work, without even looking up, and said, a letter. The supervisor's eyes narrowed, you are violating the rules. Lin Lang raised his head, so, supervisor. For a moment, she really didn't know what to say. After a long pause, she said in a serious tone, don't forget the promise you made before. When these words were spoken, the audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Promise? What did Lin Lang promise? God 433 S.H.I.E.L.D. The agents looked at this scene with strange expressions. Thinking back to the previous email, they all became delighted. Damn it, is there really something going on between Lin Lang and the overseer? Maybe the supervisor has a crush on him. Iceberg God, right? Good, good, good. Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes at everyone. Boring. Nick Fury obviously wouldn't make such a superficial association. His mind searched for any memory of promise, after thinking for a moment, his eyes were shocked. Then he suddenly raised his head, looked at the screen and murmured, rebirth plan. It's not time for the rebirth plan yet. Lin Lang said calmly. These words left the supervisor speechless for a moment. She took a deep breath, adjusted her mood, and then said coldly, the preparation stage is almost over. As he spoke, he handed Lin Lang a file. Lin Lang frowned and took it. The audience in the live broadcast room also became curious. There is a new project again. Project name, Parasite of the High Sky, item number, SCP-3396, project security level, 5 top secret containment class, esoteric secondary level, Tiamat disturbance level, Amida risk level, critical inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Looking at this long list of levels that have never appeared before, all the agents were stunned. What? Natasha Romanoff stared at the screen, puzzled. Why does the file of this project look like this? Because this was handed directly to Lin Lang by the O5 Council's overseer. Nick Fury explains. But in fact, he himself knew nothing about the content at the beginning. But he knew one thing. Top secret with level 5 security clearance. The last time it appeared was SCP-2317. He stared at the screen intently. Could it be that this project is on the same level as the Devourer of Worlds and the Crimson King? Camartage. When Ancient One saw the content appearing on the light screen, his expression suddenly changed. Supreme Heaven? Damn it, could it be that? As a Sorcerer Supreme, she is well aware that there are many high-level beings in the Marvel Universe. But all of these beings are top powerful beings in the universe. Could it be that, can this containment object reach that level? Thinking of this, her gaze towards the screen had become completely shocked. The deepest part of the universe. Observer Dimension. Yueta's eyes were fixed on the project name on the light curtain. Supreme Sky Parasite? Parasitism. After pondering the name over and over again, Yueta seemed to have thought of something, and his expression was startled. Could it be that it is a parasite that lives on the Supreme God? Thinking of this, an existence subconsciously popped up in his mind. Dark God Null creates symbiote. This is an alien parasite that can combine with the host to form a symbiotic relationship, giving the host Superman-like abilities. Thinking of this, Yueta looked at the screen with excitement. What kind of existence is this supreme parasite? At the same time, more content emerged from the light curtain. Strategic Guidance Protocol. Due to the physical and abstract infectious properties of SCP-3396, full containment has not yet been achieved. The central location of SCP-3396 is designated Zone 3396, and is currently being contested by multiple organizations, including the Global Occult Coalition, the Serpent's Hand, and the Unusual Incidents Unit. It has been declared a neutral, unarmed zone through multilateral agreement to prevent global war in a veil-lifting scenario. In order to limit public exposure and prevent further SCP-3396 infection within the global population, the capture of all SCP-3396-01 instances has been considered a top priority. All captured instances must be contained in a Class 4 hazardous biological containment chamber, protected by an Atlas-style antithomic rune array. If 15% of Earth's population is infected, see Document 3396 Al-Farabyte for details regarding evacuation of personnel, location of regional quarantine facilities, and subsequent changes to Foundation priorities. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. What's happening? SCP-3396 is abstractly contagious. Will it result in a fight among multiple organizations? Could it even lead to a global war? Are you crazy? For a moment, the entire live broadcast room became a hot topic. WTF? Is this a virus or an anomaly? The point is, if this thing sounds so harmful, why is it causing so many organizations to fight over it? Damn it, the Global Occult Coalition and the Serpent's Hand are tough guys. Infection? Could it be that this parasite can also live in the human body? 15% of the world's population is infected. Oh my god, how contagious is this thing? Description: SCP-3396 is a Type 4 extra-dimensional entity that exists as a physical and abstract mutation-inducing symbiotic gestalt, currently inhabiting and affecting approximately 6% of the global population. See here, the atmosphere in S.H.I.E.L.D. suddenly stagnated. All the agents' eyes widened immediately. WTF? 6% of the population has been infected. Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen and said in disbelief, aren't there still hundreds of millions of people infected by this thing? Nick Fury also frowned. This global infection is already a very critical situation. Not a virus, but 4 types of extra-dimensional entities? At this moment, more information appeared on the screen. SCP-3390-SIX's central hub is located 75 km southeast of Death Valley in the Mojave Desert. It appears visually as huge amounts of possibly biological structures, with both tree-like and insect-like features, with the largest portion being 27 meters tall and 23 meters wide. The color of this primary superform varies between blue and green, but sometimes changes, appearing different colors simultaneously to different observers. Holes in the main trunk and branches of the hub release a luminescent blue-green liquid, forming a shallow pool at the base of SCP-3396. SCP-3396 as a whole is not fully tangible, and is unable to interact with physical objects or electromagnetic radiation. This makes conventional, non-thaumatic testing and monitoring impossible. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room became even more excited. Obviously, this is completely different from what they had envisioned as a parasite at the beginning. SCP-3396 is not just some tiny parasite, instead, it is a huge amount of organisms. But doubts also followed. How does something like this infect people? Physical exposure to SCP-3396 or its secretions causes drastic changes in both the physical and abstract properties of the organism. These effects are unpredictable and vary greatly, but do have a few commonalities. Organisms affected by SCP-3396, designated SCP-3396-01, will grow additional organs and tissues of unknown purpose that are capable of rapid transfer through body cavities. These structures are luminescent, blue-green in color, and do not interact with physical matter or energy in the same way as conventional matter, suggesting that their composition is primarily thaumaturgic or non-baryonic. SCP-3396 organisms may manifest randomly on the body surface, but always manifest inside the body. Organs, tumors, cysts, and threads that grow inside SCP-3396 do not physically interact with surgical equipment or techniques, and are impossible to remove from the host body through surgery. Seeing this, the audience who were still wondering how they were infected were stunned. There was a shock immediately. WTF? If you're physically exposed to that thing, you'll get infected. The infected will even grow extra organs and tissues? Damn, that sounds just like cancer cells. What the hell is this thing? It's simply unbelievable. Camartage. Seeing this, Ancient One looked strange. Obviously, this so-called Supreme Heaven parasite seems to have nothing to do with the Supreme Heaven. She looked at the screen. Am I really overthinking? But she immediately dismissed the idea. If SCP-3396 is really just a contagious giant organism, and the infected person just grows some extra tissues or organs, so would such a project make the O5 Council's overseers so cautious? Will such a project cause competition among multiple organizations, or even potentially lead to a global war? Obviously not. So, SCP-3396's anomalous properties are definitely not that simple. Thinking of this, she looked at the screen again. Infected and mutated by SCP-3396 humans affected by the virus generally experience physiological changes like other affected creatures, but rarely psychological changes. Their personality and memory are preserved, and in some cases, mental abilities are enhanced. Lift. This, combined with the anomalous abilities granted by SCP-3396 infection, makes SCP-3396-01 humans particularly dangerous. Seeing this, Lin 5.7 Lang frowned slightly and slowly put down the file. He turned to look at the supervisor. So, has the Foundation ever captured SCP-3396-01? Yes, the overseer said. Not only that, we even actively caused some creatures to come into contact with SCP-3396 liquid, making them SCP-3396-01. Once these words came out, not only Lin Lang, but the entire Marvel World audience was stunned. Actively causing infection? Are you crazy? Lin Lang frowned slightly. He didn't ask for the reason, but asked directly about the result. What's the result? We first took an ordinary male bearded dragon and applied a drop of SCP-3396 liquid to the top of its head. The supervisor recalled and described. Within 3 hours, subject's size and mass increased significantly, length to 25 meters and weight to 5,000 kilograms. After a pause, he continued, the individual exhibits significant structural changes, with its limbs becoming wider, its skin texture becoming variegated and transparent, and it has multiple dorsal pores, from which it releases a mixture of spores and various poisonous gases. The patient became lethargic and unresponsive to physical examination. Skin samples showed genetic material very similar to but distinct from a variety of fungal organisms, notably Angel of Destruction, Death Cap, and Ergot. The supervisor's voice fell. All S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were stunned. How big is a normal male bearded dragon? It's about 40 to 50 centimeters at most. As a result, once it comes into contact with SCP-3396 liquid, it turns directly into Godzilla. Chapter 142. 25 meters high and weighs 5 tons? If this isn't Godzilla, then what is it? All the agents were stunned. Even Nick Fury frowned when he subconsciously thought of that scene in his mind. It was only then that he realized, how terrifying is SCP-3396. It was not until then that he understood why so many organizations were willing to go against the Foundation in order to fight for SCP-3396. So this thing is a monster-making machine? Just a few drops of liquid can instantly turn a small lizard into Godzilla. What about injecting the fluid directly? What about larger animals? What will happen to top predators like lions and tigers after they are infected? Thinking of this, Nick Fury's face suddenly turned pale. Screen. Hearing the supervisor's words, even Lin Lang was a little surprised. The second time, we selected a male golden retriever and injected it with 4 cubic centimeters of SCP-3396 liquid. The supervisor's voice was calm, but the words he said made the audiences of the entire Marvel world nervous. Over the course of approximately 2 hours, the individual's fur fell off and irregular horn-like structures grew all over its body. After a pause, the supervisor continued. Vivisection revealed that SCP-3396 had organs and tissues throughout its body. Vivisection did not cause death to the subject, and all injuries sustained were able to self-heal rapidly. No change in subject's behavior. Stark Industries building. What? Stark stood up from his chair, stared at the screen in shock. It's not getting bigger, but a super healing effect. Meanwhile, Colonel Rhodes on the side had his brows tightly knitted together, his gaze fixed on the words "no change in the target's behavior." No change in behavior? Doesn't that mean that this hound has simply gained the ability to self-heal, and even improved its physique? As soon as these words came out, Stark and Colonel Rod looked at each other. Both of them saw a hint of extreme shock in each other's eyes. S.H.I.E.L.D. The agents were completely stunned. However, at the moment Nick Fury was staring at the screen, the bearded dragon turned into Godzilla. Golden retrievers are covered with keratin, etc. As if he had thought of something, his eyes suddenly widened. If you think about it the other way around, after the bearded dragon came into contact with SCP-3396 liquid, it gained a supersized body and super strong physique. After the golden retriever was injected with SCP-3396 liquid, not only did its defense soar, but it also gained a super strong self-healing ability. By the end, Nick Fury's voice was getting louder and louder. He widened his eyes in shock and said, "Doesn't that mean that the liquid from SCP-3396 may not necessarily bring harm, but could also be a form of evolution?" His mind was shaken by this astonishing guess. His whole body seemed to be frozen in place. Even his eyes lost focus, as if they were being pulled by an invisible force. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. fell silent. Assistant Maria added calmly, "The most important thing is that the evolutionary routes are different for different targets." Then Nick Fury looked at him, and a doubt was about to come out. If a human comes into contact with SCP-3396 fluid, what will happen next? Screen. Lin Lang also sat on the chair, supporting his chin with one hand and tapping the table with the other hand unconsciously, making a rhythmic sound. The supervisor didn't care about Lin Lang's reaction until he heard Lin Lang speak. "So, what about human experiments?" Once these words came out, the audience in the live broadcast room was stunned for a moment, then immediately held their breath and waited attentively for the answer. This time, the supervisor took out a record from his pocket. This time, the subject was a human, female, 28 years old. "We exposed the SCP-3396 liquid to the skin of her lower arm." The supervisor paused and said in a serious tone, "The subject's skin quickly absorbed the liquid, with no immediate physical changes." When asked if he noticed any changes in mood or sensation, the subject responded, "I understand the firepower." Lin Lang frowned. "I understand firepower?" Then a large number of rotating cannons appeared in the subject's hands, and they opened fire on Foundation personnel before breaching containment. Hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. What the hell? Manifesting guns out of thin air? The overseer looked at the record and read calmly, "After being struck by responding Foundation security forces, the subject's body shattered and exploded violently." The subject himself was unharmed, but the testing facility was severely damaged and the subject escaped. After a pause, the subject's body continued to shatter, explode, and regenerate after being injured. The fragments floating around the subject's central body turned into more high-energy projectile weapons. 37 casualties were recorded. The subsequent testing room was reinforced. Having said this, her voice fell. However, the entire Marvel universe fell into a strange silence. Then, the audience in the live broadcast room was excited. WTF? Transformed directly into a humanoid self-propelled weapons depot. Damn it, doesn't it mean that this guy directly gained super abilities by coming into contact with SCP-3396 liquid? Oh my god! Is this possible? Damn it, doesn't that mean SCP-3396 will mass-produce people with super abilities? Oh my god, let me try it. S.H.I.E.L.D. The way the agents looked at the screen changed completely. There is surprise, shock, and also a desire that is difficult to conceal. Who doesn't want to be a superhero? Just touching SCP-3396 will grant you super abilities. It is an irresistible temptation for anyone. But Nick Fury's expression was completely different. Looking at the screen, his already dark face looked so gloomy that water seemed to be dripping out of it. SCP-3396 gave him the scent of loss of control. S.H.I.E.L.D. is a special force of the International Security Council dedicated to dealing with various bizarre events. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., I hate everything that is out of control. The reason for using superheroes is only to fight super criminals. But SCP-3396 can produce super ability people in batches without limit, which is unacceptable to him. Fortunately, this thing only exists in the Foundation universe. But, seeing this, he finally understood why so many organizations were willing to fight against the Foundation, all because of SCP-3396. If a containment unit that can mass-produce super abilities cannot be completely controlled by itself, it must be destroyed. Camartage. The Ancient One looked at the screen in shock. As a Sorcerer Supreme, she is very confident in her own strength. But that doesn't mean her strength is innate. On the contrary, she practiced magic for hundreds of years before becoming a Sorcerer Supreme. In order to gain the power of immortality, she even resorted to the power of darkness. Only she herself understands the hardships along the way. However, now, SCP-3396 can give ordinary people such powerful power without any restrictions. For a moment, Ancient One felt as if a seasoning bottle had been overturned. Mixed feelings. Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. Professor X stared at the screen, his eyes filled with shock. The way SCP-3396 makes people become super ability beings reminds him of them, mutants. Mutants are born with genetic mutations, so they are born with a variety of super abilities. But mutants' super abilities are not necessarily all good. For some mutants, their super abilities are even a curse. For example, his good friend Magneto lost his mother when he was young because of his super ability. Then, turning all humans into mutants became Magneto's obsession. But both Professor X and Magneto knew that it was too difficult to achieve this. What Professor X didn't expect was that now that he is just a containment object, he can actually do this so easily. Stark Industries building. It's like this again. Stark crossed his arms and said unhappily, it's the same old thing of relying on mutations again. There's absolutely no novelty at all. Is there no one pursuing the power of technology? Colonel Rhodes at the side shrugged helplessly, not everyone has the ability and wealth like you. Colonel Rhodes said with a smile, isn't there a saying? The poor rely on mutation, the rich rely on technology. Definitely. Money ability is also an ability, isn't it? Having said that, Stark couldn't help but look at the screen with a hint of envy. Technology is indeed powerful, but with mutation, wouldn't it be even more powerful? I just don't know if the abilities given to humans by SCP-3396 are the same. Stark looked at the screen and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the supervisor answered the question for him. For the second human experiment, we selected a 42-year-old male, who was instructed to inhale fumes made from SCP-3B96 liquid. The supervisor said in a cold voice, at first, there was no immediate effect within 3 hours. After 3 hours. At this point, the supervisor seemed to recall some bad memories, and his tone became serious. 4 replicas appeared in the testing room. All 5 individuals said at the same time, only you fools would take the blessing of magic as a curse. The 5 individuals held hands and then merged into a giant inhuman creature with 10 arms of different file sizes, a uniform mass of flesh as the core substance, and dozens of floating objects similar to severed hands, each with an eye in the palm of its hand. 823 she sighed and said in a strange tone, then the 5 individuals held hands and merged into a giant inhuman creature with 10 arms of varying file sizes, a mass of indistinguishable flesh as the central substance, and dozens of floating objects that resembled severed hands, each with an eye in the palm of its hand. A large volume of water then manifested in the room and swirled violently, rendering the organism unobstructed. The liquid then seeped onto the floor of the containment chamber, and was later determined to be non-anomalous seawater. The entity's whereabouts are currently unknown. As soon as the words fell, the entire live broadcast room suddenly fell into a strange silence. In silence, everyone was stunned. Magic? In an instant, the entire live broadcast room suddenly became lively. Countless barrages emerged like a tsunami. What? Is this a mistake? Magic? Damn it, why is the style of painting different? What the hell is this? No, the key point should be that this thing is missing, just like the woman above, it's missing. Oh my god! It's unbelievable! Even an ability like magic can appear. SCP-3396 is too powerful. S.H.I.E.L.D. An agent was also stunned. It was science fiction one second and magical the next? Could it be that the super abilities granted by SCP-3396 are not without cost? Will it distort people's thinking? Nick Fury stared at the screen, then shook his head, no. He looked at the crowd, are you done? Humans infected and mutated by SCP-3396 generally experience physiological changes like other affected organisms, but rarely psychological changes. Their personality and memory are preserved, and in some cases their mental abilities are even enhanced. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Natasha Romanoff exclaimed, you mean, the problem is with this person? His beliefs or something? Nick Fury's eyes turned dark, it's very possible, but the question is, what exactly does this person believe in to create such an outrageous existence? He subconsciously looked at the screen, only to find that the supervisor had already collected the records. No discernible pattern has been found in the mutations caused by SCP-3396, which generally result in anomalous properties and abilities of destructive power. The supervisor waved the record in his hand. These factors caused SCP-3396-01's containment breach to occur repeatedly despite the continuous strengthening of the containment room. Chapter 143. While physical examination of SCP-3396 has proven impossible, thaumaturgical scanning has yielded the only tangible result. Rather than giving standard conceptual energy and thaumaturgical potential readings, a Foundation prototype thaumaturgical scanner has altered the data format to give the word prosperity, with the language used varying randomly with each scan. The meaning is unknown. The overseer sighed and said, there is currently no way to communicate with SCP-3396, nor any way to eliminate its influence. Lin Lang sighed, so. The supervisor frowned, you still don't understand the seriousness of the situation. She looked at Lin Lang, her expression serious, and said, in the last month alone, we lost personnel and skips from 2 sites, and lost 2 other mobile task forces, Eta-5 and Phi-2. Lin Lang was stunned, is he dead? Eta-5 suffered catastrophic losses while engaging a living mountain of 3,396 energy. No further details are known. Where's Phi-2? The supervisor was silent, and after a long pause, he exhaled, 1 member died, and the rest rebelled. When these words came out, the live broadcast room was stunned at first. Then suddenly the situation exploded. WRF? A task force was directly lost, and another one even had all its members defect. Damn it, is the situation of the Foundation so critical? SCP-3396 is an extremely strategic resource. Its value is simply too high. No wonder the supervisor is uncharacteristically uneasy. It turns out there is a reason for this. S.H.I.E.L.D. The agents were also extremely surprised when they heard this. No one expected that the Foundation, which they thought was almost omnipotent, would actually face so many crises. Nick Fury stared at the screen intently. He didn't understand why the supervisor repeatedly asked Lin Lang to join the rebirth plan. What exactly is the rebirth plan? Why Lin Lang? SCP-3396 was discovered accidentally during an archaeological excavation. All members of the research team became instances of SCP-3396-01, and worked together to fully discover SCP-3396 within a few days. Foundation assets were not informed of this in a timely manner, and therefore no steps were taken to prevent infected individuals from returning to population centers, allowing the effects of SCP-3396 to spread unchecked, the overseer recalled. As she spoke, she sighed. The Foundation's containment efforts are currently focused on secretly locating and detaining all SCP-3396-01 instances, and establishing control over the location of central SCP-3396. Multiple organizations and global forces are actively interfering with this. She looked at Lin Lang. We have more enemies to deal with than just anomalies. Lin Lang pondered for a while and asked, how far has it developed so far? Despite the Foundation's counterintelligence efforts, the emergence of SCP-3396 has resulted in unprecedented changes to global society. Uncontained instances of SCP-3396-01 have begun to utilize their newfound anomalous abilities for a variety of purposes, including murder, nonviolent crime, mass eradication of specific diseases, and public welfare initiatives. The supervisor paused and exhaled. Currently, the Foundation still superficially controls the global media, limiting public knowledge of SCP-3396-01 instances, but SCP-3396 contamination continues. As a result, SCP-3396-01 has expanded beyond the Foundation's area of influence. Many groups of interest, including the Global Occult Coalition, the Serpent's Hand, etc., have taken control of SCP-3396-01 instances and have begun to use them for their own purposes, as well as to carry out further infections within their organizations. At the end, the supervisor emphasized in a very solemn tone, if SCP-3396 were to escape Foundation control and cause an anticipated TPK-class thaumatic proliferation scenario, Emergency Protocol 3396 Alabaster would be enacted, and the Foundation would take necessary steps to protect the safety of the remaining human population. Hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. SCP-3396 is completely out of Foundation control? TPK-class thaumaturgical proliferation scenario? Necessary measures to protect the safety of the remaining human beings? WTF? Has the situation become so serious? SCP-3396 is indeed very powerful and can mass-produce superpowered people. But it doesn't mean that human civilization will be destroyed for it, right? Are those organizations crazy? S.H.I.E.L.D. Most agents are also confused. Why is SCP-3396 originally non-threatening, but still able to bring such a great crisis to human civilization? Only Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., understands how strategically valuable SCP-3396 is. It can be said that once this thing appears in the Marvel world, even those powerful alien civilizations and those ancient beings will go crazy for it. What's more, those organizations in the Foundation world are always afraid of chaos in the world. Now I know that there is a containment that can mass-produce superpowered people and mass-strengthen creatures. It would be strange if you don't snatch it. Thinking of this, Nick Fury couldn't help but become curious. What will Lin Lang choose? Screen. Lin Lang fell into deep thought. The supervisor looked at Lin Lang, whose eyes flickered, and continued, The 05 Council has decided to enhance the Alabaster project. If this method is feasible, perhaps every drop of resources can be invested in containment or neutralization. Before he could finish his words, Lin Lang interrupted him. Placing most of the human population in camps and laboratories is an act of exceeding authority. That's why, if we don't do our job and start now, then we won't be able to continue human existence. The supervisor said in a deep voice. Lin Lang suddenly fell into silence again. He sat in deep thought, staring into nothingness. The familiar knocking sound rang out again, and the supervisor did not interrupt him. Clatter. Lin Lang raised his head and looked at the supervisor. Li Hoseo, so, what do you need me to do? The supervisor looked at him quietly. He was given a list of names. And a pistol. I need you to be the final bell ringer. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room, who were originally extremely surprised, suddenly became stunned. What's happening? S.H.I.E.L.D. What is this? Natasha Romanoff stared at the screen and called out, the last bell ringer? Is the situation so critical? Nick Fury also stared at the screen. A list, a pistol. It's self-evident what Lin Lang should do. Is the Foundation planning a major internal cleansing? But why was this kind of work given to Lin Lang? Or, do you want him to do something else? The most important thing is, what exactly is the rebirth plan? Chapter 144. The supervisor looked at Lin Lang quietly. He held the list in one hand and casually stroked the pistol with the other. not knowing what he was thinking. It took him several minutes to come back to his senses. Then he pushed back the list and the pistol. I won't do this job. Lin Lang's answer surprised the supervisor and also surprised the audience in the live broadcast room. Lin Lang looked at the supervisor, who looked suspicious. You have a suitable executioner, but you are still lacking a suitable practitioner. The overseer frowned. The price of the Alabaster project is acceptable, so why don't you let me try it? You. The supervisor seemed to have thought of something, and his face suddenly changed. Lin Lang just stared at her calmly and injected me with SCP-3396 liquid. No. This is too risky, it's against the rules. After these words were spoken, even the supervisor was frightened for a moment and spoke stutteringly. The audience in the live broadcast room was completely stunned. Soon, there was a boiling atmosphere. WTF? Did I hear it right? Damn it, I just said it before, since the mutants are already unstoppable, why doesn't the Foundation let the agents try? Use magic to defeat magic? Haha, this is a great idea. It's over. I'm already looking forward to it. What kind of ability will Lin Lang get? The Foundation will most likely not agree. Don't forget the Foundation's purpose. S.H.I.E.L.D. All the agents were completely stunned. No one expected that Lin Lang not only rejected the supervisor's proposal, but even proposed such an incredible plan. Natasha Romanoff stared at the screen and said excitedly, maybe, it really works? Don't forget that SCP-3396 not only does not affect the infected person's mind, it can even strengthen the infected person's mind. If Lin Lang obtains the supernormal ability, thinking of that scene, even Natasha Romanoff was excited for a moment. Nick Fury stared at the screen with a frown on his face. To be honest, Lin Lang's words shocked him a little. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he does not exclude those extraordinary people in the Bureau. Even in the early years, when facing the evil scientists of the NC-757 and his team once launched a super soldier plan, which gave rise to Steve. Using extraordinary powers to fight extraordinary criminals is almost the most cost-effective way. But the thing is the Foundation acceptable? After watching for so long, K. Fury thought he had some understanding of the logic behind the past events of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Foundation. In some aspects, the scale of the Foundation is beyond everyone's imagination, such as various rituals, expendable D-class personnel. But when it comes to using the abilities of the contained objects, the Foundation seems extremely rigid. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at the screen. The curiosity in my heart has reached its peak. Will the overseers approve of this plan? Screen. The supervisor calmed down, looked at Lin Lang and said righteously, have you forgotten the mission of the Foundation? Control. Lin Lang stood up. Contain. Lin Lang took a step toward the overseer. Protect. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Lang was only one step away from the supervisor. The overseer could even smell Lin Lang's warm breath. Facing those eyes that were like a pool of deep spring water, she gritted her teeth and said, so, we reject all behaviors that make people abnormal. Lin Lang looked at her, but, you have created several anomalies yourself. It was just an experiment. Lin Lang didn't say anything, but just being looked at by him, he could feel the indescribable sense of oppression. It was just an accident. At this point, the supervisor's voice faded. In fact, plans have been proposed to actively infect Foundation personnel with SCP-3396. The supervisor said in a muffled voice. Hearing this, Lin Lang was slightly startled. The audience in the live broadcast room were also a little surprised. Who is it? Dr. Gears. The image of the extremely calm, emotionless old man who was experiencing a midlife crisis suddenly emerged in everyone's mind. Then there was a moment of surprise. S.H.I.E.L.D. Why Dr. Gears? Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen and asked in confusion, I thought it would be some members of the Mobile Task Force, BFEJ, such as the Red Right Hand who directly obeys the O5 Council. Nick Fury rested his chin on his hand and thought, have you noticed that Dr. Gears and Lin Lang have something in common? Natasha Romanoff looked at the calm Lin Lang on the screen and blurted out, are they all expressionless? Nick Fury. He rolled his eyes and said unhappily, they are all absolutely rational. Absolute sanity? Hearing this, Natasha Romanoff fell into deep thought. Recalling all Lin Lang's previous actions, she found that she had no way to refute it. Lin Lang not only possesses absolute rationality, but also possesses willpower and courage that ordinary people can hardly imagine. From this point of view, he really seems to be the best choice. Nick Fury looked at the screen. He wondered what Dr. Gears would say in response. He refused. The supervisor recalled the scene and his face turned ugly. That guy, like most old antiques, refused to act in violation of the Foundation's declaration. As she spoke, she looked at Lin Lang. As if meeting him for the first time, the two looked at each other for a few seconds before she said seriously, "Are you sure?" Lin Lang nodded. "Perhaps the ability you obtained is not enough to save this disaster. But it's definitely better than being captured, isn't it? Perhaps you will be treated as an anomaly by the Foundation and contained or even terminated." Lin Lang's expression finally changed, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "I hope the person who executes me is Dr. Clef." The supervisor looked at Lin Lang deeply. He turned around and muttered, "What a lunatic." At this moment, the audience in the live broadcast room were all excited. Because, that lights hell, that swoop 096, Lin Lang, the man who neutralized SCP-1730, is back. Stark Industries building. So, he finally chose this path. Stark folded his arms and stared at the screen, not saying any more wisecracks like technology is nobler than mutation. He just felt a little complicated about Lin Lang's choice. From D-class personnel to mobile task force members, then to junior researchers and medium-level researchers, until now, the doctor. He never seemed to forget his mission and responsibility. Perhaps, every legendary doctor in the Foundation is more or less abnormal. Colonel Rhodes quipped. Stark thought about it for a moment and it seemed to be true. Apart from anything else, just the four doctors of Apocalypse, Dr. Kondraki is not only able to control SCP-408, but is also a complete lunatic. Dr. Bright gained the ability of immortality due to a certain containment object, and can even possess others' bodies to achieve immortality. Although Dr. Gears does not have those strange abilities, he has absolute rationality and terrifying willpower. As for Dr. Clef, he's a legend. It's not necessary to mention that he was formerly a GOC agent, but the key point is that he was originally a level 3 reality bender. His ability is still a mystery. From this perspective, Lin Lang is the most normal one among them. Camartage. Oh my god, Lin Lang is so brave. I will definitely be braver than him in the future. I just want to be a venerable like Sorcerer Supreme. Listening to the discussions of the young magic apprentices in the yard, Ancient One smiled and shook his head helplessly. As the Sorcerer Supreme, she might have been very powerful and brave before. But after seeing the existence of the Foundation world, she would never think so again. She looked at the screen, watching Lin Lang leave with the supervisor. Eyes flashing. What kind of ability will such a legend get? I thought we would see Lin Lang gaining ability next. Who knows, the scene on the screen suddenly changes. Just like the memory that was forcibly inserted before, the scene shifted to a mountainous area. Under the snow-capped mountains, a slender figure lifted the 150-pound revolver grenade launcher over his shoulder. He observed the burning wreckage of the building in the distance and sighed. As the fire burned, thick smoke billowed from the roof. Sirens howled in the distance. Noticing the faintly visible words SCP on the burning building, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned at first, and then shocked. WTF? What's going on? Is this site bombed? Who the hell is this woman? How dare she attack the Foundation? Is she crazy? By the way, this guy is wearing an orange jumpsuit, isn't that the uniform of a D-class personnel? What the hell? Could it be that this guy is a D-class personnel? S.H.I.E.L.D. A group of agents looked at the screen and cheered one after another. D-class personnel? Rotary grenade launcher. Could it be that? Natasha Romanoff suddenly looked at everyone and said in shock, could she be the D-class personnel who gained unlimited firepower and escaped after coming into contact with SCP-3396? Nick Fury nodded solemnly. He noticed the number on the nameplate on the woman's chest. D77777. He couldn't help but sigh. If we say that apart from the rebels and terrorist organizations, who hates the Foundation the most? They were definitely D-class personnel who were treated as expendable guinea pigs. Class D personnel have no human rights in the Foundation, and must carry out various life-threatening experimental projects every now and then. In the eyes of many doctors, D-class humanoids cannot even be considered artificial. Once such people gain the power to resist, it will definitely be a disaster for the Foundation. Thinking of this, he sighed and looked at the screen again. Will D77777 kill everyone on sight? At the moment, she has acquired the ability, and it is effortless for her to deal with an undefended site. Screen. D77777 is at the commanding height on the top of the mountain, with a sweeping view of the valley below. She knew she could. The place where he stood blasted the entire site into a ball of steam and ash. She knew she could exact revenge on everyone inside with 100 gun barrels. A small, dying part of her wanted to do that. But the rest of her didn't want to. Too many charred and broken bodies had already gripped her heart. When she let go of the gun, it felt like it disappeared from reality instead of falling to the ground. She turned her back on the wreckage of her prison and walked away. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. But he immediately became curious about D77777. She seems to be different from those vicious death row inmates. At the moment, some narration actually appeared on the screen. It seemed to be the voice of D77777. An hour ago, Monica was called D77777. This made her somewhat noteworthy in the tiny community to which she had become accustomed. Lucky 57, they called her. Her natural inclination was to keep a low profile, learned from a life in which whenever she attracted attention she was driven down like a lone nail. But a computer had somehow chosen to make her inescapably conspicuous, with 5 black 7s embedded in the back of her orange dress, like 5 fish hooks. So people naturally assume that she must be worthy of attention. Destiny chose her to be something special. So they are drawn to her like satellites around a planet. She's an ordinary girl from a bad neighborhood, smart enough not to be satisfied with what she has, but not smart enough to know when to stop. Come. A repeat offender with daddy issues, mommy issues, money issues, anger issues, and more. This is just another stupid, regretful, sob story among the millions of modern youth criminals. A tragic legacy of a teenage disaster. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room looked at each other in surprise. No one expected that such a young woman would have such a tragic past. Until then, everyone understood, not all D-class personnel are guilty of crimes. Some people become D-class personnel because she was born without hope. The audience looked at the screen again. Looking at the white number on her nameplate. D77777. Chapter 145. 5 7s survived experiment after experiment. Her face wasn't ripped off, her insides weren't melted and her brain wasn't sucked out, then the white coats brought her here. They put that goo on her arms. Everything was different all of a sudden. Her body and mind collapsed. She was no longer herself. Her own soul was in the cup, and something very thirsty drank from it. Then that thing pushes her pee back. Seeing the narrator's description, some people felt a chill. But at the same time, I was confused about the last sentence. The soul is in a cup, and something very thirsty drinks it. S.H.I.E.L.D. What the hell? Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen and frowned. Could it be that being infected by SCP-3396 is not that simple and harmless? Nick Fury sighed. It doesn't matter anymore. Importantly, the infected have gained powerful strength, and can defy the law, trample on peace, and create war. This means that if the Foundation does not take corresponding measures, the entire world will be plunged into war and destruction. In this case, once Lin Lang's plan was approved, even though it was known that SCP-3396 infection was not harmless, there would be no turning back. What Nick Fury wants to know now is, how strong is the power D77777 gained? Nothing explicitly tells her that she has gained huge amounts of power and that she needs to use that power to escape. The message is not in words. It was like smoke and iron filings in her blood. She felt something she had never known through words. The thing that used his body like a tenement had taken something from her, she knew it. She didn't know what it was, but it was gone. Something is missing. In its place was an arsenal of weapons. It had molded into a single shape all her frustrations, all her hatreds, her bitterness and doubts and broken resolve, everything about who she was as a person. Beating her life into pieces, guarding the shapes of those pieces again and again. A shape that represents what she means to the world. Gun shape. Gun shape? Pondering this word over and over again, more and more viewers joined the heated discussion in the live broadcast room. What? Is it really a walking arsenal of firepower? Not only that, but he can also transform himself into a bomb and protect himself from harm. Damn, this ability is a bit perverted, isn't it? This ability was created entirely for war. The Foundation is in trouble now. Speaking of which, this girl is also very unlucky. Just then, the sound of a car engine was heard. A black car, some kind of dune buggy. Wide tires, exposed metal frame. There was only one person in the car. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Because the words SCP are clearly written on the body of the car. Could it be that this was filmed by the Foundation to deal with D77777? However, what puzzles everyone is that D77777 did not fire. Even after everything these men had put her through, Monica refused to shoot first. The man got out of the car. He is tall and dark-skinned. Short hair like in the military, with well-developed muscles. He was like a numbered silhouette of any action movie protagonist wearing a black body armor. At this time, some careful people noticed the label on his brochure, SCP-2. Obviously, this is a member of a mobile task force. S.H.I.E.L.D. Mobile task force. Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen and asked in confusion, but why is he alone? Is he here to negotiate? Only Nick Fury's eyes stayed on the man's badge. SCP-2, asterisk as if he had thought of something, he suddenly widened his eyes and said in a lost voice, SCP-2. It's them. The rebel and surrendered task force. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. was silent for a moment, and then exploded in an instant. WTF? It's them. Oh, I remember now. The supervisor said before that there were two task forces. One team was completely wiped out, and the other team had one person killed, and the rest of the team all rebelled. Why the hell is he here? Everyone stared at the screen with eyes wide open. The former teammate smiled in a way that made you want to hit him and raised his hands. Don't be nervous. I just want to talk. Then, the audience in the live broadcast room saw with their own eyes. D77777's right arm transformed into a giant mechanical flesh and blood hybrid larger than her own body. She pointed her iron fist at him, and the barrel of the gun on her wrist glowed orange-red. The air hummed, thick with exhaust from the pipes jutting from her shoulders. For a moment, the atmosphere at the scene became stagnant. Countless people are looking at the screen expectantly. Looking forward to D77777 pulling the trigger and blowing this traitor to pieces. Unfortunately, their wishes were not fulfilled. D77777 responded, fine. I'd like to vaporize your A with this damn laser. But I'll let you talk first, combat boots. Talk. The man still raised his hands, I'm not here to take you back. D77777 whistled derisively. Wow. That's really good news. The smile on the man's face faded. I understand why you want to kill me. I'd probably want to kill myself, too. Do you believe in second chances, ma'am? She bared her teeth at him and said, FK your mother. The man was not angry at her insults, but said sincerely, I believe you do. I've read your file. I know most of the bad things you've been through. Where you came from, who hurt you, and who you hurt. I know exactly what you'd be like if no one gave you a second chance. These words seemed to irritate D77777. She took a few steps forward and placed her huge fist within inches of the man's forehead. She could see the sweat on his skin, cascading down in the laser's aperture, which could melt him. Telling me how much you know about my life is really not good for your health, you Nazi CT. The man swallowed subconsciously, but kept staring into her eyes. Here's the thing. I'm still alive because I wisely stood on the winning side. I knew what was happening out there. The Foundation was losing. He paused, then spoke fluently, I'm not a loser, and neither are you now. I have cars, equipment, money, contacts, and information. You've been outside the system for years, Monica. Unless you want to turn yourself into a monster, you need my help, and all you have to do is not shoot me. 1D77777 looked into his eyes. Blue and cold, made a choice. Then the picture fell into darkness. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room was stunned at first. In just 3 seconds, the entire live broadcast room suddenly exploded. WTF? What is this guy talking about? The Foundation is going to lose. Damn it, he's here to win over D77777? What do these lunatics want to do? What the hell is going on out there? Why is the Foundation losing? And to whom? What happened? S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury looked at the screen with a gloomy expression. The man's words reminded him of what the supervisor had told Lin Lang. The situation has become so critical that the continued existence of humanity may be impossible. He stared at the man intently. A guess suddenly flashed through his mind, and his eyes widened immediately. Could it be that the infected and the task force have joined forces? Think of this. Gulp, he swallowed subconsciously, and cold sweat immediately slid down his forehead. At this moment, the scene changed. A ruined city filled with smoke appeared on the screen. Old Vegas has been destroyed by SCP-3396, mutants. D77777, Monica, she even has a new title now, the Queen of Spades. She watched as a floating ball of black plasma dissolved a mailbox several feet above her head. She rolled away from the growing, shimmering goo and stood up, directing a battery of cannons behind her to fire at the skinny idiot at the end of the street. Oink oink. Boom. The huge cannons roared on the sidewalks and sprayed shells into the blocks. A pseudopod of shiny black slime popped out of the pool, engulfing the ground and swallowing it, completely erasing any traces of the blast as if they had never existed. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. No one expected that D77777's ability would be so strong. She is an army all by herself, and she is full of firepower. But doubts also arise. Who are they fighting? Foundation? Or some other mutant? In the scene, D77777 put away his cannon and summoned a missile battery consisting of 6 surface-to-surface missiles. She fired all of them at once, sending at least 120 high-explosive missiles whizzing through the air at the annoying freak. Oink oink, more than 100 missiles with flames swaying in the air blasted towards the enemy. However, the expected explosion did not occur. 119 missiles were engulfed by the writhing tentacles of black sludge, but one of them hit its target. Boom! Flames suddenly shot up into the sky. However, the pale man wrapped himself in dark grey slime to protect himself from the flames. The rest of it began to retreat, leaving only the grooves it had carved in the ground where it had previously been. Seeing this person, everyone's breathing suddenly stagnated. It turned out to be another mutant. What is even more shocking to everyone is that even missiles can't kill this guy. What is his ability? In the picture. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, D77777 began to sweat. She has reached her quality limit. I've had enough. Don't evacuate again each area. No more panicked families. This BD must die. Just at this moment, the black sphere at the end of the street gathered itself together. Oink oink. Countless floating spheres flew towards D77777. They flew very slowly, silently erasing traces of traffic lights, lamp posts, and fire hydrants as they moved forward. D77777 did not dodge. Instead, she stretched out a hand to the sky and stood still in the puzzled eyes of the crowd, summoning her fatal blow. Everyone only heard a voice that seemed to come from the sky. Amazing! The next second, the air above the attack was twisted in a horrible way. A thunderclap shattered the pavement as a giant tower of tumbling metal appeared in the sky. It blocked out the sun, whistled, smoked, and tortured the air with its heat. The base of the hovering black iron fortress glowed with a fierce orange-white light, and molten metal dripped from a height of 100 feet, splashing onto the road. The huge amounts of this machine can hardly contain its own energy. So she let it all out. Buzz, the elements in the air let out a painful whimper at this moment. When the vertical space under the orbital cannon turned into an orange beam of light, a deafening hum rose up through the city, like the chiming of a great bell. It struck the earth directly, obscuring everything from sight. It was blindingly bright and terrifying, vaporizing everything in its path. Hot air poured out from the lasers, washing over D77777, scorching the Invincible's flesh in a manner that was tantamount to an OM. This destruction. This is the fire of God. Then it stopped. The light disappeared, and with it the view disappeared. The grey freak and all his sickening hunger goo disappeared, and only the melted remains of a painting were left on the ground. D77777 staggered, mumbling, "I think I got him." Then he fell to the ground with a thud. For a while, the entire Marvel Universe fell into a strange silence. Chapter 146. Quiet. Deathly silence permeated the live broadcast room. The audiences in the Marvel world stared at the screen in a daze, an indescribable shock and fear enveloped everyone. 1 second. 2 seconds. Until the third second. The audience in the entire live broadcast room was boiling with excitement. Oh my god! Is this the kind of power a human can possess? Too strong. Is this the only thing a nuclear explosion can do? Oh my god, she nearly destroyed the whole city. It's crazy, the world has gone crazy. S.H.I.E.L.D. All the agents looked at the screen with their eyes wide open, their mouths opened, and their faces full of disbelief. Even Nick Fury's hands were clenched tightly together, and his eyes were trembling as he looked at the screen. As the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he usually deals with either superheroes or supercriminals. I even went to Interstellar with Captain Marvel. He has seen many powerful beings, either technology or magic. But at this moment, he was still frightened by the unreasonably powerful attack summoned by D77777. This is a blow that is enough to destroy all existence. This is also the blow that best demonstrates the power of SCP-3390-SIXS infected. Spectacular. Breathtaking. Nick Fury looked at the screen with a hint of worry in his eyes. Is the Foundation really a match for such an enemy? Camartage. The white 400 light on the screen made it impossible for the young magic apprentices to open their eyes. Only the Ancient One stared blankly at the sky. The white light was so dazzling that her eyes were trembling. That is a power that is completely different from magic, but it is far stronger than magic. Among all the mutants, the ability obtained by D77777 makes her the best. What worries Ancient One is, what about Lin Lang? Thick grey clouds gathered over Old Vegas, and a sad, soft rain began to fall. There were cries and the sound of flapping wings in the distance. A hurried and nervous voice sounded in D77777's headset. Soldiers. Hundreds of them. Entering the ruins through the west gate. Guns, armor, war machines. It's the Foundation. They're coming for us. Their commander intends to capture the citizens of Old Vegas and kill anyone who resists. We must defend. We must defend our home. Now. A ray of sunlight pierced through the dark clouds in D77777's mind. She struggled to get up from the ground. She saw the crowds around her starting to move and become noisy. People were confused and increasingly panicked. The voice in the headset spoke directly to her. I will provide a telepathic communications network. Command your defenders by thinking to me, I will enter and read the minds of my enemies. But first I will banish their helicopters from my skies. Be strong, my queen. Lead us to victory. The sound disappeared. D77777 punches the ground and stands up. Everyone around immediately quieted down and listened to her. All combatants report to battle stations. Captains, use Norman to coordinate your troops and call all defense personnel to the west gate. Maintenance team, dig back 200 yards from 55th Street and destroy the road, stop those damn tanks. Ghost, get over there and keep an eye on the intruders, report back to me every 10 FG minutes. Battle team, get on top of the FG and get into square formation. This isn't a drill anymore, guys. Let's tell these dumb Nazi pieces of shit why you can't take down Old Vegas. Old Vegas roared in defiance. The sound was deafening enough to shake the concrete and shake the hearts of the Foundation. Then, the Foundation came along. The audience in the live broadcast room at the moment were both looking forward to and excited about the upcoming war. And with that lingering fear. The Foundation is good at dealing with anomalies, but are they good at dealing with mutants with super abilities? The most important thing is, where is Lin Lang? Countless spectators looked at the Foundation's team expectantly, but to their disappointment, they did not see Lin Lang. D77777 stood at the end of 55th Street and watched as Foundation forces filed in and assumed combat formation. They did not open fire. She called up a hedgerow of artillery behind her, which engaged the black uniformed soldiers. The Foundation has 3 times as many people as the defenders of Old Vegas. They stood in a row wearing thick armor and gas masks. Their tanks, heavy and heavily armored, were parked at the end of the block, unable to penetrate the wide cracks the shapeshifters had dug into the sidewalk. The commander of the Foundation, a tall man without a mask, shouted, "Attention, mutants and mutant sympathizers! We come to you today with heavy hearts. The Foundation cannot allow the inhuman infection to continue to spread. For the sake of all humanity, we ask all mutants present to lay down their weapons and surrender, and be contained for their own safety and the safety of the world. I don't think I need to explain what happens if you choose to resist. Please make the right choice for the sake of all of us and let it go." The commander's voice echoed through the streets. The members of the Foundation stood solemnly behind the commander, like silent tombstones. The mutants on the other side had undisguised sarcasm on their faces. Some people with bad tempers have already started to get ready for action. One of the men had a layer of stone that was constantly shape-shifting on his body, and his fists pounded together with a loud noise. His engineers shouted, and the earth rumbled beneath their feet. The ogre roared and swung his huge amounts of steel club to the ground, smashing the pavement into pieces. The mutant defenders behind his huge red body shouted along with him. An invisible figure hovered over them in a grim and terrifying manner. With hundreds of eyes he looked down, providing the defenders with the innermost thoughts of the Queen, the commander. They are a tightly knit whole. Clearly, mutant has no intention of backing down. D77777 yelled, having Norman broadcast her words directly into the Foundation soldier's mind. We will never submit to your tyranny. We may be different, but we are still human, and we will fight to the death for our right to be free. Come, bring your hatred. Come and conquer us. Attack us, enemies of freedom, and let us know that we will not yield. We will shut you out. We are the Free Federation of Vegas, and we won't back off. Step. Free men and women, shouting their pride, their desire to live and live well, stood tall on their own land. At this moment, the entire Marvel Universe was speechless. The audience in the live broadcast room looked at the two teams facing each other on the screen in amazement. Suddenly I felt things didn't seem to develop as they expected. In the original script, D77777 and the mutants infected by SCP-3396 were all evil antisocial elements. They are full of evil, committing all kinds of crimes, such as burning, killing, robbing and abusing. It seemed as if they were born to be eliminated by a righteous army like the Foundation. However, it was only then that they discovered. Although D77777 destroyed a site, she is not a vicious criminal. Although the mutants have brought instability to society, all they want is freedom. The Foundation should stand against them. For a moment, the audience was silent. At the moment, countless people were expecting a miracle. Someone appears who can prevent this tragedy from happening. The picture freezes at this moment. As the light gradually faded, it gradually reappeared. Lin Lang, who is anticipated by the entire Marvel Universe, finally appears on the screen. He did not appear in Old Vegas, but in a valley. The rocky valley is endless, and the colors here make the sky and the earth lose their clear boundaries. The fated Death Valley is now shrouded in a pale blue halo. Lin Lang stood in the valley, as small as an ant. He looked up at the huge figure looming in the valley with a calm gaze. However, when the audience in the live broadcast room saw the giant strange creature in the valley, they were stunned. WTF? This thing? Could it be, this is SCP-3396? Oh my god, this thing is too big, isn't it? So this is the Type 4 extra-dimensional entity. It looks a bit dreamy. Is Lin Lang actively seeking infection? Why doesn't he just inject the fluid? S.H.I.E.L.D. When the agents saw the huge entity looming in the picture, the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes widened, their faces excited. This is SCP-3396. This is an abnormality that can allow humans to become gods. Once humans come into contact with the liquid, they can become destructive mutants. Isn't this the dream of countless agents? However, Nick Fury's expression was extremely solemn. In his eyes, SCP-3396 is not only a stepping stone for humans to ascend to godhood, but also a catalyst for all chaos and killing. It is a magnifying glass for sin. He was also very confused, why did Lin Lang appear here? But the next moment, after seeing the image on the screen, the expression on Nick Fury's face froze instantly, as if all the blood had been drained out of him, leaving only an expression of unbelievable shock. I saw. In the picture of the light curtain, Lin Lang stood at the mouth of the valley and pondered for a long time, then strode into the rich blue light. WTF? Got in? The supervisors of the O5 Council stood in the distance, quietly watching Lin Lang calmly enter the Death Valley. Finally, 4 broke the silence with a gentle voice, this is risky. Even if the Snow Mountain Stone project fails, we still have other means to protect human civilization. Perhaps we could use SCP-2000. 10 looked at the weather-beaten old man. 3, you are the last person I want to hear say this. The use of SCP-2000 is not without cost. The flower has been broken, and now we only have the thorn. The timeline may not be able to return to the time when everything happened. Without waiting for others to speak, she said in a deep voice, "Look at the data. The orange area has shrunk by 2%. We are overseers, leaders of the Foundation, and courage 2.3 is our most important quality." As she spoke, she looked at Lin Lang, who had already disappeared from her sight. "Without the courage to burn our boats, humans would still be cowering in caves. Damn it." The second finally spoke, "Since it can't get any worse than this, why not let the researcher give it a try?" He looked at everyone. "That young man always seems to be able to give people some surprises." Someone echoed. "He helped us find the Antimemetics division. Otherwise, we wouldn't have the Idea division today. He even helped contain SCP-239. He's very sensible." 10 looked at one, who had been silent the whole time. Yi sighed. "Then let's start the formal vote, for or against allowing Lin to physically contact SCP-3396, and make the containment and neutralization of the spread of 3396 a primary Foundation directive. Agree? Yes. Give up, it's too risky. Maybe we will face a more terrifying enemy in the future. He is as rational as Gears." 10 looked at the abstaining overseer and said, "It's also possible that we will have an executioner who is more efficient than Clef." Several voices murmured yes one after another. As history marches forward, the rest of us stand still. At this moment, the whole world is waiting for Lin Gui's first meeting with SCP-3396. This is a human being's active attempt to become a god. But will Lin Lang do this? No one knows the answer. Chapter 147. The dimmed screen lit up again, but the person who appeared on the screen was not Lin Lang, but Dr. Clef. "The world is burning." Clef watched the fire from the relative safety of Site-67. Black and green flames, that is the strange chemical reaction caused by 13 SCP-3396 infected people, or rather, mutants. Fires have covered entire mountains, and more explosive events are occurring around the world. It's like a bad anomaly chain reaction. If the Foundation's plan is to work, most of the media coverage will need to be controlled, and a small number of towns will need to be released with amnestic gas. Clef sighed. That's if that guy can actually do it. Clef had heard that the Overseer Council was ready to activate SCP-2000 at any time, but he did not expect it to work. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Then they started discussing. WTF? Has the situation become so critical? The ability of mutants is a fatal blow to social order. Alas, there are good and bad people in any group of people, but the price brought by bad mutants is too high. Will SCP-2000 really be activated? That is the Foundation's last resort to save itself. S.H.I.E.L.D. The agents were also somewhat surprised and confused when they heard this. To be honest, even if Lin Lang succeeds, I'm afraid the Foundation's plan to hide itself will fail. Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen and said, "This disaster is too large in scope, affecting too many people. D77777 alone occupied an entire city. What percentage of the infected do they account for?" Nick Fury also sighed deeply. Unrivaled anomalies encountered before, such as SCP-3125 and SCP-3999. These are terrifying beings capable of causing all sorts of doomsday scenarios at will. The disasters they bring are so swift and silent that even the world is destroyed in silence and people are unaware of it. But this time SCP-3396 is different. It just looked down at the Earth in silence, it just quietly shines blue light, the entire human society is falling apart in its silence. This is a gradual and despairing historical trend. A feeling of powerlessness enveloped Nick Fury's heart. He looked at the screen, praying for a miracle to happen. Screen. As Clef watched, his assistant Adons came up to him and whispered, 05-12 is here to see you. The audience couldn't see Clef's face, but they could feel the aura of keep away from strangers emanating from him. Tell him to go away, Clef said. Understood, let him in now, his assistant Adams repeated. Adams ignored Clef's glare and walked to the door on her high heels. Clef waited, watching the fire continue to burn. Part of him wanted to get out of here, to find the truth, to do something. But no matter what, that part has basically surrendered. 12 walked in, and unusually he was the only one there. Clef didn't bother turning to greet him. So what the hell do you want? Is this how you talk to every 05? 12 didn't sound like 12. Clef turned around, his eyes narrowed in surprise. It's you. Ha, 12 said, I told them you'd recognize me, and no one even listened, especially after I got promoted. Clef looked at him, not disguising his disgust, and sneered, I wish I could say, nice to meet you. But it didn't. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were curious but also speechless. As expected of one of the 4 Doctors of Apocalypse, he is so cool even when facing the supervisor from the O5 Council. I will not waste your time, 12 said. The council has given its final orders. Clef stared at him, surprised, and blurted out, what? Are you serious? Lin failed. We didn't think he would succeed from the beginning? A mortal ascending to godhood? The probability is too slim. 12 leaned forward and took out a piece of paper from his pocket. He handed it to CI. 12 handed him a piece of paper, and Clef read from it. It was a handwritten list. His insides were twisted into a ball, or at least, he liked to believe that they were twisted into a ball. Seeing this, the audience in the live broadcast room was stunned. They seemed to have just seen this scene. S.H.I.E.L.D. WTF? This list again. Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen and exclaimed, could it be that the overseer gave this job to Clef again? Nick Fury stared at the screen. Even he had to admit that Clef was definitely a qualified executioner. But the problem is that why? Why do we have to clean the interior at this juncture? It looks like I'd actually do this, Clef said. You definitely will. 12 said, you can't fool me, Clef. You know I hate doing this to you, and you know I wouldn't come to you if it wasn't absolutely necessary. FKU, you can't fool me. 12? Clef spat the word out mockingly, you bastards won't do this unless you're desperate, so don't tell me I can get away with it. After I do this, I'll have no way out in this world. Clef fanned the paper back and forth. This is a list of the core personnel of the Foundation. Kill them all and the Foundation will cease to exist. We all know what that means. There aren't any O5s on there, 12 said. Well, most of them aren't, anyway, het. FK the O5s, Clef said. And FKU. You're going to abandon most of the people and activate that goddamn SCP-2000. Hearing this, 12 smiled gloomily and sadly. He looked at Clef. If Lin fails, then, yes. The picture went dark. Seeing this, the audience couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Countless people are looking forward to it in their hearts. Lin Lang, you must succeed. As the blue light appeared on the screen again, the much-anticipated Lin Lang finally showed up. Before that, he walked into the Death Valley. However, at the moment he was standing in a strange space. Dimensions seem to have lost their strict boundaries in this space. The light blue light embraces the world like clouds. Between heaven and earth, huge amounts of strange light balls hang in the sky. It was like a second moon spreading a large net of shimmering blue light on the horizon. The light that shone all over it had a strange rhythm. Even if the shape is completely different from what everyone expected, but the moment they saw this existence, a name popped up in the minds of all the flames in the entire Marvel Universe. SCP-3396. Immediately afterwards, the audience in the live broadcast room was excited. Oh my god! Is this SCP-3396? This is amazing! It is so beautiful, it doesn't seem like it was created on Earth. I didn't expect that SCP-3390-SIX's true form would look like this. Lin Lang shows up here. Is he going to be infected by contact with SCP-3396? Camartage. The moment Ancient One saw SCP-3390-SIX's true form, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated and her blood froze instantly. There was a flash of fear and disbelief in his eyes, as if he had seen the most incredible thing in the world. In her vision, SCP-3396 has no physical shape. It is an aggregate of countless thaumaturgical particles. It is magic, it is thaumaturgy, it is law, it is the miracle of all things in this world. Even the brilliance that shines all around it can make people fall in love with it. This is a road to godhood. Ancient One is absolutely certain. Humans. It's actually possible to become a god through SCP-3396. Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. XX. Professor X was stunned when he saw the existence of infinite power on the light screen. The moment that wonderful light appeared, he felt that the X gene in his body was stirring. Every cell in his body is sending out messages of desire. It seems that the light on the screen can make their X genes evolve again. If such an existence appeared on the blue planet. Thinking of this, even Professor X's heart began to pound. The deepest part of the universe. Observer dimension. Looking at the second moon on the screen, Ueda felt very shocked, as if he was hit by an invisible force. Strictly speaking, SCP-3396 is not a deity, nor a supreme deity. In terms of rank, it is definitely not as good as the Crimson King, the Cosmic Starfish, and the Three Brothers of Death. In terms of strength, it can't even pose a threat to anyone. If I have to describe it, it reminds Ueda of the cosmic law. Think of magic. And in his vision, Lin Lang, who was in the thaumaturgical particle storm, was almost submerged. Lin Lang just looked up, watching SCP-33DD hanging silently in the sky. The dense thaumaturgy particles surrounding the opponent, which were visible to the naked eye, gave it a shape. A giant beast crawling between heaven and earth. Lin Lang stared at the beast. Then, the beast spoke. "Accept me, and ascend." Its sound was a deafening hum, like the sound of a great bell, which made the soul begin to destabilize. The audience in the live broadcast room was stunned by this sentence before they could be shocked by its ability to communicate. 107. Accept me? Ascension? What the hell? S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury stared at the screen. He also couldn't understand SCP-3390's words. But the meaning is clear: as long as Lin Lang accepts it, he will be able to gain power. He looked at Lin Lang, waiting for him to take a step forward. However, what puzzled everyone was, Lin Lang took back his steps before they even touched the ground. What's happening? Isn't Lin Xian's purpose in this trip to obtain the power to quell the disaster? Lin Lang's actions even stunned SCP-3396. The thaumaturgical particles around were vibrating slightly. Lin Rui raised his head and looked at him calmly. It seems that what I see is not a path to becoming a god, but a ordinary containment. SCP-3390's humming sound begins again. You will awaken from the chrysalis and glimpse the self written beyond the naked eye. The serpent will shed its scales and stretch its roots. When the blue star shines in the light of the Father, the meaning of life will be known. My daughter's eggs were able to survive. Accept me, ascend. Lin Lang stared into the void in deep thought, his gaze seeming to penetrate SCP-3390's existence and reach the core of the other party. Regarding SCP-3390's so-called path to godhood, ascension, he remained unmoved. The picture fell into silence, and time seemed to stand still. Until SCP-3390's voice sounded once again, the great era of magic has arrived. I allow you to peek into the future. As soon as these words were spoken, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. WTF? A peek into the future? As a result, before everyone could react, the strange space where Lin Li was located changed. Pictures after pictures appeared before his eyes like a revolving lantern. In the secular year 44211, 2018, we noticed that humans and Fae were integrated once again. The wave of magic surged, sweeping across the entire plane of life. The veil that had supported our voices for more than 1,000 years and was soaked in our blood was instantly torn away. The jailers, the book burners, the cup-bearers, and even the stupid FBI were all crushed in the face of this tide. Even if there are floating clouds that can cover the sun, Yinlu just needs to be changed. Chapter 148. The audience of the entire Marvel Universe was shocked by this scene. Countless people opened their mouths and eyes wide, staring at the screen above the sky with dull expressions, as if they had seen an incredible scene. Then, the live broadcast room was boiling. WTF? What the hell? Is this the future? Is SCP-3396 likely to have infected everyone in the world? Oh my god! It's incredible that people all over the world have gained power and ascended to godhood. What kind of power does it take to be able to do this? Camartage. Magic. Ancient One stared at the screen in astonishment. Magic has swept the world. How is this possible? As the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One knows the power of magic very well. This is a power that only geniuses among geniuses can access and learn. It can be said that every great magician who can skillfully use magic has top-notch combat power. Now the whole world is swept by magic. Doesn't this mean that everyone can directly master magic? Ancient One was completely stunned. Screen. The revolving fantasies are still surging wildly. At present, at least 1/3 of the human race has been blessed by blue. What a blessing this is! Only the greatest thaumaturges of the Illuminati or the sorcerers of the Sons of Salem could rival the raw, turbulent ambrosia that now coursing through our veins. Magic is now on par with the gods, and more souls are reborn in the clean light every day. Magic is comparable to that of the gods. After witnessing D77777's devastating blow, no one doubted this anymore. At the end of the screen, the giant tree that symbolizes the future has awakened, and everyone is watching it rise from the sky and spread its branches and leaves. They saw beautiful blue-green fractals, straight into heaven. The scene ended here, and all the viewers in the live broadcast room seemed to have had a real dream. Then they realized clearly that this so-called future can definitely happen. Or rather, it is happening. However, to their surprise, Lin Lang did not show any emotional fluctuations at all. Doesn't he want to ascend to godhood? Don't want to join the age of magic? What on earth is Lin Lang thinking? This is also what SCP-3396 is wondering about. Finally, under its silent gaze, Lin spoke. This resurgence of magic that has led to our current global situation displays 3 common traits in every affected individual. The first is the growth and appearance of glowing blue organs in the body. The degree of manifestation varies greatly from person to person, and the organs all have a thaumaturgical barrier to prevent intrusion. Their function is to continuously provide a huge amount of primordial void energy that seems to be sourceless. In terms of raw output, a blue blesser can generate more energy than previously estimated to be produced by the High Priest of the Worm, the Wandering Jew, or the Black Queen, all of whom were previously considered the most powerful human magical individuals. Hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. Even SCP-3396 let out a puzzled hum. Lin Lang is this, analyzing SCP-3396's so-called path to godhood? The individual's body has reacted strangely to the influx of magical energy, resulting in a second commonality, psychothomic mutation. Although psychothomic mutation is an ever-present risk factor for a reckless magician, it was previously a relatively rare phenomenon, usually caused by rituals gone wrong. After a pause, he continued calmly, I have never observed that overexposure to magical energy would bring about changes like the blue blessing. He looked at SCP-3396, do you know what I thought of after learning about you? Silence. Lin Lang obviously didn't care, but continued, traditional Sarkic groups have long believed that Ion was not killed, as Neo-Sarkic groups believe, or imprisoned, as the Church of the Broken God believes, but rather transcended the plane of creation to fight Yaldabaoth on behalf of humanity. Hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Sarkic group? Yarn? Church of the Broken God? Yaldabaoth? What is this all about? But it is obvious that behind all this, it seems that there is not as ordinary as everyone imagines. It must involve a struggle between several gods, or even the supreme god. After 1,000 years of fighting, Ion has now defeated Yaldabaoth and devoured his holy body. Blue is the new god's blessing to his chosen people, aiming to build a lasting utopia. Lin Lang looked at SCP-3396 and said calmly, the violent rejection reaction of the blue organ to the new Sarkic warlock's body supports this theory. Hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast room were completely stunned. Is SCP-3396's so-called road to godhood actually a blessing to humanity from a victorious supreme god? God wants to build a utopia? Before everyone could be surprised, Lin Lang on the screen suddenly sneered. He did not hide his sarcasm, but in my opinion, there is no gift. The true path to ascension is not to grow an extra organ in the body, and the so-called utopia should not be created in destruction, and... He stared at SCP-3396, motionless as always. The future I see is different from the one you show me. As he spoke, his eyes became vague. I saw the burning Pacific Ocean, an errant thaumaturgical wave had rushed into the ocean, causing some changes in its chemical structure, turning the seawater into gasoline. I saw countless hungry and hateful creatures from space, roaring in unison as they suddenly sensed the existence of the Earth. They began to tear through space like a knife cutting through pudding, rushing towards this defenseless, wide-open planet, intending to add this planet to their list of devouring that can be traced back to the prehistoric era. I saw a sea of pale corpses, rotting and screaming, made up of the most violent decedents this planet has seen in thousands of years, exploding from the bedrock of North America. The angry mass of decay had worn its tendrils into the bones of the earth, split open its bloody maw, and stretched toward the sky, hungry for violence to infuse it with soul. Lin Lang smiled sadly, there is no utopia. The Foundation will not compromise. They hope to leave only real humans. They would rather maintain absolute normalcy than share the same planet with these unclean hateful monsters for even a day. So, they will shatter the continents with bombs and set the oceans on fire with the fury of technology. The hurricane of energy will continue to rage. Lin Lang finished speaking. His response was silence. The entire Marvel universe fell into deathly silence. Even without pictures, even with only Lin Lang's brief description, but the overwhelming breath of destruction still irritates everyone's nerves. Lin Lang analyzes the Foundation's practices from an absolutely neutral perspective. This breathtakingly realistic description constantly reminds everyone, the Foundation actually does this. They will really destroy the planet to eliminate mutants. It's not about right or wrong, just different standpoints. Then, the live broadcast room was boiling. Oh my god! This is too much. I have no doubt that the Foundation is determined to destroy the Earth. They will really do it. Yes, these are a group of lunatics who have died countless times. The world has been destroyed countless times already. I actually thought that the Foundation would compromise with mutants. I was too naive. S.H.I.E.L.D. The agents stared at the screen in a daze, the shock in their hearts surging like a wave. It turns out, the Foundation never thought of compromising from the beginning. Natasha Romanoff exhaled and said with a complicated expression, it is impossible for them to compromise with the abnormality. Nick Fury said in a deep voice, supreme gods like the Crimson King, the Cosmic Starfish, and the Three Brothers of Death have not been able to make the Foundation compromise, so how can SCP-3396 do that? Seeing this, his doubts about the previous conversation between O5-12 and Clef were also resolved. It turns out that the Foundation had prepared for the worst from the beginning. He couldn't help but look at the screen, looking at Lin Lang standing proudly on the screen. Thinking about what he will do and choose, Lin Lang looked at SCP-3396 calmly. Magic has an infinite number of manifestations, sources, and rules, but none of them are universally applicable. Except for one thing, everything has a price, nothing is free cost. The audience in the live broadcast room were suddenly awakened. Yes. All the gifts from fate are secretly marked with a price. Is it really possible to allow ordinary humans to become gods without any cost? Humanity is ascending step by step, and perhaps it will eventually reach the divine realm. What price will it cost us? And what will happen when we can't pay it? Lin Lang stretched out his hand, closed his eyes, and perceived the thaumaturgical particles silently passing through his skin. At the moment, Camartage. In the Ancient One's vision, she was surprised to find that in such a dense atmosphere of thaumaturgy particles, Lin Lang was not even touched by a single leaf. Not a single thaumaturgical particle entered his body. The SCP-3396 infection has been trying to infiltrate since the beginning, however, it has not yet succeeded. Lin Lang rejected the thaumaturgical particles, rejected magic, rejected the existence of everything called miracle. FTB. Refused to embark on this path to godhood. In the screen, Lin Lang took a deep breath, feeling the breeze blowing over his body. Then he continued walking towards the depths of space. The disaster will be contained. The anomaly will be contained. Normality will be preserved. The Foundation rejects the new era. Lin Lang's voice is not loud, but it is powerful. The audience of the entire Marvel universe watched eagerly as Lin Lang walked down a path that was opposite to that of Marvel. At the moment the screen dimmed, everyone seemed to hear a sigh from the universe. Immediately afterwards, the audience in the live broadcast room was excited. Countless barrages of comments emerged crazily. WTF? What is Lin Lang planning to do? So, he didn't intend to get infected from the beginning. Just walked in like that? Damn it, isn't he afraid of death? Control, contain, protect. The Foundation rejects the new era. Alas, these people are so stubborn that they deserve respect. No one knows what Lin Lang did or why he did it. When the screen came back on, the scene was back to Nolly's Old Vegas. D77777 has accepted the role of totalitarian ruler forced upon her by the townspeople. The Queen of Spades, the mayor of Old Vegas, stands in the foreground, with her people behind her. Opposite them was the fully armed Foundation army. With just one order, a fierce battle will break out between the two sides. However, the battle was about to break out. But at this moment, a silent sigh rippled from a certain direction like an electromagnetic wave, and then the circle moved in a farther direction. Transparent raindrops fell. D77777 looked up and saw the mutants hovering in the air, looking down at her. She saw transparent raindrops dispersing the spreading blue light, dispersing the power they called miracle, gift, and blessing. She felt her soul slipping away, as if something she had lost was returning silently to her body. Oh my god, my body is back again. Your tail disappeared. I'm not ugly anymore. Amid the discussions, the sound of bodies falling to the ground could be heard. D77777 looked at the mutants who had awakened the flight ability in astonishment, only to see them falling one after another like raindrops. It was as if gravity was working on them again. D77777 shed his last tear, and a drop of molten metal floated into the vast distance. This is a memorial to those who have been caught up in ignorance, arrogance, and meaningless conflicts. Obviously, their time has not come. She signaled to her people, it's all over. Chapter 149. The breeze from the Foundation world seemed to penetrate the screen. Across the dimensions of the universe, it blew onto the audience. Everyone stared blankly at the world on the screen that was swept by blue, which was gradually washed away by the raindrops and returned to its original color. This is the sign that SCP-3390's ability has disappeared. SCP-3396 failed. After realizing this, the audience in the live broadcast room fell silent. Immediately, the audiences of the entire Marvel world were completely excited. WTF? The mutants recovered, but the abilities disappeared. Oh my god! Could it be that Lin Lang succeeded? How the hell did he manage to indirectly negate the infection properties of SCP-3396? FK. He didn't really neutralize SCP-3396? What did he do? S.H.I.E.L.D. The agents were stunned. Is this really the end? A S.H.I.E.L.D. agent asked uncertainly. The agents around also shook their heads in confusion. No one expected that the battle between the Foundation and the mutants, which was about to break out, would be resolved by Invisible. So, Lin Lang succeeded. Natasha Romanoff looked at the screen and asked hesitantly, what did he do? Nick Fury sighed. He obviously didn't know either. But it can make SCP-3390's anomalous properties disappear, and it is likely as they guessed. SCP-3396 has been neutralized. At this moment, he once again admired Lin very much. That is the road to godhood that lies before us. As long as he has a thought, he can immediately gain power comparable to that of a god. It can be said that in the Marvel world, almost no one can resist this temptation. Some supercriminals are willing to destroy their humanity and abandon their reason in order to gain power. Even Nick Fury was tempted by this temptation. 233 However, Lin Lang not only refused, but also directly neutralized SCP-3396. How much courage and self-control does this require? Camartage. In the eyes of the Ancient One, the invisible wave of thaumaturgical particles in the Foundation world was disappearing at a terrifying speed. The Ancient One breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he succeeded. The extraordinary heroes, mutants, and inhumans of the Marvel Universe only account for a small proportion. The forces of darkness only appear occasionally. But even so, Yako was heartbroken to maintain world peace. If everyone in the world possessed power no less than that of Sorcerer Supreme. Thinking of this, Ancient One quickly shook his head, driving this horrible thought out of his mind. The deepest part of the universe. It was actually neutralized. There was a flash of surprise in the eyes of observer Yuetu. Indeed, SCP-3396 is different from previous containment objects. Its classification is not Ulicked, not Keter, it doesn't have 239's reality warping ability, nor 682's immortality and incomparably powerful body, nor does it have the terrifying concepts of those supreme gods. It doesn't even have the means to attack. However, just the ability to let people ascend to godhood, which sounded like a gift, almost destroyed the whole world. It can be said that its existence is already shaking the Foundation's philosophy. If one day all of humanity becomes abnormal in the eyes of the Foundation, is it necessary for the Foundation to exist? It can be said that as soon as SCP-3396 appeared, the relationship between it and the Foundation was already a dead end. Fortunately, Lin Lang somehow managed to break this deadlock. Although I am curious about what it would be like if all of humanity ascended to godhood, it would be best for the Foundation and the world to remain as it is. Observer Ueda couldn't help but mutter to himself. To him, a group of people who ascended to gods were far less interesting than the endless stream of abnormalities. The scene returns to outside Death Valley again. The supervisors stood in the rain like silent statues. They watched the fated Death Valley slowly return to its original state. Watch the dazzling second blue moon above Death Valley gradually dim. Finally, Tian broke the silence with a gentle voice. He succeeded. As soon as these words were spoken, the solemn atmosphere around them suddenly became relaxed. Wiped his forehead, not sure if it was raindrops or sweat, and said with a complicated smile, "To be honest, I had a dream just now." Everyone responded with silence. Didn't care at all and continued to talk to himself. "I dreamed that the mutants annihilated our team and then broke into the site. They released the containment objects and killed all the Foundation employees. The world turned into a sea of fire." Ten looked at him, and at the same time glanced at one of the supervisors. If Lin had not succeeded, this scene would not have been just a dream. 2 felt a chill down his spine. Notice 12, the plan can be changed. As soon as these words came out, the gaze towards She suddenly became sharp. "You haven't given up yet." 10, with raindrops still soaking her body, said calmly, "As you can see, anomalous individuals are beginning to appear on a large scale, and old threats that were thought to have disappeared long ago are reappearing." Without waiting for anyone else to speak, she asked again, "What were we up against 5 years ago? How long has it been since we completely neutralized a SCP or Keter-class containment? Can we still afford a containment breach at a large containment site like Site-19? At the end, her tone changed from questioning to asking. Every word hits everyone's heart like raindrops. "We have drastically cut down on our adopted projects. Omega-7 has been permanently disbanded, all projects related to SCP weaponization have been stopped, and almost all cross-testing between SCP objects has become cautious." She said the same thing Dr. Kondriki had said before: new blood replaces old blood. The SCP Foundation has become a completely different organization, cold, ruthless, calculating, cautious. She looked at everyone, her eyes not trembling because of the increasingly dense raindrops. When did the Foundation become so anxious that the first thing it thought of was to use SCP-2000? Her response was dead silence. The supervisors, either lowered their heads in thought or avoided Ten's sharp gaze. Someone whispered, "This will break the existing rules of the Foundation." Ten immediately looked at him and said sarcastically, "Is it the Foundation's established principle to blow up the Earth when faced with difficulties?" The picture went dark. The audience in the live broadcast room never got to see Lin Lang, nor did they learn the final decision of the O5 Council on the rebirth plan. They don't even know what the rebirth plan is. But they realized one thing. For example, supervisors like 05-10 and 05-12 have been seeking change. The rebirth plan was obviously born out of the need to reform the old and create the new. Clef sat alone in the site, a pistol and a list in front of him. Just as Ten had given it to Lin Lang before. The difference is that Lin Lang chose to refuse, while Clef had no power to refuse at all. Clef waited for the fire to burn through the Foundation, or get wet by the new rain. Etc., new rain? Clef suddenly jumped out of his chair, holding on to the windowsill with both hands, and leaned his upper body out, almost falling down. But he was completely immersed in the joy of surviving a disaster. "Shit, that guy, he did it. Holy shit. God. You finally got some FG credibility for a minute, FK." Clef was excited not just because Lin Lang had saved the world and saved the Foundation. Also because he saved Clef. Clef may be a jerk, but jerk have jerk friends. And almost half of his friends were on the list. At this moment, the wind blew away the list and the audience subconsciously turned their eyes away. I only saw a few familiar names on the list. Dr. Kondriki, Dr. Gears, Professor Kane. Until the moment Lin Lang's name appeared, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. WTF? Damn, why does the Rebirth Project need to kill them? Shit. Even Lin Lang's name is on the list? Are these guys crazy? Once these people die, there will be a vacuum of top doctors in the Foundation. Does the Foundation want to survive? Shit, Lin Lang is trying to save the world, and the Foundation wants to kill him. Stark Industries building. What the hell? Stark jumped up from his chair. He stared at Lin Lang's name on the list, thinking he was hallucinating. So this is the Foundation's welcome to their great hero? A bullet. Stark looked unhappy and said sarcastically, "That's really impressive." Colonel Rhodes did not rush to speak, but was in deep thought. Rebirth plan. Rebirth? Yes. Reborn. He seemed to have thought of something and said excitedly, "Perhaps, this is just a prerequisite for the rebirth plan." Precondition? Oh, in order to execute the plan, we must first kill the elite. No. Only when the elite die can they be reborn. Stark was stunned when he heard this. He felt a light flash in his mind. Yes. How to be reborn without dying? His eyes widened and he said excitedly, "In other words, the Foundation has to kill them first in order to use them." Colonel Rhodes crossed his arms and said, "I can't think of any other solution." Stark continued to speculate with this idea. In this case, the first thing to do for this plan is to keep it secret. These assassinated doctors will become the implementers of the plan, and they will hide their identities. Considering what O5-10 and the other supervisors said just now, it is clear that before, the rebirth plan was only carried out secretly by 10 and 12. So now that the O5 Council agrees to this resolution, there will be no need for rebirth. Colonel Rhodes shrugged, "Who knows?" Stark didn't seem depressed even though he didn't get the expected answer. Quite the contrary, he was very concerned about this plan proposed by the two youngest overseers in the O5 Council to turn the situation around for the Foundation. Totally curious. Stark wanted to say something, but when his eyes swept across the sky, he was shocked. Not only him, but the entire Marvel World audience was shocked after seeing the screen clearly. Just Lin appeared. Chapter 150. The agents of the Mobile Task Force finally found Lin Lang in Death Valley, looking calm. The only overseer left is O5-10. "You succeeded." These were the first words O5-10 said after seeing Lin Lang. At the moment Lin Lang is bathed in the drizzle. He walks toward O5-10, rain on his body, splashing on the nearby rocks. 10 clouds of mist rise. Those eyes, which were like an abyss that could swallow any light, were still frighteningly calm. People failed to notice anything different. "Your heroic deeds will not be known to the public." O5-10 looked at Lin Lang and always felt that he seemed a little different from before. However, whether it is the actual baseline value or the Hume index, Lin Lang's values are as normal as can be. "I'm not doing this for fame or fortune." Lin Lang responded to O5-10. "I'm sorry, but we're going to be keeping you under constant monitoring for several years. During this time, the items related to SCP-999 will be preserved, but I'm afraid you'll be given a new job." O5-10 said sorry, but his expression showed no regret. The highest decision-makers of the Foundation have long lost most of their human emotions. The most lost thing is guilt. However, upon hearing what O5-10 said, the audience in the live broadcast room were stunned. WTF? Not only did Lin Lang save the world, but now we have to monitor him for a long time. Damn, the Foundation is so unscrupulous, isn't it? No wonder Dr. Kondriki told Lin Lang not to lose his humanity. Are the overseers a ready-made example? Luckily I didn't lose my job taking care of SCP-999. So, what will the new job be? O5-10 didn't keep anyone waiting for long. She gave an answer that surprised everyone. "You will be transferred to the Tactical Theology Department." Lin Lang frowned. The staff of the Tactical Theology Department are all theologians, clergy, and skeptics, and I am an atheist. O5-10 raised his lips slightly, looking at Lin Lang as if he was looking at a rough gem. "This is exactly why the Tactical Theology Department needs you." She stared at Lin Lang and said word by word, "We need your assistance in capturing, containing, and neutralizing theological anomalies. S.H.I.E.L.D. After hearing O5-10 say these words, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were completely stunned. Tactical Theology Department? Capture, contain, neutralize. Theological anomaly? WTF? Damn it, there is actually such a department within the Foundation. Natasha Romanoff stared at the screen intently and exclaimed, "Gods can be captured, contained, and even neutralized. Don't forget, the Foundation currently contains more than one divine SCP. Nick Fury said coldly, SCP-343 is even God, isn't he also staying in the Foundation's containment area? Natasha Romanoff sneered, should we still talk about SCP-2317? Don't forget that 343 was contained voluntarily, and as for 2317, it was already contained when the Foundation took it over. Nick Fury opened his mouth weakly and then sighed. Originally he wanted to say the Crimson King, the Cosmic Starfish, and the Three Brothers of Death. But think about it, the Foundation's response to these supreme gods is not containing them is the best way to contain them. It can be seen that the Foundation has countermeasures for divine anomalies, but they are extremely limited. So, in this situation, what can Lin Lang, a doctor who has never worked in the containment of the gods, do? What puzzled Nick Fury even more was why such a job fell to Lin Lang. Nick Fury was certain that something important had happened just now when he neutralized SCP-3396. Could this be the reason why Lin Lang was chosen by the Overseer? Just as he was brainstorming, the mumbling voice of a little agent next to him suddenly came into his mind. He was shocked and looked at the agent quickly. What did you say? Say it again. The young agent was startled and thought she had said something wrong. But under the gaze of everyone, he still hesitated and whispered, I say, they are not planning to train Lin Lang like Dr. Clef, right? Dr. Clef? That crazy doctor who specializes in executing Keter-level objects. Nick Fury just felt a flash of lightning flash in his mind. That's right. So that's how it is. Perhaps it was Lin Lang's act of neutralizing SCP-3396 that allowed the supervisors to see Lin Lang's ability to neutralize anomalies. Just like the panicked man who was found by the Foundation on a rainy night more than a decade ago. Clef. They trained Clef to be an executioner specializing in the termination of Keter-level objects. Now, they want to repeat the same old trick and train Lin Lang to execute abnormalities. However, the SCP he was going to execute was not an ordinary SCP. But... God. After realizing this, Nick Fury's look at the screen has completely changed. He was looking forward to Lin Lang's answer. 1 TB. Will you accept it? 05-10 explained, to be precise, your status as a high-level researcher and the chief researcher of SCP-999 will continue to be retained, and your security clearance will be upgraded to level 5. Seeing that Lin Lang was silent, she continued, other than that, you will still be employed at Site-17. As for the Tactical Theology Department, they will only assign you projects when they need you. Your administrative level will be directly raised to the level of Station Manager. Lin Lang remained unmoved. She stared at Lin Lang intently and gritted his teeth. You will have a higher degree of freedom than Dr. Clef and a higher authority than Dr. Kondriki. This series of words confused the audience in the live broadcast room. In order to win over Lin Lang, he would do anything to get him? Do you have to be so exaggerated? Finally, under the curious gaze of all the audiences in the Marvel world, Lin Lang spoke. I need access to all containment. When these words were spoken, the entire Marvel audience was stunned, even the usually calm 05-10 was stunned. Then he shook his head decisively, impossible. As she said this, she narrowed her eyes and said, unless you become the supervisor of the Five Council. Lin Lang said nothing, but looked at the supervisor calmly. Being locked in those deep eyes, even she seemed a little uncomfortable. After a long pause, she gritted her teeth and said, the application you submitted for contact with the containment object will be sent directly to my mailbox. I can give you more freedom. She said nothing more, but looked at Lin Lang obviously, this is her ground line. Fortunately, Lin Lang nodded in agreement calmly. The audience even saw an expression of relief on Shi's face. Then I immediately lived in Bungbu. WTF? Which of them is the overseer of the O5 Council? Damn it, the whiteness brought by Lang is much better than that of the rope. You're against Tian Gang, right? I suggest you promote Lin Lang directly to be the supervisor. Speaking of which, why did Lin Lang remain unmoved by other conditions and insist on contacting SCP? This is also a question that Nick Fury is curious about. He had a vague guess. If we can figure out why Lin Lang is interested in anomalies, then perhaps we can figure out Lin Lang's deepest secret. However, what Nick Fury did not expect was that Lin Lang became a specially invited postdoctoral fellow in the Department of Tactical Theology, and his first mission came so quickly. The screen gradually dimmed as Lin Lang nodded and she breathed a sigh of relief. When it came on again, Li Lang had already appeared on the screen. To be precise, Lin Lang appeared in a place similar to a conference hall. His position is not very forward. Wearing a white coat, he stood out among the strangely dressed old men. These old men, dressed like old scholars, did not wear the common white coats of doctors, but instead wore various costumes full of religious symbols. Some of them had crosses on their chests, some held Buddhist beads in their hands, and some even dressed like priests. And on their badges, there is generally a pattern printed on them. Tactical Theology Department. It has been 25 days since Comet C/2018 W3 was observed. On the conference stage, a gray-haired old man looked around at everyone with a sharp gaze, suppressing their discussions. 3 days have passed since Comet C/2018 W3 hit Earth, confirmed to be SCP-2845. As he spoke, the old man's eyes were filled with solemnity, and his voice became heavy. Now SCP-2845 has been confirmed to have reached the coast. The research on the containment plan for SCP-2845 has also reached the final moment. The old man raised his voice, the day after tomorrow. It's the final moment of the containment ceremony. SCP-2845 has been confirmed to be an anomaly with supreme divine nature. We have no room for error. After these words were spoken, the Theology Department staff hadn't reacted yet, but the audience in the entire Marvel world was immediately shocked. WTF? Lightning strike at the opening. As soon as I joined the Tactical Theology Department, the first opponent I encountered was the Supreme Godhead. Oh my god! Is this the daily routine of the Tactical Theology Department? This is too exaggerated. So SCP-2845 was originally thought to be a comet? Hell, it fell from the sky. It's crazy, it's absolutely crazy. At the same time, inside S.H.I.E.L.D., all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents looked at the light screen in confusion. His face was full of surprise and confusion. Supreme God? They actually planned to take him in? An agent asked uncertainly. The other agents around also shook their heads in confusion. This project was really beyond their imagination. In the past, even if it was just a divine biological entity, it would make people feel extremely desperate. As for the Most High God, the Crimson King, the Cosmic Starfish, the Three Brothers of Death, the Devourer of Worlds. Which one of these is not completely uncontainable? However, this time the Foundation actually chose to house a supreme deity? Are you kidding? Not far away, Nick Fury stared at the light screen with a frown on his face. Camartage. The Ancient One's face was full of disbelief. She had thought that after neutralizing SCP-3396, Lin Lang would be able to rest for a while. As a result, as soon as I joined the Tactical Theology Department, I got a big surprise. Supreme Divinity. When he thought of the horror behind this word, Ancient One couldn't help but tremble. Such an existence, even as a Sorcerer Supreme, she couldn't muster the courage to resist at all. After taking several deep breaths and calming down her uneasy emotions, she looked at the screen again. The Supreme Godhead that appeared this time, what kind of existence would it be? Screen. A file appeared in Lin Lang's hand. And the information about the Supreme Deity SCP-2845 finally appeared in the eyes of the entire Marvel World audience. Project Name, Stag Item Number, SCP-2845 Object Class, Anomalous Entity Containment Level, Extreme Threat Level, Black. Seeing the beginning that was completely different from previous SCP files, the audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. Especially when the words Extreme and Black appeared, everyone suddenly felt an indescribable sense of oppression. However, in addition to the fear, many people also noticed the project name column. Stark Industries Building. Stag. Stark read it subconsciously, with a strange look on his face. He looked at Colonel Rhodes and met his suspicious gaze. Then, the two blurted out, the deer-shaped anomalous entity within SCP-1730. No wonder they reacted this way. In fact, the visual impact brought by the Foundation's collection object from the parallel universe was too strong. In addition, since they are both deer, people will inevitably associate them together. Stark frowned. It's not such a coincidence, is it? If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you are notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.